pas de Bastien. I'm passing. Okay, sorry, I'm stressing my hands. I'm trying to grab the web. Yeah. Broken pipe. Okay, wait, wait. How to fail. Okay, check. Protect. Space. Broken pipe. No. Where's it marked? Yes, we can do it later. I need to do my innovation on. This is the house in the background. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna grab. No, I can't. No, that's stupid to do this. Oh, it is on upload. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool. Sasha, on the FTP, is it straight? Okay, which folder? I am pulling from 21. Gone. Yeah, so getting brain fog, like, I'm gonna focus on stuff. Whoever has the time. Oh, is it? No, it's not. Ah! Well, thanks for letting me know for the chat, I suppose. Right. Oh! Okay.
It's okay. I think I've got my while loops. It should do the right thing. Hey, that's right. I can have things with itself. Right. So, what's my videos?
Testing.
You are now muted.
Hello, everyone. Normally, you should be able to hear us right now. So, can I get a confirmation from EmacsConf the chat that everything is working? This is when I'm bracing for impact to make sure that everything works. Okay, Carl Voigt did confirm. Okay, everything is working. So, hello everyone. Welcome to day 2 of EmacsConf 2021. I'm your host, Leo Vivier, and as yesterday, I'm accompanied by my two fellow co-hosts. Do you want to say hi? Oh, yes. Oh. Yes, stream. Please hang out with us. Hang up. Well, you can hang out with us, but do hang with us for just a second. All right. So right now it's Mumble not going to the stream. So let me just fix this real quick. Now you are going to the stream. Okay. So can you try speaking again?
Hello, hello.
Okay. Hello world.
Yes, it is working. Awesome. Okay. So sorry about full start. By the way, I was chided very loudly yesterday. No, I'm just kidding. For taking too long with the opening remarks. So we'll make sure now that I get us on track real quick. So everything should be working properly now. So as a result, do you want to say hi, Amin and Sasha, because you weren't going live to the stream before?
Right.
Hi.
Hi. Good morning. Good day.
Okay, amazing. So I would love to let you speak more, but because I did make a promise that I would keep those opening remarks much shorter than yesterday, I will get us started with whatever we have to do for today. So you know the routine. I mean, most of you were probably here yesterday. What I'm going to do is I am first going to tell you that for those of you who weren't lucky enough to be with us yesterday, all the pre-recordings from day 1 are available on the talk pages. So if you go on the schedule and you scroll down to any of the talks which interested you, you will be able to click on them, like the one by Jean-Christophe Hellary, and the pre-recording is made available right there. So feel free to watch them. You can also have subtitles if you want with the little CC button at the bottom. And you have everything that you could possibly want, I suppose. You will have to wait a little more for the Q&A sessions. We will handle them at a later time, probably next week or maybe next couple of weeks. Okay, let me
Or
just...
next couple of months, depending on volunteer workload.
Yes, it takes a lot of energy to organize EmacsConf, both on the actual days of the conference, but also in the weeks leading up to it, and the weeks leading after it. So, you know what, no promises, but we'll try to get them out as soon as we are able to mentally. Okay, but actually, if you want to make this process happen faster, do feel free to get in touch with us. If you are on ISE, you can go straight to emacsconf.org, and we'd love to have you along to get ready for the next EmacsConf. It's it sounds very stressed for the actual days of the conference, but most of the time it's actually pretty chill, and we get to work in our own time, depending on how much time you have available to do all the stuff that you need. So do check in with us if you'd like to help. Now, I'm going to switch to the schedule now. So Dev Day has a bit more space for questions. Yesterday, you might have noticed that because of the technical problems in which we run, we were a little starved for time and we had to, well, rush our way to the finish line in a way. But if we look at the schedule together, compared to day 1, which you can see right here at the top, we had a lot of talks. Now, on day 2, you can see that some of the talks are actually much longer than yesterday. We have more 40-minute talk than yesterday. Or actually 40-minute slots and question time afterwards. So it will be a lot more relaxed than it was yesterday. And as a result, we'll have time to ask questions. We'll have more time to ask the question. Also, we noticed yesterday that you probably didn't use the pad all that much. So we had to point you to the pad more than we did last year. So do feel free to open the pad again. The link will be pasted on EmacsConf, the ISE channel. And, you know, that's where all the questions, most of the questions should go, because this way we can forward them to the speaker more easily when they're not around. If you do ask them on ISC, it's a little more complicated for us to fish them out over there. Okay, I am slightly over time. I'll try to finish quickly, so we'll have that on mainstream. We also have, even though we have more time for live Q&A, we'll try to have them on the mainstream, but if we need to get moving with the next pre-recording, then what we will do is that we will direct you to go to the alternative stream where we'll keep streaming the BBB room, so that if you want to keep asking questions after we go out of main, you'll be able to do so. And as yesterday, the link to the BBB room, they will be posted at the top of the talk page. So if you go back, well, we actually removed the link, but let's say you want to go to the Q&A session with Optimizing Emacs Lisp Code by Dmitry Gutov, just click on the talk, and at the top you will have a link to the BBB room. Okay, have I forgotten anything? Okay, amazing. 6 minutes. I'm late by 1 minute, but that was the audio check, so I will consider myself happy that I've managed to keep this under 5 minutes. All right. I guess the last thing that I need to do is to get us started with the next talk then, unless any of my fellow co-organizers has anything to add?
Let's go for it.
Oh, okay, awesome. So moving on to the first talk of the day. So if you look at the schedule, as I just told you, the first talk is by Dmitry Gutov, and it is Optimizing Emacs Lisp Code. Now, how can you benchmark performance? You know, what kind of changes might speed up your code? Well, in his talk, Dmitry Gutov shares tips for optimizing your Emacs Lisp. And I'm just going to need maybe a little more time than usual because I'm going to close BBB. And the talk will be up in about 10 seconds. So I'm muting myself, and I'll see you on the other side.
It was actually helpful to hear you, because otherwise I would have gotten stream delay. So maybe you should stay unmuted.
Yeah.
Hi, greetings from the cloudy St. Petersburg. My name is Dmitry Gutov. I write Ruby by day, Emacs Lisp by night when I don't do anything else. And you might know my work from a number of third-party packages as well as built-in ones. The idea for this talk came out from an improvement request for the performance of grep-like commands using the xref interface and its storage types, container types for the search results, complaining that it's not as fast as it potentially could have been when there are lots of search results coming for a given search. And I have noticed myself that when working on it, and probably before, that my approach to optimizing Lisp code has changed recently-ish, and I'd like to talk about it here. This talk is for people who already know how to write some Emacs Lisp to solve their problems, and who have possibly encountered some performance issues doing that. Also, if you want to contribute some improvements to the code that is already in Emacs, or to other packages which are owned by somebody else, it should also be helpful. So let's start. First of all, about Emacs and Emacs Lisp. It's not the fastest language. Let's switch to the notes. I hope the font is big enough to be readable on this video. Really hope so. So Emacs Lisp is not the fastest of the bunch. The garbage collector creates pauses whenever it needs to sweep data. The interpreter is not the fastest one, even though the native compilation branch is improving on that by like twice in certain scenarios, which is good. And the standard library or functions for working with collections, for example, are not uniformly great. So there is some work to be done there. Maybe you can contribute the next improvement in there. And also, if your code, your package displays stuff, it has a visual component, then you might have to deal with some drawbacks of the display engine, which might low to a crawl when your code has when you're trying to display lines which are a little too long, trying to print them, for example, or you are using a lot of overlays, if you know what it is, with lots of overlays on the same visual line in particular. But okay, the first thing to understand, and hope everybody who's done some programming in the past knows, is first you write correctly, and then you try to benchmark and see where the problems are, if there are any. So first do it right, then do it fast. How do we find the hotspots, the bottlenecks on the second step? We try to do some profiling or measuring of how long the code takes. Emacs has two different profilers. One is the native profiler, which, as I recall, was contributed by Tomohiro Matsuyama, the author of the autocomplete package, back in Emacs 24.3, apparently. It's a low overhead profiler, it's sampling, which is good on one hand, but might be less good on the other hand. Let's try using it. So we start with profiler start. Let's just ask for CPU profiling here, but it also can profile memory allocations. And let's try search for some string in the current project. Let's do it a few times, maybe 3 times, so the profiler has more data to work with. And let's call the report. Okay, so here we have the tree, the execution tree, with percentages of the time spent in each function. You can unwrap it by going up and down and pressing tab to unwrap every element. This is weird. And okay, here we see that the actual command that was called only takes like 8% of the whole runtime, meaning the input was the command took not enough time for us to really dig into it. Let's try a shorter input with more matches. So profiler start again, CPU. Let's search for list. don't mind the mini buffer just yet. Okay, so let's look at the report. We can unwrap it here and we see, okay, 52% of the time was spent doing this, at least according to the profile. We can unwrap it, see the description of any function that was called by hitting D, or even jump to it by tapping F. And by going down this tree, you unwrap it with tab, you can see where the time was spent. One of the bigger drawbacks of this profiler is the arithmetics don't always work out like you might have. This is not a good example, but okay, you have 14% spent in here, but when we expand this entry, we only see like 6, 3, and none. Difference is sometimes even bigger than that. So the native profiler can give an accurate picture, and it has little overhead, but the specific numbers are not very precise because it's, well, the principle is probabilistic. Let's stop here. Okay, there is another package called ELP, Emacs.
Okay, folks, just having a small audio problem. I'm going to try to restart the talk. Just give me a second.
Hi. First, if there are the hotspots, the bottlenecks on the second step, we try to do some profiling or measuring of how long the code takes. Profiler is the arithmetics don't always work out like you might have. This is not a good example, but okay, you have 14% spent in here, but when we expand this entry, we only see like 6, 3, and none. Difference is sometimes even bigger than that. So the native profiler can give an accurate picture, and it has little overhead, but the specific numbers are not very precise because it's, well, the principle is probabilistic. Let's stop here. Okay, there is another package called ELP, Emacs Lisp profiler, which is much older than that. Okay, but it allows us to instrument just specific functions or a package, and we're instrumenting the xref package here, and it works through a device. Like you can see the description of one of the functions in the package, and we see that it has had a raw device added. If we run the same search, we can see the one finishes table of all the numbers that every function in the package has been called, and times which the runtime has spent inside of them, sorted by impact, as it understands that. The main problem with this profiler is it is slower because it adds an overhead to every function call. So it, in the end, might give an impression that functions with lots of calls, which have been called a lot of times, are more important, more hotter than they actually are, because it slows down every such function call, including the subsequent calls that these functions do inside the same package. So it's a good way to analyze and drill down to see which functions here take a lot of time, but just keep it in mind that sometimes you might end up trying to optimize one of these smaller functions called a lot, usually smaller, and that the result might not actually affect the production runtime at all. But it's still a good tool, especially when you already know which set of functions you are interested in and which functions might be slower. ELP allows you to instrument like a package or a set of functions. Just don't forget to uninstrument them all afterwards, or else your session and your subsequent optimization efforts might not work as well as you might want them to work. And there's also this very nice, very handy package called benchmark, which unfortunately not everybody knows about. And it turns out that a lot of older Emacs Lisp developers, users, package developers, usually have some benchmarking macros of their own, but there is this package with perfectly usable interface, which doesn't require you to define something else, especially when you are in an Emacs-Q capital session trying to benchmark your code in a very Emacs. So it has two main endpoints, I would say. First one is benchmark, the benchmark macro, and the second one is benchmark program. The benchmark is a function and the benchmark program is a macro. The first one we can use by specifying the number of iterations and the form. I hope the mini buffer is easy to read here. For instance, we can take this long list and try inversing it, and we see how long that takes. And then you can do it just the inner code, and then basically compare to figure out how long inverse takes in this scenario. Or we can take a function which we have probably found using one of the previous methods, which we anticipate that as we understand it takes a while, and annotate it with benchmark program forms, which just execute the body and report each and every one of them how long that body execution took. So, for instance, here we added a few message calls inside those benchmark programs, so we can see how long each part of the function xref matches in files takes when it is run. Let's try it. And let's first call Emacs Lisp byte compile and load, so that we're sure that we are running the fastest possible version of this code. So when we do find the bottlenecks, we are sure that they are real and not because of the uncompiled code, macro expansion, not or the lack of some substitutions, other substitutions that our code is relying on, but those might not be available in the interpreter mode, just in the compiled code. And let's run. So we have this list, search for list, and the remaining time is spent during printing of the results, which we didn't annotate with a benchmarking macro, but it's still there. So we can see by switching to the messages buffer, Control H E, that encoding was very fast. So the search took 400 milliseconds. It's slower than it would be without the video being recorded, as well as the rest of the measurements here. So the parsing of the results took more than that, and the object allocation took even more, which is unfortunate, but it's the reality when we are dealing with a lot of search results, because, well, Emacs Lisp is slower than grep. That's just a given. What can be done, and what had been done to improve on this? Well, first of all, let's change the question, because this is more of a retrospective sort of talk rather than talking about future plans. What can one do to improve performance? Well, basically two things. First, you try to make sure that you're running less code, then your code does fewer things, fewer iterations, fewer operations. Basically, it's the realm of choosing your algorithm well, like make sure it's has as little complexity as you can manage reasonably. And another is to try to reduce memory allocations. It's creating conses, the links of the lists. If you are mapping through a list, creating a new one, you are creating conses. New objects memory anyway. And also when you call string operations like substring, when you create new strings, that's also what you do. When you allocate new memory that triggers garbage collections later, which affect the performance of your code quite severely. I have found that actually it, contrary to my personal intuition, when you try to fine-tune the code working on long lists of elements, long collections, large collections, it's even more important to try to avoid or reduce memory allocations rather than try to ensure that less code is running, less operations are performed. Because the garbage collector can hit you in the posterior quite suddenly. You will not always, when you measure the impact, you might not always measure the whole of it, and sometimes even when you have like a few operations, you can measure all three of them, but at some point, if you just remove most of the allocations, all three of them, the improvement might be even bigger than the total of 3 improvement which you have might have measured previously, like separately. So it's something to be on the lookout for. But of course, when you pick the algorithm, it's important not to do more operations than you have to. And we have examples of both in the recent changes to the Xref and project packages, which we can examine here. Let's take a look at this one. This commit message lies a little bit because it's referring to the use of assoc instead of cl assoc, and the actual change incorporates that, but it also incorporates the second part of the sentence, which actually replaced the use of assoc in there. Curiously, assoc was pretty slow, because not only it created quadratic complexity in the operation, it was also calling the Lisp function assoc for every iteration, whereas if we just use assoc there, which was the first version of this change of the improvement, it became already much faster. But then switching to a hash table, which turned this lookup from O of n complexity into, well, amortized constant one, even better. So use hash tables, kids. Another commit here is about using the inhibit modification hooks. So, turns out when you're printing into a buffer, even if you have already disabled the undo history, binding this variable to a non-nil value is pretty good, because you are able to avoid running number of hooks, which improves performance. Next, this one was about moving the file remote call from inside the loop. And this function is actually surprisingly slow-ish for the goal, for its purpose. So you don't really want to call it on every file name in the list when you have a lot of them. And especially if your code is running on in a buffer visiting a remote file, like through Trump, you might end up trying to devise different approaches to avoid checking whether every file name is remote if you're dealing with a list of file names. So this one, take a look, be careful with it. Similar slower functions with current buffer, but not so much, so it all depends on really how often you call it. Sometimes you might want to rewrite your code that it's called less often, and expand file name, which hits the disk. So if you're dealing with file names, you might want to replace it with concatenation at certain points. Okay, back to these changes. Later. Okay, this one just removed allocation of a cons per match hit, and still it brought like 5% or something like that improvement to the whole command. So that's pretty significant improvement for a small change like that. Similarly, here we just made sure to avoid a substring call, and probably an allocation of the whole buffer string, but in my testing that doesn't actually matter much, at least so much. But a substring call per result, if we since we changed to manual parsing of the buffer into strings delimited with 0 bytes, it gave an overall improvement of like 20%. Again, on my machine with pretty fast SSD and with the warm disk cache, of course, but still. And going back to this revision, it was actually quite surprising that migration to a CL devstruct from EIO, the CL object system, common Lisp inspired object system, first introduced in the CDIT tools. That was a bit of a surprise, because not much of my benchmarking actually pointed at it being the problem. Probably because not the accessors were not the actual problem, like the ORF macros and the code accessing the slots, but the construction, the object construction code, that was where most of the time was spent unnecessarily. Maybe doing type checking, maybe some other stuff. So if you have lots of values which you need to treat like objects in and do virtual dispatch in them. In your package, you might want to look into CLD abstract for them. Going on to the next section, I have prepared a sort of comparison of between CLD, Dash, and Seek, the collection libraries we have available for us in Emacs, at least the popular ones. But since I'm running behind on time, I'll probably just summarize the findings. First of all, Seek is nice, but its generic approach is probably quite decent for most of the situations, but there are places where it could be optimized better. So instead of having quadratic performance, it could use a hash table, like for instance Dash does here in Dash Union, or delete dops does in its implementation. The Dash itself is curiously fast, at least faster than I might have expected, possibly because of the implementation approach, where it uses code generation to avoid function calls, at least some of them, which is interesting. But since both Seek and Dash avoid mutations, they don't really have mutating counterparts to common functions like you have with cl remove if, cl delete if, or just cl remove, cl delete. It still can be valuable to look into destructive versions of those functions, something from the core library like delete dubs or nreverse for your code when you're really trying to get as close to the metal or whatever as you can, because avoiding extra allocations, it can really be useful, can really improve the performance if you don't do a lot of other stuff. And well, delete consecutive dubs is blazing fast, but it only requires pre-sorted strings. What else to say? If you are going to read these measurements, make sure to keep in mind that reverse is not free. So, for instance, if we are looking at this comparison between remove and delete, for instance, they're using reverse to avoid modifying the data, the sample data, so we don't have to create it every time. But to compare how much faster delete is than remove, we need to subtract 787 milliseconds from here and from here, so it comes out to like 230 milliseconds in this example, the last example, and 1 second 250 milliseconds here, so the difference is 5-fold here. Not twofold. Alright, and with this I'm going to thank you for listening, for watching, and I'll be taking questions. Thank you.
Okay, and we are back. So I'm just gonna need 1 second to try to get it working. Give me just a second. So, okay. Hi, Dimitri. I'll just need a second to try to get your window up on the screen. So just give me a second. We are on big blue button. If Dimitri Gudov. Okay, so you are now live. Can you try speaking, please?
Hello. Hi, everybody.
Oh, yeah. Damn it. Okay. So, hi, Dimitri. I'm really, I think the stream can hear you, but I cannot hear you. So, what I'm going to do right now, stream, I just need, sorry, I said stream, non-ironically, as if I were a Twitch streamer all my life. What I'm going to do now is I'm having some audio problems, and I need to run a command that has about 40% chances of screwing up with the recording. So, as a result, if anything goes wrong with MPV, do refresh the page or do refresh the MPV command, because it means that the stream will have dropped. So I just need to do it now. I will run the command right now, and hopefully this will work. So see you on the other side. If anything goes wrong, just relog. If you hear my voice again, it means that everything is still working.
All right. Yeah, this was mainly to the viewers, Dimitri. You don't have to worry about anything right now.
Okay, so I think everything is back now. So the stream should still be able to hear me. Okay. Okay, so I think everything should be working now. So Dimitri, can you still hear me?
I can hear you all right.
Awesome, thank you. The stream, can you confirm that you hear my volume and Dimitri's volume? I will fix the volume. Just give me a second. Okay. So, Dimitri, can you try speaking again?
1, 1, 2, 3.
Yes? Okay, splendid. So we are all set up now. So we can get back on track. So I didn't crash the stream. I will pat myself on the back. So hi Dimitri, thank you so much for your talk. We were kind of wrestling in the background because the audio issue that I mentioned has been plaguing me since I started playing the pre-recording. So as a result, I must say that I wasn't able to follow the second half of your talk, but you already have quite a lot of questions on the pad, and would you be able to answer some of them? Or if you have anything else to add, maybe before the end of the conference.
I'm not I won't be able to answer all of them in full, but I can respond to each of them. I will hope to do so.
Awesome.
All right. Should I start?
Yes, sure, please.
All right. So the first question, it's a long one. Why are overlays slow compared to text properties? Parents believe to understand that it is in part only due to get element n in vector versus list. If so, then why don't we change that? There could be a text property called overlays that lookup would also be like a vector. What benefits does the data structure currently used for overlays have that make that undesirable? Would a mixed approach make sense? I.e. allow non-modifying lookups to use the cached overlays, so just stored in the overlay text. Okay, so first of all, you can't really use overlay text property because when you modify a text property, it changes the buffer, it runs the modification hooks. Even if you inhibit changes to set hooks, for instance, with the macro with silent modifications, which includes a bunch of local bindings, I think it might still change the buffer modification stick. What's the name of the variable? But the question itself is good. Why don't we do something about it? Yes, it's because of the data structure. I haven't really, got into a lot of the details, but as far as I know, there is a ongoing project which, ebbs and flows. I think there was one developer trying to do that. Then there was another. It was the last news for it about it was like half a year ago, maybe. It's all in Emacs Devel. If you join the list, you can even ask the same question there. Someone might point you at the exact discussion. Maybe even I could do it, but I couldn't find it right now in the 3 minutes since I have read the question, so I can't give you the exact link. But there was almost a working patch last time I checked, except it encountered some problems with, integration of something with something. The idea of the patch is not to implement overlays on top of text properties, is to use a similar data structure as the one is used by text properties, which would give them the overlays a similar performance characteristics as text properties. That's the idea as far as I remember.
Yeah, and I would say don't worry about not being able to answer the question. I think you did a beautiful job at it, so don't worry about it. You might, though, want to move maybe to another question, because you do have quite a lot of time. We have about 6 minutes to answer as many of them as possible. This
was mentioned twice in the whole list. It's the question 1 and question 6. Okay, there's something else there. Okay, second question. As a non-programmer, would those sorts of optimizations be helpful to do in a personal init.el file? Probably not. Unless you are already doing something performance intensive in there with a lot of data or something, then you could do that, take a look. But as I said, first you do your stuff, then you figure out if your stuff is slow for the purposes that you're using them for. And if your init file contains some implementation, some commands you are using, then, which is probably not, since you said you're not a programmer, then you're not really the audience for this talk. But today you're not a programmer, tomorrow you might as well will be, or try to automate your work in some other ways, and you're going to be a programmer anyway. All right. Hope I answered that.
Yeah.
Third question. What's a good approach in benchmarking destructive operations? If you delete elements from a list in place, all subsequent runs will be artificially fast. I think I gave an example at the last section, which was unfortunately abbreviated, but you can probably see the whole file, almost of the file in the left window during the talk. Which compares different libraries. I set up a list of strings there at the top, and then some of the operations down the list were destructive. So I plugged in a copy sequence in those comparisons. And of course, you need to benchmark this copy sequence with the same number of iterations as well, so you can mentally subtract that and figure out how long the actual code is taking. I hope that was easier to understand. I hope I got that.
I think so, but also I don't think, today we mostly development talks. We did warn people that we would have one last general talk at the end of the day, which I forgot to mention in the intro actually. But don't worry too much. I think you have a lot of seasoned eLisp developers / maintainers / whatever you want in a chat.
I was hoping this talk could, give an intro to people who are not that experienced. So maybe. All right. So the question number 4. CLIP constructors, getters, and setters usually expand into multiple levels of LED bindings. As far as I understand, every LED binding is an extra memory allocation. Do you recommend avoiding CLDevStruct in favor of pure lists / vectors? Basically, no. I mean, at some point, you might find that the whole interaction is too much for your code which you're working with. if you're exhausted other optimization opportunities. But at first, if till destruct helps your code organization, you should use that, because it makes it easier to read, easier to understand, and consequently easier to optimize as well. Because if you can understand what's going on, it's better to fit in your head. So I would not recommend it. Starting with avoiding CL destruct, but at some point, okay, you might go with the pure values. And also, there is a keyword in CL destruct definition which allows you to change the underlying data type. So originally it's a struct, but you can switch it to a list, to a vector. But in the end, I benchmarked different options recently with a certain project I was working on, and I didn't find enough of a performance difference between them. So maybe try it for yourself, maybe not. And again, if we're talking about constructors, sometimes you only construct a value once, but then you can use it multiple times. So it depends on the code. Okay, is it possible to optimize some Emacs packages by making use of code compiled from other languages like C or Common Lisp, i.e. in the same way Python is able to import C code? The answer is yes. You can use C or Rust using the modules, Emacs modules. I think that's the word. I haven't really done that. I'm more of a high-level programmer, so to speak. But there are... Okay. But there are a number of existing modules you can search on the web and use as examples, for instance. One thing to keep in mind is that, again, it depends on what you are writing, because you might find that the transition between the Emacs proper and the module, it depends on how much passing of the data you need to do between the to the function you're trying to speed up. Like there's this boundary between the module and the Emacs itself, which will do some copying, for instance, to avoid garbage collection problems. As far as I remember, I haven't done that myself. So it's like with Python and C code. If you can manage to move the whole chunk of your computation into C, let it boil inside, and then get some simple data out, then this is the ideal scenario for this kind of optimization. If you need a lot of intro talk, then it might vary. So try it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you so much, Dimitri, for all your answers. So we're gonna do something kind of like yesterday now. So Dimitri, you are currently in a BBB room. Sorry, BBB, Big Blue Button, Big Blue Button, Big Blue Button, and we're going to make this room available as we did yesterday. So you will be able to ask more questions to Dimitri. In the meantime, on the main stream, what we're gonna do is that we're gonna move to the next pre-recording. So as yesterday, if you go to the schedule page, let me just find it out. No, that's not. That's the chat. Where's my schedule page? I can't find it. This one should be good.
Alright.
There you go. Okay, it's right above my head. So Dimitri, we can't see you on stream just in a second.
Otherwise, everybody thinks for listening.
I can't seem to get audio anymore. So, not sure what's going on here. So I can't hear you anymore, Dimitri.
Thank you.
So, bye-bye. I think the stream can hear you, but I can't interact with you. So if you look above my head now, if you go to Dimitri's talk and you click on the talk page, at the top you will have a link to the live Q&A. And if you click there, you will be in a room where I am right now with Dimitri. By the way, I'm going to leave the room now in case people want to join and I can keep talking. So bye-bye, Dimitri. Thank you so much for all your answers. All right. So as a result, do click on this link if you want to join the BBB room. We are also streaming that room to... oh, yes, sorry. Dimitri will be staying in the BBB room. I forgot to tell him to do so. I mean, you can do this if you hear me right now. So we will also be streaming this live Q&A with Dimitri, extended live Q&A on the alt stream. So if you want to juggle between two streams, the main one and the alt one, feel free to do so. And in the meantime, we're going to get started on the next talk. The next talk, if you look at the schedule again above my head, is by... Let me just... Oh, sorry. My notes have been messed with, and now I can't see where I am. Just give me a second. There we go. Is it Eric Anderson's talk after? No, this is Adam Leva. Okay, something went terribly wrong with my notes, folks. I'm really sorry. Let me just try to look at it. Where is it? Tweet it. Yes, that's the one. Okay, so the next talk, as you can see above my head, is TreeEdit's Structural Editing for Java, Python, C, and beyond. And it's by Ethan Leber. So now that... yes, okay. So now that TreeSitter can give Emacs Lisp access to more information about your code, what can you do with it? So Ethan demonstrates TreeEdit, which lets you work with your code in terms of logical units. So let's get started with the next one. If I can find the link, just give me a second. Structural edit. Okay, I'm having a problem, so let me just do it better. Okay, I'll be back after the talk. See you in a bit.
Hi, my name is Ethan, and today I'm
Okay, just give me a second, folks. I can't find the MPV stream. It's somehow not loaded. Gotta try again.
Hi.
Okay, so now I'm on prereq. Why is it not working? No, that's the pad. Where is it? No. What is going on? No, don't look at my webcam settings. Not sure what's going on. Folks, I'll be back with just a second. Sorry, I'll need about 30 seconds to try to figure this one out.
Hi, my name is Ethan.
Okay, folks, so I managed to get it working now. So really sorry about the delay. We're going to get started with the talk. See you in a bit.
And today I'm going to be speaking about TreeEdit, which is a package which aims to bring structural editing to everyday languages. So what is structural editing? The way that we typically write code today is working with characters, words, lines, paragraphs, and so on, and these objects have no real relation to the structure of programming languages. In contrast, TreeEdit's editing operations map exactly to the structure of the programming language, which is typically in a tree form with different types of nodes such as identifiers, expressions, and statements. And using this structure, it can enable much more powerful editing operations, and crucially, editing operations that map much more closely to the way that we think about code. TreeEdit was inspired by Parrot and Lispy, which are two great Lisp structural editors. However, what makes TreeEdit unique is that it can work with many languages, such as some of the more mainstream languages like C, Java, Python, and so on. So now I'm going to show off TreeEdit in action working with a Java program. So we can see on the left we have a syntax tree, and the node in bold is what I call the current node. So instead of the concept of a cursor where we have a point into the space, we instead work with a current node which all our editing operations take place upon. So we can move up and down, or rather side to side, move inwards, down to the children of the tree, back up to the... We can also jump to a node by its type. So we're going to jump to a variable declaration. We can jump to an if statement. And as you might have noticed, TreeEdit by default uses a Vim style mode of editing. So it's a verb, which would be jump, and then a type, which would be if statement. So now I'll show off the syntax tree modification in action. So if I delete this delete me node, we can see the node is deleted and also the comma is removed since it's no longer needed. We can add some nodes back in. Here we just have a placeholder node called tree, which we can solve out with whatever we like. So if we want to put in, for example, a plus or minus operator, it'll put these two tree things here since there needs to be something there, but we can go fill them out as we like. So that's what that is. And then I'll delete these again. Next we can see raising. So if I raise reader, then it will replace the outer function call with the node itself. I could raise it again. And the opposite operation to that is wrapping. So I can wrap reader back into function call. And I could wrap this again if I wanted to. So that is wrapping. And we can also do it on a statement level. So if I want to wrap this in an if statement, I can wrap if statement, and there we go. And let's just raise it back up. Raise it again. There we go. Finally, I'll show off slurping and barfing, which a little bit gross words, but I think it accurately describes the action. So let me just add a couple breaks here. So let's say we want this this if statement and a couple of breaks to be inside of the while. So we can just slurp this up, and if we don't actually want them, we can barf them back out. So that's where those words that are come from. And we can just delete as we please. So yeah, that's a quick overview of the tree editing plugin in action. So now I want to talk a little bit about the implementation of TreeEdit. So TreeEdit uses the treesitter parser to convert text into a syntax tree. And treesitter is used by GitHub for its syntax highlighting, and it's available in a bunch of editors, including Emacs. So it's a fairly standard tool. However, the unique part about TreeEdit is how it performs correct editing operations on the syntax tree and then converts that back into text. So to do that, we use minicanron. And minicanron is an embedded domain-specific language for logic programming. So what exactly does that mean? In our case, it's just an Emacs Lisp library called the reason, which exposes a set of macros, which enables us to program in this logic programming style. So I'm not going to get into the details of how logic programming works. However, one of the most unique aspects about it is that we can define a predicate and then figure out all the inputs to the predicate that would hold to be true. So in this case, we have our query variable q, which will be what the output is, and we are asking for all the values of q that pass this predicate of being set equal to 1, 2, 3, 4. So if we execute this, it will take a little time. Shouldn't be taking this long. Oh, there it goes. We can see that it's generated a bunch of different answers that are all set equal to 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's just a bunch of different permutations of that. So we can extend this notion to a parser. So in TreeEdit, we've defined a parser in reason, and we can use that parser to figure out any tokens that match the type of node that we're trying to generate. So if I execute this, we can see that reason has generated these 5 answers that match what a try statement is in Java. So here we can see we can have an infinite amount of catches, optionally ending with a finally, and we always have to start with a try and a block. We can see this again with an argument list. We have the opening and closing parentheses and expressions which are comma delimited. Now for a more complex example, and something that is along the lines of what's in TreeEdit, is if we have this x here and we want to insert another expression, so x comma y. So we can assert that there's some new tokens and we want an expression to be in those new tokens, and we can essentially state where we want these new tokens to go within the old list of tokens. So we're placing it after the previous expression, before the closed parentheses, and then we can state that the whole thing parses. So if we run that, we can see that as we wanted earlier, which was a comma and then expression, we have that here as well. We can see this again. Here the only change is that we've moved the tokens to be before the expression, so we want to put an expression before this x, so we want something like y comma x. And if we execute that, we can see that it is correctly asserted that it would be an expression and then a comma afterwards. One last example is if we have an if statement and we want to add an extra block, we can see that it correctly figures out that we need an else in order to have another statement in an if statement. So, next steps for TreeEdit. The core of TreeEdit is in place, but there's a lot of usability features to add and a lot of testing that needs to be done in order to iron out any bugs that exist. I'd like to add support for as many languages as is possible. I think my next step will probably be Python. There's some performance improvements that need to be made, since using this logic programming language is fairly intensive. There's some optimizations both on the library side and on TreeEdit side that can be made. Contributors are of course welcome, as TreeEdit is an open source project. For future work, I think the prospect of voice control development with TreeEdit is actually something that's really exciting, since syntax can be very cumbersome when you're working with voice controlled software. So I can envision something like saying jump to identifier, add plus operator, jump to if statement, wrap if statement in while. So that's something I'd like to investigate. I also would just like to provide the core functionality of TreeSitter as something that can be used as a library for other projects, such as refactoring packages or other non-Vim style approaches, and just making the syntax generation available for reuse. Finally, I'd like to thank the authors of Reason and eLisp TreeSitter, which in turn packages TreeSitter itself, since TreeEdit relies very heavily on these two packages. And I'd also like to thank the author of Lispy, since a lot of the design decisions when it comes to the editing operations are based very heavily on Lispy. So that's the end of my talk. Thank you for watching.
Okay, and we're back. Hi Ethan, can you hear me? Can you try this one more time, please?
Hello?
Yes, okay, everything is working. I think your microphone is a little low. Let me just fix this real quick. Can you try one more time?
Sure, how's it sound now?
I think it sounds perfect. Thank you.
Great.
Hi, thank you so much for your talk. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I got a bus ride in 40 minutes, but I'll try to quickly answer as much as I can.
Oh, I mean,
So,
we have about 3 minutes of question, I think, right now.
okay.
So you'll be right in
I guess
time
that's-
for your bus. Let me just try to get your pictures out. Okay, awesome. So do you have the pad in front of you right now?
Yep, should I just dive in?
Yeah, sure, please.
Okay, lightning round. I just scrolled out of.
You can
Okay.
Control F your name.
Yeah, I'm back. So would we be able to do things like extract statement to a variable? Yeah, I think that would be possible. The sort of idea is that you have these small composable functions, like add a node, remove a node, and you can sort of just combine these to make more complex operations. For example, wrap is just really two exchange operations happening. How do treat and compopulate compare? There's a couple differences I've surmised. I think they do have a lot of similarities, but I think compopulate is supposed to sort of complement the traditional text editing style, where triad aims to mostly replace that style. And also, I think in its current state, triad has more advanced editing operations, like the whole reason parser thing, which allows for the syntax generation stuff. Are similar packages for structural editing common in other editors? I think Emacs is definitely a trendsetter when it comes to the structural editing space. I haven't really seen much outside of Emacs packages. Okay, thank you. How difficult to imagine adding more languages to Triad will be? It's explicitly designed to be as easy as possible to add new languages. I've been trying to do Python recently, and it does have some difficulties because it's not completely context-free because of the whole indent and dedent thing. But for any like similar C-style languages like Java or C, C++, should just be a drop-in replacement. Could Triad be made to work with org? I haven't really thought about that, honestly. That could be interesting. I need to think about that.
Right. So I think I'm gonna stop you there, unless you really. Oh,
okay.
Someone deleted the entire
No, that's
pad. It's the
absolutely
first time
fine.
it happened this year. Yay! Okay, we're back. Okay, let me try to find the question again. Well, as a result, I was going to ask you: is there any last question you would like to answer before I let you go?
I think that's fine. I'll probably head out now. If there's anything else in the pad when I get in the bus, I can.
Okay, amazing.
Answer those.
So you did let me, you did let us know that you would have to catch a ride in 30 minutes, but would you be available to stay in a BBB room to answer some question of people just for maybe 10 minutes or so?
I think I have to go, but I'll try to answer.
Sorry,
in
I'm
the
not
pad
hearing
if
you anymore. I
possible.
just need to run a command real quick. Okay, I can hear you again, please.
I was saying that I think I have to run now, but I'll try to answer anything in the pad.
Sure, okay. Well, therefore, as a result, thank you so much for your presentation and the time you took to answer the question. And
Yeah,
well,
pleasure to be here.
I guess we'll wish you a happy ride then.
Thanks.
Bye-bye. Okay, so folks, as a result, that was Ethan, right? Oh, sorry. I switched. Yes, that was Ethan. Sorry. So as a result, we won't be having a longer Q&A session with Ethan right now, and we'll get started. Well, we'll get started with the next talk. So the next one, if we look at the schedule, let me just get the page up as usual. If you look up, the next one is by Eric Anderson, and it is Yuck Shaving to a UI Framework. Now, Emacs is pretty good at dealing with text, but what if you want to make something a little more complicated? Well, Eric shows a text user interface framework for this. Well, it feels like every single intro that I've done for this talk, you know, I try really hard not to read or to make it seem like I'm reading stuff, but somehow I'm utterly failing at this, and I do sincerely apologize for how robotic this all sounded. Okay, let's get started with the next talk.
Hi, I'm Eric Anderson, and I'll be talking about TUI, a user interface framework that I've written in Emacs Lisp. First, I want to talk a bit about the problem space of user interface development. Specifically, I want to quickly illustrate some of the complexities involved with UI implementation in Emacs. In Emacs, we have the ubiquitous buffer object type that forms the container for most content in Emacs. Most interfaces we interact with consist of character-based content in a buffer that's presented in a window and frame. Although the underlying content may be textual, Emacs has capable APIs to present rich content. The pervasiveness of buffers affords us wonderful flexibility. This presentation, for instance, is running in an Emacs buffer. Using Emacs's built-in basic button library, we can insert an interactive button that shows a message in the mini buffer when clicked. What about UIs that express application state? Most applications don't have a static UI. As application state changes, the UI should change to display the desired content. One simplifying strategy is to simply re-render the entire UI upon any change. First erase the contents of the buffer, and then reinsert your UI again with desired changes and restore things like point and region. Basic composition is possible with this approach. Simply insert the elements of the UI in sequence. Complex elements can be composed of multiple sub-elements. UIs can be made extensible and expose this composition, for example, with insertion hooks like Magit status sections hook. This generally relies on elements being well behaved, inserting themselves and not affecting the rest of the buffer. If we find ourselves with complex UIs, large buffers, long lines, or poor rendering performance, we might consider partial UI updates rather than re-rendering completely. In that case, the complexity for maintaining a UI quickly increases. As accessible as buffers are, we don't have high-level abstractions for managing portions of a UI rendered to a buffer. It's left up to the programmer to track and update UI state. This is generally done by one of two methods: reflection, searching for strings or text properties within the buffer, or tracking segments of a UI buffer manually using numeric offsets or marker or overlay objects. Here we have a basic timer component that shows elapsed time after it's inserted. It works but has several problems. It doesn't restore the user's point or mark, so it snaps back after every render, after every update. It relies on singleton global state, so isn't designed to coexist with other instances of itself. It doesn't use a marker, so it's sensitive to content preceding it, following it, changing in the buffer. The update logic doesn't even consider which buffer it's trying to update. If I switch buffers, it will insert into another buffer or even the mini buffer. It can't remove itself or re-render if it gets corrupted, as you see. All in all, it's not a readily composable component. Addressing these components within this logic further increases the implementation complexity of this component, and still this component would likely have various subtle differences with other components implemented by other authors. For those of you unfamiliar with this term, yak shaving is a, quote, technical term for any seemingly pointless activity which is actually necessary to solve a problem, which solves a problem which several levels of recursion later solves the real problem you're working on. The itch that led to this project was the desire to display a dense summary of local Git repository statuses, encountering various implementation complexity for building UI elements. It led to the yak shaving endeavor that produced TUI. When I wrote the library, I had recently played with the popular UI framework called React and had an interest in learning about the internal architecture of React. So rather than implement a string caching layer on top of tabulated list mode, I was rather inclined to go down the path of implementing the React API for Emacs Lisp. I'll offer a brief view of the TUI Emacs Lisp API. Inserting component content is pretty straightforward. You take a component tree and render it in an Emacs buffer. If any elements in that tree are updated, their respective content on the tree is updated automatically. Here's a basic re-implementation of the strawman timer from earlier using a macro for syntactic trigger. You'll notice that the signature includes its own object reference, arguments, and state. Associating arguments and state with a component instance out of the box makes it easy to design reusable components and forms the basis for partial UI updates. The component rendering anchors are durable, so content can be added and removed surrounding content, or even within the region of the component and replaced when it re-renders. Components will also cleanly remove themselves from a buffer when instructed to. TUI contains the core implementation of the React API, so components, their constituent props, state, and all of the lifecycle methods associated with them, as well as keys, refs, and the fundamental reconciliation algorithm of React. There are a variety of React APIs other React APIs that haven't been implemented yet. It contains some useful features so far, such as hot reloading, reflection, and various debugging tools, and some reconciliation logging. Lastly, I'd like to give you a quick visual taste of components built with TUI. The grid view that motivated my development of this package is very similar to Magit's list repositories functionality. Essentially tabulated list mode, but portable and has a separated model and presentation layers. Here's a basic XKCD comic viewer showing a couple classics. A long-standing React tutorial is building a tic-tac-toe game. There's a bit of a gimmick, and I'm not quite satisfied with the buffer indirection, but it got me thinking about layout engines with text, so it was interesting. And here's a small Unicode character viewer. Capable of showing a bunch of characters. So if this piques your interest, I would encourage you to check it out. TUI should be usable by anyone with some basic eLisp familiarity. No prior knowledge about Emacs, no prior knowledge about JavaScript or React is necessary. I'd absolutely love to talk with people about the TUI package, textual user interfaces in general, and really anything in Emacs. If you have any ideas, feedback, or want to contribute, please reach out. Thank you all for listening.
Okay, so we seem to be back. Just give me a second to get all the audio working. Do we have everything that we need here? I think we do. Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, I can't hear you, but the stream is. Just give me a second to run a quick command again. Okay. There we go. Okay, can you try speaking again, please?
Test. I'm here.
Yes, I can. Splendid, amazing. So how are you doing, Eric? Sorry.
I'm doing pretty good, thanks.
Awesome. So do you have the pad open on your end?
Yes, I do. I see a couple questions.
Yes, so don't worry about, you can share your screen, you can do all the demo you want. I'm showing the question on screen. So as long as you can see them, it's fine. The stream can as well.
Cool. Well, I hope my talk wasn't too rushed. I've tried to fit as much content in 10 minutes as possible. And ultimately, ironically, I have some extra time now to answer questions and can do a little bit more of a demo if people are curious about like the API. So I guess I'll jump into the questions. So a common issue I have with Magit status buffers is that focus gets lost easily when staging hunks, since scroll gets lost during re-render. Magit attempts at recovering. Are we getting Magit TUI? Certainly would be compatible. I have not thought about it. Although I have used TUI personally within Magit status sections hook. So like you could use TUI within hooks and Magit's existing API. All right. Can we update images as well? I guess I'm not quite sure what you mean by that question. With the XKCD, I'm thinking like updating images here.
So I believe the question is being specified, like SVG or the comics you show.
Oh, I don't, certainly anything you could do with XKCD, so like SVG thing could certainly be plugged into the API and you can interact with that. And TUI would largely just stand by and wait for updates to reconcile. Have you played with any diagram like UML sequence diagrams? I've played a little bit with the Git log tree algorithm. And it'd be nice to have some like UML diagrams that automatically update as state changes. But no, I haven't published any components. Does TUI implement some sort of DOM model? Yes. I didn't have time during my talk to get into that, but yes, there's sort of a virtual DOM similar to React's model that it maintains a structure of a tree of components. And the interesting thing with the React algorithm is the fundamental reconciliation algorithm. So in a declarative fashion, let's see, I think I've got auto completion somewhere. React lets you focus on composition and just declaratively expressing your components, and you write your component with the assumption that it just re-renders, and React performs various optimizations. So only when something that is rendered is different from what was previously rendered do things actually change on screen. And it sounds rather labor intensive, but the algorithm is rather simple, and the actual updates that are performed using the virtual DOM are quite minimal. Question 5, how does performance compare with other libraries like Ewok, Magit section, tabulated list? Example, to render a view with thousands of elements. And thank you for your work on this. It's very exciting. Well, I appreciate it. The performance, so TUI definitely needs various optimization. I would expect probably Ewok and tabulated list to perform better generally. The difficulty that I encountered and sort of was the axe-shaving endeavor of this project was that you have certain business logic that is time intensive, and you have other rendering and formatting logic. And using those libraries, it's not natural to combine those concerns. And so TUI can potentially be better. It just sort of depends on applying the patterns.
Okay, so
are you planning to?
Yeah, just to give you an idea of how much time we have left, we have about 2 minutes left on stream on main. So try to select the question if you may.
Okay. Am I planning to contribute TUI.el to Emacs core? Yeah, I would totally be open to that. I have signed a contributor agreement, so eventually, once it's polished and more robust. What's the memory overhead? I haven't done much memory profiling, but I suspect the memory overhead is rather significant. As yet, I have not implemented functional components, so there is a lot of bean counting involved. Would lack of concurrency, multi-threading in Emacs be an issue? I think it just depends on how your implementation for various things work. So you can write a function that chunks its work and performs it in a non-blocking way. And then I guess I wanted to give you a little bit more perspective on the component. So this is the XKCD comic viewer. And yeah, this is basic declarative composition. Like, one interesting thing that I found would be rather labor saving is just that you can attach text properties and like key maps directly to things, and so a lot less dealing with major modes and minor modes.
Yeah, I must say, as a maintainer myself, when I see definition of UI like this, it sounds really enticing, because for us, when we think about packages, we think about using frameworks which are widely available, like Transient or any of the older Emacs ones. But it always kind of limits you in a way of what you're able to do. Like when you use Transient, well, you know that you're gonna have something that behaves like Nugget. And what I really like about your proposition here is that you can have the level of gradiency that you want, and you're not being limited by not being limited in Emacs is a usual rule, I suppose, but even more so in terms of UI, thanks to your code. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Okay, so Eric, you did, correct me if I'm wrong, but you are able to answer questions in the BBB room now, right?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So what we're going to do, folks, I'm just, as usual, going to direct you to the schedule page. So if you look at the schedule and you look for Eric Anderson talk, you click on the talk, and at the top of the page, you will see the live Q&A URL. And we will also be streaming this to the alternative stream. So Eric, thank you so much. I'll be letting you go now, answer the question on the stream. So don't leave the room, just stay there. And I will probably see you later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, amazing. Oh, I think Eric was still talking. Damn it, I couldn't hear him again. Let me just rerun the command again. Okay, it should be fixed now. So I'm going to get us started with the next talk now. So just give me a second. Okay, so the next talk, if we look at the schedule right above me, is a talk by Andrea, which is Moldable Emacs, a step forwards towards sustainable software. Now, you can use Emacs to transform data, and that data can come from anywhere. So Andrea demonstrates some of the ways he uses Emacs Lisp to play with ideas and figure things out. So let's get started.
Welcome to my talk, Moldable Emacs, a step towards sustainable software. Who am I? I'm Andrea, I work as a closure software engineer somewhere in the middle of the UK, and I inherited my passion for Emacs from my PhD supervisor, and from that moment on I got in a synergy with it, and you can learn more about my interest and my Emacs adventure at ag91.github.io. So let's get in the talk. Why moldable development? There is too much information to read it all. Reading is very difficult. It's a very slow activity. You need to go word by word or paragraph by paragraph if you speed read. But anyway, you take a lot of time to absorb that information. And we urgently need to stand on the shoulders of giants. So the idea is we should stop doing always the same error, and we should be able to absorb as much of the good idea that the bright people around us generate. For example, if I create a magnificent program in COBOL and nobody knows anymore how to learn, read COBOL, and in order to read you take a lot of time, well, that fantastic idea should be easily translatable to C, or to Clojure, or to Common Lisp, or the language that will come after. The idea shouldn't be lost in a code base somewhere in an old mainframe. It should be still accessible. Let's get in practice. What does it mean? It means that, for example, the proponents of moldable development created this slide to give a sense. So the idea is, look at this. What is here? So you will see that all these little things look like the same. The first time I looked at it, this was looking like a class diagram. This is actually code. It's describing little system, and if you look and if you read, you can see that there is a numerator, a denominator. So this, you see, it's interactive because it's code. It's something that is running, and it's an object because this is Smalltalk or Faro, a dialect of Smalltalk. But in the next slide, since this is a moldable tool, you can see that there is a representation of the same software in a new human way. So for example, here you can see there is a mathematical formula. The other object, the second one, was a file system kind of thing, and the third one was an image, and the last one was a sort of a graph. So you can see that there is a better way to learn, to distinguish, to intuitively get a sense. And there is not only a single way, it's a custom according to what you need. So for example, this is a very general way to understand what is this object about, but maybe you want to see some other little things. For example, the documentation of the code, because you are interested in developing with it. Or for example, an image, you can see it as a path on the file system, or as an hexadecimal representation. You understand? There is not only one view. You need to have the view that you need at the moment, and your tool needs to make this easy for you. So, why moldable Emacs? Yeah, I wanted to bring that idea of having multiple view representations of your of what you need to understand better in Emacs. And so I want to create immediate storytelling. Immediate because it needs to be very quick, and storytelling is because you want to have a connection from something that you needed to develop it in something new. So you are really telling a story. So what is this mathematical formula I created because I need this, or this numerator and denominator produce this number. So this is a story that you are telling in my mind. And I want multiple views for buffers. Buffers is the main concept in Emacs, and so buffers are what I want to integrate in a story. So I create a buffer, then I start manipulating it, creating a view, and then another view in order to tell something to myself, in order to learn, but also to tell something to others. So for example, let's start from a use case, learning better. I had at work a list of changes for a pull request, so a code change, and I was very tired. I couldn't understand what this match text was about. So what I created a view for myself to understand it easily. And for me, understanding it easily, for example, was a little flow diagram that showed me, okay, there is first this, and this. You understand? And so I could follow, having it next to the change, having this image next to the change. And this is describing an Italian recipe for pasta with butter. So if you want to try, you're welcome. It's very tasty. Anyway, the other thing that we can do is query text, structured text. So for example, we are in an org. This presentation is an org mode buffer. So when I call a playground, that is one of the modes that lets me write some Lisp to query the original buffer, if I evaluate this, you will see that I have just asked my org mode buffer to tell me the content length of the headings with some interesting content. So all the headings that were third level. You understand? I've just asked a file to tell me its contents without reading it. Or we can do something similar for code. We can do I don't know Python, I have no idea what is written there, but I want to know which function is the most complex. or is overcomplicated. And I have defined in red, so again I don't need to read the number, I don't know either what it's about. So I've written in red that I've shown in red the function with more complexity, and I can jump to it. So everything is very accessible to facilitate my operation and my understanding. Or I can take notes. So for example, I can annotate something, and you see the notes is again structured text, because you will know that I'm gonna query my notes at some point. And for example, I can show all my notes, for example, by mode, or I can show all the notes by mode in org mode, because as being structural text, I can manipulate it very easily. And so these are all my notes. And finally, the superpower of this moldable Emacs is the fact that you can compose molds. So for example, let's go in showing all my notes. Let me show you all my notes, and then say that I want to know how they are, how many lines have these notes. Look, this is the answer. So of all the notes I take, I can actually query and say what are the answers, what are their length. But let me show something more. Which one is the longest note? And now there are a lot of notes in there, so it's difficult to know. But what if I can, in a click, generate a view that is very immediate? Look, there is a note that is very long. It's about 35 lines. Do you understand? I didn't read any note. This is all coming from being able to query your text and having multiple representation. Okay, so my presentation is very short. So what is next? Next is to integrate integrate molds with other software like Code Compass. I did a presentation last year, and I want to make those nice diagrams available for small molds, so that you can use them, for example, for notes or text that you have. Want to integrate better with Nix, the Common Lisp browser, because there is a lot of opportunity there to make funny things, a browser accessible for molding. And then having some interaction with Smalltalk through Glamorous Toolkit, so that we can have the best tools, Emacs and Glamorous Toolkit and Nix and others, to work together to make our learning easy. Then you have seen that all my molds that I have shown were basically by buffer. I want to have project statistics. What about, give me the complexity of all the functions in a project, of all the paragraphs or whatever. And then there is a nice issue on my issue tracker for moldable Emacs is about Emacs. Tell me how can I compose the molds that I have to make new things. And it is a sort of a researchy thing that is pretty cool. So if you want to learn more, just check out ag91.github.io, check out the moldable Emacs on GitHub, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Bye.
Okay, and we are back. So that was Andrea. Thank you so much, Andrea, for your talk. I believe you are right now watching the stream. And Andrea is also both on ISC and on the pad to answer questions. So if you look in the pad for Andrew's name, if I can show you the pad real quick. No, that's Firefox. Oh, what is going on here? Where's my pad? No. Okay, there we go. I do have the pad. So if you look for Andrea's name, you will be able to write your questions here, and Andrea will be able to answer them. So thank you so much, Andrea. Okay, without further ado, I'm going to get us started on the next talk of the day. So the next talk is by Laszlo, and it is extending the model of Emacs to other applications. Let me just give me a second to try to get on my notes. Okay, so could Emacs be the center of your software ecosystem, talking to other applications through something like org mode? Well, Laszlo shares some ideas on this, and as we had many org mode talks yesterday, and we were talking about organization, what about making your entire system actually centered around Emacs? So let us see what Laszlo has to say on this. See you after.
Hello everyone, my name is Laszlo Krajnikovski, and today I would like to share some ideas about extending the model of Emacs to other applications. Brief introduction of myself. I am from Budapest, Hungary, and I have a background in financial economics, but by occupation I run a software development company where I mostly do product management, and I try to do most of my work from Emacs. And I've been using it for the past 2 or 3 years as a computer science hobby, and this fascinating piece of software taught me a lot of different concepts about the software architecture and programming languages, and also raised a lot of philosophical questions about the human-computer interaction. I've been mostly using it for organizing my personal information, writing notes, and tracking my agenda. But occasionally I've also used it for reading and writing code, and for also reading news, email, and browsing the web. And what do I mean by the model of Emacs? For me, the model of Emacs is about the interaction model. And it's not, Emacs is just a tool for interacting with the computer. It's sort of a universal interface that allows for consistency across different apps, because everything is brought down to a Emacs buffer, which is a text-oriented interface. But that can have consistent key binding scheme, where they have consistent color scheme and consistent workflow in general. And also Emacs has a lot of functionality and utilizes mnemonic key bindings for calling functions, which is much more powerful than navigating contextual menus with a pointer, because the functions that are repeated the most are then ingrained into the muscle memory, and therefore reducing the lag between the thought that is occurring in your mind and its reflection on your computer screen. And also Emacs provides a huge number of packages that can all be inspected and modified and extended and recombined, and just provides a best possible malleable system experience that can potentially lead to almost any desired setup for the end user. So Emacs is great, but I need to use a lot of different other tools to collaborate with my coworkers, with my clients and vendors, and on a normal day I would need to be switching between 5 to 6 different web applications and chat applications, and they all have same flaws. They all lack customizability, because it was never intended by the original developers of the app that the end user can tinker with with the product they're creating. But also those apps are cloud-based and usually not very good for privacy, and this also creates limitations for offline-based workflows, or for in general not relying on the internet connection to use something. And all these applications, they create a situation when there's a lot of context switching between different apps, and this context switching comes from different color schemes, different workflows in general for different apps. So there is always this little frame of time where you need to kind of like orient yourself in this other applications. And of course after time it gets more automated, but still this context switching is very bad for the productivity. And these apps don't support very well the keyboard driven workflows, because the default set of key bindings is always limited, and you always need to resort to mouse driven workflows. But Emacs has some issues as a tool for work as well. And first of all, it lacks the integration with all these tools, so I constantly need to be switching between Emacs and these applications, basically my web browser. And Emacs is very good for text input and for editing text, but it's not always perfect for reading information from an Emacs buffer, because it doesn't render images in HTML properly. And also Emacs lacks performance under heavy load, so when you try to run too many things in parallel, the single-threaded nature of Emacs just makes it hang, and for this reason I wouldn't rely on Emacs to take care of all my system processes. And of course it has some legacy UI limitation, being a software that is written over 40 years ago. So this results in a very limited usability on mobile and other touch devices. So I've been thinking about a hybrid approach that you could still use Emacs as a core of your life and then extend it with adjacent web applications, and where Emacs can be used as a sort of text processing backend and use org mode files as a universal format for converting textual data. And then if Emacs can be connected with those applications that I mentioned a couple of slides before through their API, and you can have a two-way communication between them and just export in JSON, let's say, and then convert to org mode, and then use the org mode for this local web app, then you can use Emacs for editing in org mode. But then you can use this adjacent web application for viewing information, making small edits, and in general possibly have an enhanced user-defined UI that is directly connected to Emacs. And Emacs application framework is a project that tries to achieve a common goal. It tries to achieve that through displaying everything in the Emacs buffer. Whereas I'm thinking if it can be displayed in any web browser, but utilize Emacs application framework API as a bridge between eLisp and Python and JavaScript, so you can use the modern front-end frameworks to create those web interfaces easier and connect them with Emacs functionality. So these user-controlled web apps would basically result in a user connecting to this external cloud-based tool, let's say Asana, but then process everything through org mode and then display in an org mode file, or display it in this enhanced way through the adjacent local web app, a front end for which could be written in any JS framework for front end development. So yeah, and I encourage everyone in the community who is interested in the similar questions to share their opinion about the potential risks and drawbacks, about any other ways to achieve a similar goal, if anyone else is doing this already that I might not know about, and in general just share ideas about what else can be done to integrate Emacs with more stuff, and how Emacs can become more approachable by non-technical users, because I would love to see more people using Emacs, to be honest. Yeah, thank you very much for listening to this talk. I will be taking questions and feedback in the pod after the conference, and you can reach me through this email, laslo@laslo.is, and I'll be posting some more detailed articles and description idea that I was trying to present today.
Okay, and we are back. So Sadly, Laszlo did say that he would be available for questions. Laszlo is out an emergency and won't be able to join us with questions. So if you do have questions for him, I do invite you to write them down in the pad, which I'm going to show if everything still works. No, this is the one. I need to remember it. So you can put all your questions on the pad and we'll be able to forward them to Laszlo. Also, if you've written questions on ISC, feel free to paste them into this pad and we'll be able to forward the question thusly. Okay, so looking at the schedule now, we do, if you look up, have one last talk in the morning and then we'll all go on a lunch break. So this is a talk by Andrea Corallo, which is Emacs Lisp native compiler, current status and future developments. So one of the most anticipated improvements in Emacs 28 is native compilation, and Andrea shares how it's going and what's coming up next. And I think many of us who are savvy with Emacs have already moved to this, Emacs 28, just to be able to experience how smooth everything was getting as a result of it. So without further ado, let's get started with Andrea's talk, and I'll see you after.
Hi everybody, my name is Andrea Corallo, and this presentation is about the Emacs Lisp native compiler. So having GNU Emacs able to compile and run Emacs Lisp as native code. This project has been my hobby project for the last about 2.5 years, and we will see a little bit where this project is coming from, where we are, and where we want to go. So essentially everything you need to know about Emacs Lisp native compiler, and probably a little more. So just a little bit of context on Emacs Lisp. Emacs Lisp is a programming language. It's indeed a Lisp. And 1 year ago, I've looked for some statistics, and I was kind of pleased to see that, I was surprised to see actually that it's still kind of popular as a programming language. It doesn't rank that bad against other programs. Also, the other important fact about Emacs Lisp is that there is a lot of Emacs Lisp out there, and this will have an impact on this project. It's a programming language that is capable of almost any task, so it's almost a general-purpose programming language. And this reflects on Emacs itself, that it's capable of almost any task. Indeed, this almost is something that we want to fix, because we want to do everything we want, all of our computing with it. Also, an interesting aspect, at least for me, is that it's not specified by any standard. This implies that it can evolve in a more agile way without having to change the standard, and etc. And in fact, it's kind of improving, really relatively fast. A little bit about Lisp in general. Well, first, it's the best programming language ever. We all know it. It has a lot of very nice properties, like it's dynamic, it's iconic, etc. But the interesting thing for implementers is that, in theory, it can be implemented with very few primitives. So you build very few primitives that are like magic. And on top of this, you can implement a whole language. This sounds very nice and very appealing for implementers willing to implement a new Lisp implementation or improving and modifying an existing one. So the question is, how many primitives do we have to re-implement if we want to change the GNU Emacs Lisp implementation? Well, unfortunately, it's not really these are not that few as we would like. Yes, so in GNU Emacs we have about 1,500 primitives, and the main reason for that is performance. So actually, GNU Emacs was written when performance was a big issue, and still nowadays certain parts are still performance critical. So we have a lot of C code. Actually, 30% of the GNU Emacs code base is C code, and we have to maintain this. But not only, this is the main barrier for people that tried in the past to change the Emacs Lisp implementation, because not only you have to replace these primitives, all of them or part of them, but sometimes they do also share these primitives internal data structure. So, for instance, it's very difficult to say, okay, now I want to go from C to a different programming language for implementing these primitives. So this has been effectively the main barrier for solving this problem. Other interesting aspect about the GNU Emacs implementation is that Lisp can run interpreted or byte compiled for performance. And the byte compiler itself is written in Emacs Lisp. This implies that GNU Emacs has to go through a bootstrap procedure in order to be built. But it's kind of interesting for something that was that started as a text editor or something like. Yes, the bytecode that is the Emacs Lisp when it has been byte compiled. It's running a stack-based virtual machine that is implemented in C. Okay, so I've listed a bunch of areas where Emacs Lisp could improve. Namespace, extensibility, performance, and debuggability and diagnostic, we could say. This activity, this project in particular, is affecting primarily performance and in the performance area, the execution engine. That said, I think it has an impact also on extensibility, and I hope it will have an impact also on programming diagnostics. So giving better warnings, we will see more. Okay, so which are the benefits of increasing the Emacs Lisp performance? Indeed, we will have, if we do that, programs that run faster. But the main implication of that is that we could write less C, we could maintain and debug less C, that it's kind of a time-consuming task. And we could also allow for writing performance-critical extensions directly in Lisp without having to use systems like it. I think there's a bunch of, these are very consistent benefits. Okay, project goals. But I think the title of this slide maybe should be project requirements. So when I started this activity, I set some requirements to the project with the main goal in mind to go upstream. So I wanted to create something, a modified implementation of GNU Emacs that was compatible as close as to 100% as possible to the current implementation. And when I say current implementation, I don't refer to what the Emacs Lisp programming manual is specifying as expected behavior of implementation, but really the implementation itself. This is because there are a lot of corner cases that are not specified by the manual, but programs do rely on that. And given there is a ton of Emacs Lisp already around, compatibility was definitely a major requirement. I wanted to produce something that had reduced the impact on the Emacs code base, at least as much as possible. So I didn't want to rewrite all of GNU Emacs. But indeed, because it would have been too much work for one single person, but also, yes, still thinking to an upstream outcome, all of this. Another requirement was to have no or very reduced impact on the user. So I didn't want to change the way Emacs is used by you. And last but not least, introducing new dependencies. Those dependencies had to be free software, possibly GPL. And also another important requirement is that these dependencies had to be some kind of trusty software that we know is going to be maintained in the future. Even Emacs, it's around since forever and will be around forever and ever. This was another very important point. Okay, a little bit of history of this project, say a quick timeline. So 2019, in May, I did my first commit. I think it was like when I tried to write my first primitive function ever in C within GNU Emacs. And this was an attempt to try to compile, I believe, a function that was once executed, returning like 3. That was it. 6 months after about, I had something that was kind of workish. So I was able to start up a semi-standard Emacs, and then to compile and load and replacing most of the functions that I had defined and floating within my Lisp unit. Those functions are the functions that are essentially composing Emacs, at least the Lisp side of Emacs. A lot of features were missing, like I had no garbage collector support, no bootstrap. I was not optimizing these functions because optimization were a little broken. No image dump support, etc. But I think this proved that the design could work. So I sent an email to Emacs Devel. I said, I have this stuff I'm working on, and I wanted to get some feedback from the upstream to see if there was some interest. I believe the outcome of this was positive because about 1 month after, I pushed my branch within the Emacs Git as a feature branch. And shortly after, we started to use also the bug tracker to track bugs. So essentially, we moved the development on the upstream infrastructure. I believe 2 years after the first commit, the project was merged. After literally hundreds of bugs solved and improvements, suggestion and work. And this was about 6 months. Okay, so before discussing how the native compiler is working, I think it's worth of looking at how Lisp is implemented in GNU Emacs. So Lisp, we have Lisp objects that are floating around our Lisp universe, and they are internally represented in this way. So we have what is called a tagged pointer, that is just a regular pointer, that is pointing to the area of memory where we hold the real data of the object. But within this tagged pointer, we reserve a few bits to indicate the type of object we are pointing to. This is important because each time we access an object, we have to typically check those bits to check that the object we are manipulating is of the right kind. Remove those bits, and if we are happy, access to the object. Otherwise, all the objects are like this, except for typically fixed nums that are a small integer that we manage to fit directly within the. Also, for manipulating fixed num, we have to check the tag bits each time. Whenever we are not sure of the type of object we are manipulating, read almost every time, we have to check those bits and remove those bits before doing any manipulation of the fixed num. Okay, so how Emacs Lisp is byte compiled and executed in a, let's call it vanilla. So if we have a Lisp expression of this kind, so we take the variable a, we do +2, and then we multiply the result by 3. The byte compiler will produce this lat code. Lat code is essentially the assembly for the bytecode. So it's the intermediate representation, if we want, that will be assembled into byte.tlc file. How this program is executed? Well, as I mentioned, it's executed in a virtual machine that is stack-based. So we start with an execution stack that is empty and a stack pointer that is pointing to its bottom. Then we execute the first instruction that is loading within the stack, pushing in the stack the value of a, in this case 100. Then we push the constant 2. Then we do the summation, and we have the result in the stack. Same, we push the constant 3, we do the multiplication, and we will be able to return. Now, what's good and what's bad about this? The good thing is that it's very simple to start from Lisp and compile this kind of output. At least very simple. It's reasonably simple, so the compiler is not that complex. The bad thing is that all this machinery, push and pop, etc., it's very different from how a modern CPU is working. Because modern CPU, they are not anymore stack-based, but they have instead a fixed number of registers, and they work with assignment and operation within these registers that are generally called general purpose. So to execute this program, this lab program, there is another program that is the implementation of the VM itself that is essentially doing a conversion during the runtime. So it's interpreting the lab program and it's converting it in instructions that we can execute in the CPU. This conversion is done each time we will run some bytecode. And it's something that we want to avoid. Instead of this live conversion, we want to convert once our Lisp program in native code. That is a binary program that can be executed directly by our CPU. So we want to save all this unnecessary conversion that we do each time we are running a program while we are running. And we want to do this process just once when we are compiling. That's the main goal of this activity. Okay, so how the byte compiler is implemented? Well, as every compiler, it's a pipeline of transformations. We go through macro expansion, closure conversion. We have a bunch of source level optimization. Then we go into lap. That is the important transformation we are interested in. And after a few optimizations on lap is assembled into bytecode. So if we reason in terms of intermediate representations, we can simplify this pipeline like this. So we start with Lisp. certain point we are manipulating the program in lab form, and then at the end we produce the bytecode that is the VLC file. What I wanted to realize was something like this. I wanted to start from lab, do something, and jump into GCC using libgcgit, and in particular the libgcgit intermediate representation that we will discuss. Now, why I wanted to do something like this? Well, essentially, writing a compiler from scratch for Emacs Lisp would have been a very big task. So I wanted to rely on, as much as I could, on the Emacs Lisp byte compiler, because I had to produce something that was as much as compatible as possible to the current implementation. So this was, like, I believe, a very good idea to save an enormous quantity of work and to produce something that was compatible in terms of semantic with the original implementation. Also, I didn't want to implement a code generator for each architecture we were targeting. I didn't want to implement all these optimizations that are already in GCC. So I thought it was a good idea to rely on an existing compiler like GCC, let's say. Okay, so let's talk about libgcgit. It was added by David Malcolm in GCC 5. It allows you to describe a C-ish semantic to GCC and to have it compiled. And it's good for building jitters or head-of-time compiler. And if we talk about GCC, well, GCC, it's a compiler. It's a very good one. It has support for a remarkable number of target architectures. It's also very good in generating fast code. And, well, it's around since a long time. I believe it's like 1 year younger than Emacs. It's still very well maintained, and we can assume it will be maintained for quite a while. And as I mentioned, this was a very important part. Also, it's GPL, it's free software, and it's developed under the GNU umbrella. So I thought it was a very good option. So we can imagine a simple translation that goes from LAP to this subset of C that we can describe to libgcgit. Well, this simple translation, the simple translation we can see here, it's actually pretty trivial. So instead of doing operations within the execution stack that we have seen before, we have just an array that is replacing it, and it's called local in this case. And we have assignments within these arrays that are done in place of the original push and pop activity of the stack. The nice thing is that when you have done this translation, GCC will be able to optimize this and remove all the unnecessary operation and generate code for the specific CPU you are targeting, that is running your. This sounds great. It sounds like a very simple and effective translation. And in fact, the first iteration of my compiler was doing just this. There was essentially a big C function that was taking LAP and was doing this conversion, describing the output to libgc. Unfortunately, if you do this, you will discover that you have a performance upper bound limit of about 3x. So yeah, it was an option, but I thought it was a good occasion for trying to do something more. And doing something more, it means implementing a smarter compiler that is doing some advanced analysis on the code and will be able to perform Lisp-specific optimization. So optimizations that takes advantage of the specific Lisp semantic, something GCC is not aware of. And while I was thinking about that, I thought that having a smarter compiler had also other advantages, like a smarter compiler that is understanding the semantic of the programming language that is being compiled would be also capable of giving feedbacks to the programmers, like better warnings and errors. So I was really fascinated about this idea. And I wanted to change my implementation because I was not really happy about it. I had a lot of C code in terms of lines that was not doing any smart job. And I wanted to move all the interesting logic in. So yeah, optimizing outside GCC, actually before jumping into GCC, as I mentioned, has two main targets. Either optimize the code before going into GCC, or either presenting to GCC some code that we know GCC can optimize the file. And also, this would give, as I mentioned, better option for the compiler to provide warnings, errors, better diagnostic. So this is pretty much what the native compiler looks like nowadays in terms of passes. So we have a list of passes. Each of one, it's taking an input and producing an output. So it's doing either an analysis on the program that is being passed, or either it's performing a transformation. All of these passes are implemented in Lisp, and only the last pass is implemented in C, and is the one that is, let's say, talking with libgcgit. To do that, I have introduced a new intermediate representation that I called Limpol, as a tribute to GCC Gimbal. That is the main internal representation of GCC. Is one of the main. So, introducing a new intermediate representation, so a new way of representing my program, solved a bunch of problems. First, it allowed me for implementing, we can say, non-trivial analysis and transformations, the one I needed in my compiler pipeline. But also, it solved the problem of what was the boundary between what I had to implement in Lisp and what in C. Because once I had my intermediate representation defined, essentially the boundary between Lisp and C is just a function that is the one that is implementing the final pass. That is taking as an input all my programs in Limpol representation, and it's doing his bit. So I was convinced this design at least had sense. So we will go through some of these passes just to give you an idea of what these are doing. So the first pass is just responsible for spilling the lap from the byte compiler that effectively here we are using as a front end for our compiler pipeline. The second pass, called limpify, will be in charge of converting lap into limpol. So limpol is, as I mentioned, intermediate representation that is control flow graph based and is capable of SSA. So we can have a look to what this means. Let's assume we have our lab program. As every program, that's a simple list of instructions that we will execute one after the other. Some of these instructions are special instructions that we call conditional branches, where we check for a condition, and if this is verified, we are jumping to a different address within the program. Addresses that here we are calling labels. So we can split our program in chunks. And those chunks are the chunks of the program that we execute without interruption. So we always enter from the top of those and we exit from the bottom. We can name those and split them apart. And these are what we call basic blocks. And now we have a bunch of these basic blocks that are floating and are not anymore sorted. This is what is called a control flow graph based representation. And now we can get into the SSA topic that stands for static single assignment. So I don't want to get into the details, but just to give you a feeling. I added into our basic blocks in our control flow graph few assignments. We will transform this into SSA just for the variable x, just for the sake of demonstrating it. So essentially this is done through a number of phases that are essentially some analysis and mainly renaming. But the outcome, that is the one that we see here, looks quite similar to the original one. But we can see that the variable x has been renamed, and now we don't have anymore just one, but a number of this variable. The interesting property is that each one of these variables is assigned just once. And this allows for the compiler to do prediction of what is going to be the value of that variable, depending on the position within the control flow graph. This is very important. For instance, a very simple case is x1 that we see it's assigned once by definition, and in particular here at the beginning. While here it's very simple to understand that x1 will have the value 3. While for instance it's more difficult to prove what is going to be the value of x5 because it's calling a function and we don't know at the moment what x4 is. So yeah, the compiler will gain the capability to do prediction on all the variables, and the more we get information on one variable, the more we can prove about others. Okay, coming back to our passes, the next one is forward propagation. This pass is responsible for doing what I briefly mentioned just before, that is doing proof over all the different variables in the different positions of the control flow graph about their values, types, or ranges. This pass is also responsible for executing functions when we know that a function has no side effect and the pass managed to prove all the values of its argument. So the function is executed in the compile time and doesn't exist even anymore in the produced code. Then we have another pass. This is an example of a pass that is very Lisp specific. So it's trying to remove the call to fun call when those are not necessary. So there is a couple of situations where this is very useful. And not only this is beneficial because we are generating better code, but when we manage to do that, we allow also GCC for better analysis over the code because GCC knows nothing about fun call. So if we are calling from foo directly var, well, for GCC it's way easier to do its analysis on top of this code. Another interesting pass we can mention is TCO. This is performing tail recursion elimination, so it's essentially allowing for a more functional programming style if you want. We can jump to the last pass that is called final, and as I mentioned, this one is responsible for taking our program in limbo representation and describing it to libgcgit in libgcgit IR. So that's the main task. It's also defining inline functions for accessing fundamental data types and so on. This pass it's also responsible for using some of the predictions that has been done by the previous passes to generate better code. Okay, so things we had to add in order to have all of this machinery to work and to be controllable. The first one is a knob. It's called native comp speed, and it's the equivalent of the common Lisp speed. It represents the optimization level. The default is 2, and is the maximum optimization level that it's meant to reflect all the original semantic of the Emacs Lisp. So it's the one that should be used by default. The second one is compilation unit, and it's a kind of new object that has been added to Emacs. Let's have a look to how the garbage collector works in this case. The GNU Emacs garbage collector, it's a simple mark and sweep garbage collector. So essentially it does a tree walk through all the objects and is following references from one object to the other. All the objects that are reachable during the mark phase will be kept in our Lisp universe. All the other one will be freed. So in this case we have a bunch of functions, foo1, foo2, bar1, etc. that are defined. When a function is defined, it is accessible through its symbol. So we have the symbol that is referring to the function. And the function, in this case it's a native compiled function, is referring to the compilation unit. The compilation unit is essentially the elf file that has been compiled, and it's containing all those functions that came from the original .el file and that we have loaded into memory. Indeed, if for instance bar1 and bar2 are undefined, functions 2 and 4 will be not anymore reachable, and we will be able to free them and download the compilation unit. So we discussed quite a lot about control flow graph, SSA, and a lot of boring stuff, and I promised you that we are doing a lot of interesting proofs over variable. So let's have some example of them. Let's jump into a quick demo to see what all of this abstract theory and this exoteric propagation engine can do for us and how the user can interact with it. So I have a file with a bunch of functions and I will native compile and load it. Alright, Emacs is native compile and load. At this point I can disassemble foo1 just to make sure it's native code and I'm not lying. So these are the instructions that would be executed directly by my CPU when I call this function. Alright, very cool. Now, symbol function of foo1. Interestingly, this is returning a subroutine, as it would be a primitive function, because this is native code, even if it's written in Lisp, has been converted to native code as it's a primitive function. But we can do also a new thing, that is asking for the type of the subroutine. Alright, very cool. It says this is a function, it's taking one argument of type t, that means anything because we don't have any information, and it's returning a type t. So also there we don't have much information. Okay, very cool, but not very useful. Let's see foo2. Alright, foo2 is slightly different. It doesn't take any argument, but it's returning an integer included between free and free. Wow, amazing. Okay, let's get into something a little bit more complex. Foo3. Foo3, it's taking one argument we know nothing about, but it's returning a number. And why it's returning a number? Well, essentially because 1 plus is returning a number. And if in all the other cases, it would signal an error if it's not happy about its input argument. Let's have a look to foo4. Okay, so foo4, it's a little bit more complex. It can return nil if the when condition is not satisfied. So it's type nil. It can return a floating point. We don't do any propagation on floating points so far. Or it can return an integer included between 4 and 9. Wow. Let's go on with foo5. Okay. So foo5, it's even more complex because other than having to satisfy this condition, we can see that the result of the propagation of this complex condition is propagated also across the plus. So this foo5, it can return nil, a floating point we know nothing about, or an integer included between 12 and 24. Let's go on with foo6. Okay, foo6, it's returning anything but an integer. Well, I think it should be pretty obvious why, because if it's not an integer, we return it, otherwise we signal an error. Let's finish with foo7 very quickly. Okay, so in foo7 we have another very complex condition, at least for me, but it's interesting to see that we are also propagating values for symbols. So we can return a symbol, the symbol big, the symbol small, or an integer included between -100 and +100. Now the question is, why all of this is useful other than having Andrea very happy when he's playing with this all the day? Well, we have to come back 1 second to how Lisp objects are represented within Emacs. As I mentioned, Lisp objects are represented as essentially machine words, where we reserve a few bits to indicate the type. And every time we are accessing the object, when this is a fixed num or a regular object where this is a pointer, we have always to extract these bits, make sure that they satisfy a condition. So we make sure that we are going to manipulate the object of the type we expect. And then we can really extract the object and do the manipulation. If the compiler managed to prove that the contained object is already of the right type, it will be able not to emit the type check and save a lot of instructions. This is a very powerful optimization. So let's discuss some potential future development in this area. First, I think it would be extremely nice to extend the propagation to types that are not built in. There are a lot of cases where we could optimize effectively, like for instance, when we do a lot of accesses to structure slots or stuff like that, where we keep on checking and checking the same object for the type, where it's obvious, where it should be triggered to prove that it's the right type after the first access or things like that. So I believe this is a low-hanging fruit in terms of performance. Also, I think it would be really nice to extend the declaring mechanism in order to allow the user to declare argument types optionally, indeed optionally. Doing that would give the compiler a lot of information to propagate value types within the function, but also would allow the compiler to give to the user really good diagnostic during compile time. Like the compiler could say, hey, here you are calling a function that is expecting this argument to be of this type, but I'm proving that you are calling it with an argument that is of this type and is not a subtype of the expected one. So you're doing something not coherent. So this kind of interprocedural logic. And I think the compiler should also take advantage under certain circumstances of this interprocedural analysis in order to optimize even more when possible. Also, I think we should work on our backend to improve the code generation depending on the prediction that the compiler is doing. We already take advantage of those predictions, but I think we could do better. We can have a quick look to some performance results. So these are the results from the ELISP benchmark package within GNU ELPA. So this is the performance uplift, and we can identify pretty much four classes of results. So the first one is the one where there's no performance uplift because there is not much we can do, and the time is probably not spent within the execution engine. And the one around the 3x are the one where probably we are not triggering many Lisp-specific optimizations, but just the fact that we are converting into native code, it's giving us this performance uplift. Then there is a bunch of other benchmarks where the Lisp optimizations are triggering in, and yes, and the uplift is way bigger. And then we have three benchmarks that at the time are completely optimized out. That means that the compiler became so smart that was able to compute the result in the compile time and just put the result in the generated binary. So let's discuss a little bit the compilation model. This is an hybrid one. It's both JIT-like and head-of-time-like. So Emacs is composed by what? By what we call an Emacs image. This is essentially the Emacs binary that we start. It's including all the C code plus all the Lisp code that we preload. Then we have all the rest of the Emacs Lisp code base that can be loaded just if it's required. Same for the external packages if we have any. If we build an Emacs Lisp with native compilation enabled, by default, only the Emacs image will be native compiled. All the other code will be compiled on the fly when it's loaded and executed the first time if it's necessary. Same for the packages, in a transparent way and a synchronous way. Also worth noting that the result of this compilation will be stored into a cache directory within the home directory of the user, so it will be able to it will be reused in the following sessions if the same file is loaded, without having to recompile multiple times the same file in different sessions. So it works a little bit like that. When we load the bytecode for the first time, we spawn a native compilation process. In the meanwhile, we keep on using the bytecode that it's available. When the native compilation is finished, we hot swap the definition of the functions that are contained into the file, and we start using the native code in a transparent way. We do this asynchronously and for more compilation units at the same time, so it looks a little bit like this. Okay, so let's try a quick demo of all of this machinery. I've started a fresh Emacs with native compilation support, and at this moment nothing is going on, as you can see. Now we will test the machinery with Tetris because I can't imagine anything better to test this. All right. So what I do expect is that when I launch Tetris, it will be loaded. It will immediately start the execution of the byte compiled version, so we will not see any delay in the user experience. And in the meanwhile, a parallel process will start to native compile Tetris itself. When the native compilation will be finished, the function of all Tetris will be hot swapped. So we will not see an interruption. Okay, so Emacs Tetris started and it's running. We have seen no delay. And in the meanwhile, the native compilation is probably already finished. We can have a look within this async native compilation log buffer. So we see that Tetris has been native compiled and all of its dependencies. Now, Tetris is still running, but I can do Ctrl+F. Tetris, okay. And we can see that Tetris, it's an interactive native compiled Lisp function, so it has been native compiled. I can even disassemble if I want. Okay, so very cool. I guess we can say this mechanism is working. Also, worth noting that if I get back to the async native compile log buffer, we can see that we have compiled another bunch of files. Essentially, I think these are because of my Ctrl+H+F describe function command and disassemble and so on. So the first times you will run Emacs, you will have from time to time these processes that are spawned. So Emacs is like compiling itself and it's replacing the bytecode definition with the native one. But after a few sessions, you will not see this anymore because the output of this compilation, as I mentioned, are stored in the user directory. All right, so to conclude, Emacs with native compilation support is coming up in Emacs 28. That is going to be the next major stable release that will be released. So we have all to celebrate with a big party, I believe. But before going to the party, I'd like to list a few points that I think have been like success factor in this in upstreaming this work. So it's been extremely important to get in touch with the upstream as soon as possible, as soon as I had proof of concept. It's been extremely important to involve the community as much as possible, and this included like keeping a development blog and post about that on the Emacs Devel, and also producing material, participating to conferences and giving presentations like the one I'm doing to explain what I was doing and how it works. Has been extremely important also to be able to rely on the upstream infrastructure, so to develop the software as a feature branch in the official Git, but even more I would say to use the official bug tracker for solving bugs of this branch. This gave the opportunity to stay really in close touch with maintainers and senior developers of Emacs that helped me a lot, and at the same time they were informed about what I was doing and what was the status of this feature branch. Extremely important. And also, I think, played a major role to try to design this enormous patch in a way that the impact on the current code base was minimized, and also, well, at least as much as possible, and also minimizing the impact on the user operation of the software, in this case, Emacs. So yes, mandatory special thanks, well, Emacs developers, and especially maintainers and senior developers like Stéphane Monnier that helped me a lot across this long journey. And well, all the community that really got so excited about this project and gave me the energy to go through all of this time and development and bug solving, etc., etc. So yes, it was a really exciting time, and I think we have to look forward and start thinking about how to improve all of this for the following years. And that's it. I think I should be online for questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that was Andrea's presentation. Hi, Andrea, can you hear me? Can you try speaking again, just to be sure, because sometimes my audio is dying and I have to verify. Yep, it died. Give me just a second. Okay, I can hear you now. Let me put you on the screen. Not this one. Where's my screen? There we go. Okay, we're all set up. Hi, Andrea, how you doing? Oh, sorry. Yes. Sorry, I'm really sorry about this. I think I made you say hi to me 3 times, but now I promise that it is working properly. Okay, so it's streaming to Firefox. Why is my stream? Sorry. Oh. Okay. So I did an oopsie. Let me just try to fix it real quick. That's my fault. There we go. Okay, so this is streaming. Let me just test one thing. Andre, can I ask you to speak to me again?
Yes, test.
I am so happy to hear your voice. You have no idea.
Super.
Yes, so thank you so much for your talk. I must say, you can't hear... Oh, can you... I think it's coming from Bill. So where is it coming from? So right now. Okay, sorry, stream.
Yep.
All right, I'm checking the stream. So, bear with me, Andrea. I'm really sorry. Okay, it's fine. Okay,
no problem.
I'm deafening myself, so okay. So what you just witnessed, folks, is me talking with the angels behind my back to make sure that everything is still working. So, Andrea, now I'm really sorry about this. You are live. So, thank you so much for your talk. I was about to say that I was a little intimidated because native compilation, you know, I was watching the slides that you have for your presentation and I was seeing math symbol everywhere. Again, I'm an English major. I'm not used to seeing all this. But it's such a boon. Everything you've done with regards to native compilation, I'm part of the crew who went early to Emacs 28 just to be able to see how much faster it would get. And I would say it's really impressive. It's, yes, my CPU is being overloaded for the conference, so you would imagine that compiling Emacs, or both...
So we can say...
Go on, please.
I guess we can say that native compilation saved our conference then.
Well, pretty much. I have no idea how bad it would have gotten if we did not have native compilation on this. Okay, so without further ado, because I'm not the star of the show, you are. Do you have the pad in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Sure. So would you be able to read the question and answer them afterwards?
Yes, I can start if you like.
Yeah, please do.
Okay, so the first question is why I said that Lisp is not a general purpose programming language, at least not completely. Well, that's a good question. Actually, I'm not sure there exists a precise definition of general purpose programming language. So there are a bunch of complaints around in the web. You can do a search. Some are about missing interfaces in the direction of the operating systems. Some are complaints about the fact that it's not very handy to call and use Lisp from command line, and some are about performance. So obviously in this talk I was talking about performance. So there are a lot of activities that in the past has not been implemented in Emacs Lisp because of performance. So that's what I was referring to. Okay, the second question I think is asking if this activity it's related to the garbage collector, and the answer is no. This is totally orthogonal to the garbage collector. So garbage collector plays a big role in the performance of Emacs Lisp, as also Dimitri has pointed out, but this activity is not affecting it. So that's another big area of improvement. Is the idea to eventually develop Emacs itself in Lisp? Well, that's an interesting question. So, in theory, I mean, it depends. The goal is to have, in the future, less C, or at least less new C, and more Emacs Lisp. Then if you want to take this to the extreme, you could have just a bare minimum quantity of C just to bootstrap a Lisp. But you will always need some C to bootstrap a Lisp unless you have an already existing Emacs Lisp compiler on your machine. So yeah, also this is coming to the definition of what is a self-hosting programming language. It's not always clear, but I think yes, the answer is yes, at least up to a certain degree. How did you work on this? If I use the org mode to track my progresses and etc. So yes, I'm an org mode user, but I think I do a use of org mode that is extremely limited. So for me, it's typically like a list of items that I have to go through and a lot of to-dos. And most of the benefit, I guess, is when I put the to-do into done state and I sort all of them. So I have the feeling that that I did some progress. So yeah, probably I should learn more about org. Maybe I will do it in the future. Is this pipeline, I guess compilation pipeline, is introducing new vulnerabilities, or it's risky because of that? I guess it's Q5. Well, potentially whatever you do can introduce vulnerabilities. But regarding this point, I don't think it's that bad. The execution of Emacs Lisp traditionally is not made to be safe. Consider that you can create by hand a piece of bytecode that you can execute and crash Emacs, or it can introduce easily stack overflows, and you can open, I mean, there's no real attention to this point within Emacs. So Emacs is running in user space and you're responsible for what you do. So I don't think this is a big deal. I might be wrong, but I don't think it's less safe than running bytecode in this respect. What code, if any, will still benefit significantly from being written in C? Could you show some of the existing C code be converted without significant performance loss? Okay, so the question is if C code will be still necessary, and if, which one? Still, if nowadays you native compile Emacs Lisp with what we have now, the performance is not the same of C. Still, it's still considerably better. So yeah, I think we will be able to improve, but we are still far. Also consider that when we will be able to produce, to compile programs that are running fast as C, you will probably have to add manually a bunch of type annotations here and there. So it will be like, yes, Emacs Lisp, but really tweaked for performance. This is a little bit taking from the the development model of Common Lisp. Like you write your program without optimizing it too much. Then you profile, you take the hotspots, and you optimize them as much as possible. But I imagine like big core part that are written in C, they will still be written in C. And also, I don't see any pressure to translate C code into Lisp just because it can run faster now. Okay, what are the risks of native comp speed 3? Well, I don't think it's that risky. You might have some unexpected behavior if you are a developer. So at the moment, for instance, if you modify a function within a file that has been native compiled and loaded, you typically expect that redefining that function, that evaluating that function would be sufficient to take effect all over. With native comp speed 3, for instance, we allow for inlining that function within the compilation unit. So you might want to recompile all the file to have the definition of the file to take effect. That's an example. These are corner cases. Other corner cases, like if the compiler is performing tail recursion elimination, and while you are executing that function that is recurring, you redefine the function itself, it will not take effect. Small things like that. It's not that bad, at least for now. Then we might decide that we want to do more with that. Are there any limits introduced by native comp with respect to runtime introspectability? So the answer is no. Everything works as in vanilla Emacs. Also respect to redefining function, unless you're using speed-free, as I mentioned in the answer before. Is there a benefit in setting native compiler option to M2 native Emarc? So this question is if we specify to the underlying GCC that we are compiling for a specific CPU, is the produced binary faster? The answer is, in my experience, no, not for now at least. So there are a bunch of improvements that we might want to do in GCC to support better native compilation, and other improvements that we might want to do in our backend to generate better code. If and when we manage to do them, then probably tuning for a specific CPU might have an effect, not at the moment. You mentioned native comp coming in Emacs 28. Will this be the default at build time? What about distros? So I think at the moment in the release branch, we have that you have to ask for it. So we have this flag with native compilation, I think is. There was some discussion in the past to have it on by default when the configure script see that libgcc is installed, but I think we haven't changed it so far. So I guess probably will stay like it is. Distros, they do what they want, and I'm not in control of them. We had a number of contacts with them. They asked for facilities or entry points. So I guess some of them are thinking about distributing Emacs with native compilation support enabled, but I'm not sure what's the state. I know that SUSE, at least it's building regularly in its farm Emacs with native compilation and checking for errors. Not sure what that means. Yeah. Could we avoid libgcgit.so? Consider using another JIT.
Yeah, sorry, that's the answer that Sasha or anyone was adding. So you don't need to worry about this. You can move to the next question, which is... Oh, sorry, I think you were reading the question. Never mind, don't mind me. I'm disturbing everyone.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. So the question is that if instead of libgcgit, we could use something else like dyna-asm or luagit to gain better optimization. Well, I think it would be quite the opposite. So typically jitters are made to be quick.
Oh, sorry, we seem to have dropped Andrea from... I don't see him anymore on BBB. Give me just a second, trying to see what's going on here. Oh, he's coming back, I think. So let's bear with us, folks, please. I'm gonna do the vaunted jazz hands that I would do at some point. It's not my fault this time too. So you seem to be back.
Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you.
It's my fault, actually.
Let us know. We do have a bit of an in-joke with the EmacsConf organizers. Did you press backspace or a button on your mouth that brought you to the previous page?
Can you hear me, Leo?
Yes, I can. Let me check on the stream. Yes, everyone can see you. So you're completely back on track.
Sorry, I'm not very good with computers. Okay.
Such a joke.
Okay, so coming back to the jitters. Typically, jitters are made to compile quickly without doing many optimizations. On the other hand, a compiler like GCC, it's made to compile ahead of time code. So this code is going to be compiled just once, so it's worth of investing a lot of time in optimizations. And if you take a look actually to the number of optimization passes in GCC, that's, say, considerable. And in fact, GCC is not a very fast compiler for producing code. Given we compile just once because we store the output in cache user directories, for us, I think it's worth of going through this compile time anyway. So I'm happy with the decision to go with libgcgit. Also, I'm not sure if other projects they will be maintained for a long time, at least as long as GCC, that it's very reliable platform in this respect. Yeah, hope that answers. How much of C code base, Emacs C code base, could be translated to Emacs Lisp? What is the minimum C code base necessary? Oh yeah, don't know. Don't know. That's a very good question. So how much it could be translated? Probably some, but I don't see any urgency for that. And also consider that dative compilation, it's optional. And so there are still a lot of users that will not use it. So we don't want to remove any C for now, for sure. But as long as it works, I would not change anything. What's the minimum C code base necessary? That's very difficult too, because it's a difficult question. Probably still a lot, because we have a lot of primitives that, well, unless we want to replace a lot of these primitives in one shot, it's a very difficult question. I don't see it very feasible realistically.
Sorry, I was not. You were hearing me, but not the stream. So now, everyone seems to be very excited about native compilation. Whenever we, whenever we see posts on r/Emacs, the subreddit, they go straight to the top because people see, oh, native compilation must be very good, and they're dying to ask you questions about it. And now is the golden opportunity for them to do so. So that's why you get so many questions. Although
yes, absolutely.
Yeah, just to be clear, so we're gonna need to go on a break in a bit. So you have about 1 minute and 30 questions to answer the few questions you've got left on the pad. And afterwards, well, you know what? I'll speak about this afterwards. I'll let you have the floor.
Okay. Okay. Could we statically type in Lisp code via macros? Well, one thing that we have introduced, and I had no time to speak in this session, is that I started to introduce a support for type-ins. So yeah, I don't know if this is what you mean, but there is a way to say to the Emacs Lisp compiler, I expect this expression to be of a certain type. And I hope in the future we will be able to extend this also for arguments, as I quickly mentioned. So they should be compiled as assertions in non-optimized code, and the compiler should use this information for generating better code and triggering optimization when we optimize. This is a compilation model that is typically used in Common Lisp for compilers like CMU, CL, or SPCL. I find it very appealing. I hope we will go in that direction. We'll see. ELisp and Python are all dynamically typed language, but benchmarks show that ELisp runs slower than Python. Could we learn some best practice from Python? Well, I am not sure that I agree with the fact that Emacs Lisp is running slower than Python. So I think the byte VM, the one that is interpreting the bytecode, it's pretty similar in construction. And I've seen a while ago someone, maybe on Reddit, did some test comparing Python against Emacs with native comp, doing some mathematical computation, and the Emacs was definitely faster. Sorry, let me reload the page.
That's fine. And whilst the page is reloading, feel free to answer the last question, and then we'll go on a lunch break for us, and we'll speak about it later.
And
last question.
Can we keep on answering questions in the room, or
yes, you can. I'll speak about it as soon as you finish with the last question.
Okay. All right. Last question. Did you try to optimize with Rust? What's my idea about Rust, in particular security? So if I try to optimize with Rust, to optimize what? I don't have any Rust code here. So no, I haven't tried that. What are my thoughts about Rust? Well, I think Rust, it's an interesting programming language. It takes from the idea of doing a lot of type and value propagation within a static programming language, so where the compiler can really push the boundary. But that said, I think we could do something maybe not as deep, but similar in concept, at least within a single compilation unit with a framework similar to what we have. And this is what, as I mentioned, what other implementations of Common Lisp implementations are doing. So, I hope this answers.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you so much, Andrea, for not only your beautiful talk, but also for all the time you spent answering questions. Actually, thank you. Well, since you've had 15 questions, we assume that people are also going to be dying to ask you more questions. So as a result, as usual, if I just change the room, if you look right above me, if you go to the schedule page and you find Andrea's talk about a native compiler, you can Control F it and click on the page, you'll be able to access the live Q&A in which we are right now, so that you can ask questions directly. And as usual, we are streaming this to the old stream. So I'll go back to the room with Andrea so that we can say bye. So Andrea, thank you so much again. Have a lovely time answering questions, and I'll see you later.
Yeah, thank you all guys for organizing this nice conference. Bye.
And thank you. Well, it wouldn't be anything without all the speakers like you, so thank you so much. All right, I'll be leaving the room now. Okay, so I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Right now, my second monitor died on me, which means that everything is crowded on one monitor. I've got about 20 floating windows staring back at me, and it's very uncomfortable. And I've got the difficult task of sending us to lunch with this setup. So if I manage to do it, I'll be pretty happy about myself. So we are now going on a lunch break. If you look at the schedule, if I manage to put it up, no, it's not the schedule, damn it. Oh, there it is. If you look at the schedule, we are scheduled to get started sharp at 1 p.m. Let me see if I can put you, well, it's in about the top of the next hour. I do have so many windows. It's not even funny. You should see me juggle around with Windows right now. I have i3. I'm supposed to be using tiling. I'm supposed to tile my windows properly, but I didn't. And now I'm paying the price. So you know what? What I'm going to do, I'm just going to go off stream. You're going to have some music, as you did yesterday. Again, kindly provided by Shoshin. And you know what? It'll start happening in maybe 30 seconds, 1 minute, maybe 2 minutes if I'm really struggling. But in the meantime, I'll have a lovely lunch, and we'll see you in about 1 hour. Bye-bye. Good. Very well.
Weston, and a friend of ours works for Dale Larson. He's supposed to pick up some hay for the cattle, and he was told that there was supposed to be some place that he could pick up their rock forest or something. He stopped back here and I sent him back over.
Wednesday, July 14th. Wednesday, July 14th.
Right, this take give a fuck.
Okay.
My name is Ian Ewer, and
CD player.
Only problem with these is that the mic picks up the sound of the tape rolling sometimes.
All right, folks, we seem to be back. Let me see if everything is still working. Yes, amazing. So, hi again, everyone. I hope you had time for a lovely lunch on your end. We did. All the organizers team has managed to eat, which is not, something granted. Yesterday and last year, it's been a little tight to get our lunch done because we are obviously dealing with all the stuff we have to do for the afternoon. But yeah, we are glad to be here and to be restorated. Well, do you use this word in English? Probably don't actually. So, so this is the last quarter of the EmacsConf. And we do have talks, mostly dev talks again. We are on development day. But if you happen to be joining and, a lot of the talks this morning seemed a little complicated for you, even though I will say our speakers did do a tremendous job trying to, explain from scratch. Like, I'm mostly thinking about, the profiling stuff. It feels like if you didn't have any experience with it before, I'm sure you will have gotten a little bit of information from this presentation. So what I was saying is that at the end of the day, yes, someone did tell me revitalized. Thank you. That's a beautiful word. At the end of the day, we have David Wilson's talk, also known as System Crafters. So you might want to stay until the end if you are a little bit by the talks we have this afternoon. Okay, so I'm not gonna waste any more of your time. You're not here for me. You're here for the lovely speakers we have. So if you look up, we do have coming up a talk by Ian, which is called Old McCarthy Had a Form. And if you're not getting the joke yet because of my French accent or my overall Frenchness, you will certainly, most definitely get it now. So Ian's talk goes into working with objects in Emacs Lisp using enforce in order execution of I/O, or if you prefer, if we use the first letters, EI-EIO. And I know I will not go do the rest of the song. You are more than free to do it on your own. So yeah, that's really what it's called, actually. So as a result, without further ado, let's get started with Ian's talk, and I'll see you afterwards. And so will Ian, by the way.
My name is Ian Ewer, and welcome to my talk, Old McCarthy Had a Form. In this talk, I'm going to be discussing EI-EIO, which is an Emacs Lisp implementation of the Common Lisp object system. Clause is a way of writing object-oriented Common Lisp code, and with EI-EIO, you have much of that same power, but inside Emacs. I'm going to be using those two names interchangeably throughout this talk, since they're nearly equivalent. You might wonder, why would I want to write object-oriented Emacs Lisp code? I like it because I like writing in a functional programming style, or I like to do an imperative style that captures interactive key sequences that I might enter manually. Well, I think different kinds of programs need different kind of programming paradigms, and sometimes OOP is the one that fits. Also, if you've done much OOP before, you might be surprised by how EIEIO works and the sorts of power that it brings to your programs. So let's talk about that model now. Classes are pretty much what you would expect if you've done OOP programming before. In the clause model, they only have fields. They only encapsulate values. They don't have anything to do with methods. So in this case, we have a base class for an EMMS player backend, and it has one field, and a slot is what it's called in clause terminology, which indicates whether it's playing or not. And it's declared abstract, so you can't create an instance of an object based on this class. You can only extend it with another class. That's an EIEIO extension, but I think it's a pretty good one. You can also see there's a class that implements an MPV player backend, and it extends the base class. It doesn't add any slots, and those get inherited from the base class. If you want these to do much more than encapsulate data, you need to start writing methods. The clause model is to have a generic function. A generic function is kind of like an interface. It's just a name and an argument list, and there's no implementation. You have to write a method in order to have an actual implementation. When you call the generic function, the system will do a dynamic dispatch to a method that matches based on its argument types and how the method has declared that it should be invoked. Here's an example of some methods for our MPV player backend. You can see that it'll play anything other than something with a keyword of unplayable. And it just has dummy start and stop methods that return started and stopped text. A method is just one implementation of a generic function, and you can have as many as you need. In order to determine which method gets dispatched when you call a generic function, they're specialized based on their argument type. In this case, you can see that first argument says player talk EMMS player MPV. That means that if that first argument is an instance of the MPV player or a subclass of it, then those methods will be invoked, unless there's a more specific one based on that argument type. You don't have to define the generic functions. If you define a method, then it'll implicitly define the generic function for you. Specialization is really powerful. It lets the methods define how they get invoked. If you've done much programming in Clojure, this sounds a little bit like multi-methods. But with multi-methods, only the main method, the equivalent of the generic function, can determine how they're dispatched. So as the writer of an interface, you might not be able to foresee every way that someone who's implementing a version of that interface would like to dispatch. Clause doesn't have that problem. You get to define your own invocation semantics. You're also not limited to dispatching based on the value being a subclass of an EIEIO type. You can dispatch based on a primitive type like integer. You can dispatch based on the value. You can dispatch on multiple arguments. And there's also a default dispatch that will get applied if there's no others that are defined. If you don't have a default, then you'll just get an error from the system. And if that doesn't cover it, you can even define your own. Definition is with the CL generic generalizers, which is itself a generic function. Much of clause is built-in clause, which I think is really cool. In addition to all that, you have 4 different types of methods, and those are distinguished by what's called a qualifier. Every function can have methods that have all 4 different types of qualifiers, and based on your class inheritance, you might have multiple of each type. There's the primary method, which is equivalent to the method in any other OOP system, so we're not going to cover that too much. Then there's a before method. This is evaluated before the primary method for side effects, and its return value is discarded. There's an after method, which is the same but happens after the method has finished evaluating. And then there's an around method. That happens around all the other 3. And by using these types of methods and using class inheritance to compose them into your classes, you can add some really powerful mix-in type functionality. You can use before and after to build things like logging, and you can use around to implement things like memoization. If you've done much Emacs Lisp programming, those before, after, and around might jog your memory, because they're the same features you get with Emacs's built-in function advice. The thing with function advice is that it only works on functions in the global namespace, and there's no kind of conditionality. They always get dispatched when that function is invoked. The nice thing about the clause system is that whether they get invoked or not depends on whether they exist in the class hierarchy. So you can add them to your class hierarchy if you want that extra functionality like logging or memoization, and you can exclude it if you don't. I think that's really powerful and a very interesting way of doing it. It also supports multiple inheritance, which is the mechanism that you can use to compose all these different kinds of behaviors into a single object that does all the things that you want. Here's a quick example of a logger. So you can see the class just has a single slot called messages and has a log method that pushes a new message, which is a format string, into that, and then it'll return them back out, or it'll just return the latest. And there's a simple example that shows it logging and then shows it coming back out. Pretty much what you would expect. Here's another class that adapts the EMMS player to the logger class. It only extends the logger because it doesn't need any features of the EMMS player class itself. It just implements methods that dispatch based on it being that logging player class. And you can see it logs whenever a track is started or stopped, and it also adds some track to tell you whether or not the track was playable. That is using the around method. So you can see we have all three methods, before, after, and around in this class. So you can see how those work. Then you need one more, which is the class that mixes it all together. So that's the logging player MPV, and it extends both the logging player class and the EMMS player MPV class. What's really interesting about this is that even though the logging player is part of the EMMS player hierarchy, it doesn't depend on a specific implementation. So you can combine the two different classes. That lets the logging class only care about logging, and the EMMS player class only care about playing. And that is a really nice way of separating your concerns that I think is very powerful. Here's a quick example of just how that works, and you can see the unplayable track is not playable, and it gets logged as such. Foo is playable, and you can see the logs and started and stopped. So you can see it's having the side effects from those methods, and it's also returning the value off the player as well. I think this system has a bunch of really nice properties. First and foremost, it feels like a normal Lisp. All you're doing is calling functions. There's no magic involved. Also, you can use either or both of the classes or generic functions. If you only need to encapsulate data into a structure, then you can only use classes. You don't have to use generic functions. And if you only need dynamic dispatch, you can only implement a generic function and methods. You don't get forced into a model where you have to use both. You can mix and match for whatever needs your program has, which I think is really amazing. Any value can conform to an interface, meaning a generic function. So you don't have to use those classes. You can even implement a generic function over nil, which gives you those really nice properties of Lisp where you have nil punning. You know, if you take the head of a nil list, then the output is nil. But you can do that with your object system too. And a really nice feature of that is that you have no possibility of null pointer exceptions like you do in other languages. They have a calling convention where you call object.method. But in clause, you call a generic function and you just give it some arguments. Typically, the first one is going to be an EAIO class object, but it doesn't have to be. But because you're not calling that instance of an object, there's nothing to be nil in the first place, so there's no possibility of a nil pointer exception. And then the ability to have multiple inheritance and mix in all of these different functionalities into your final object is very powerful. Because you have multiple inheritance, your final object that composes all of those things is both a player and a logger, and it can be substituted into code that expects either of them. It's not an adapter class that only allows you to do one thing. It does both of them. I think that's amazing. So here are some practical examples where I think maybe this could be a good idea. And I like to think about what is OOP actually good for? And I think it has three really amazing powers: encapsulation, abstraction, and extensibility. So let's look at those. Encapsulation is just keeping related data together. Here's an example from the transmission torrent client. In order for it to work, it needs to have all four of these variables set consistently. But if you use the customization interface, they're kind of strewn all over the buffer because that shows them alphabetically by variable name instead of grouping them logically by function. You also have all these in the global namespace, so you need this disambiguation in front. You have to have a transmission prefix, so it's kind of ugly. An alternative example would be to encapsulate all of that in a single class. This has one slot for each of those values, except the username and password is broken out. There was only one in the previous example, but it works pretty much the same. The really neat thing about this is that the customization interface understands how to customize EIEIO objects. So you can set your custom variable to the value of an object, and in the customization interface, it shows you all of the fields, and it lets you edit the values of those slots directly. So that keeps that logical grouping that I think makes things really easy to use. Another thing it's really good at is abstraction. And this is really core to a lot of what Emacs does because it runs on so many different systems and it works with so many different kinds of similar tools. Here's an example from the built-in SQL implementation. This is the definition of the Postgres backend. There's one of these for every supported database backend. And you can see this is a pretty classic interface abstraction pattern. On the left-hand side, you have a symbol that's common among all the database backends and that code that doesn't know about the implementation can use no matter what implementation is being specified. And on the right-hand side, you have the implementation-specific values. In some cases, these are just strings or regexes, and in others, those are actual functions. So really, this already is object orientation. It's just an ad hoc system for it. But you don't have to use an ad hoc system because there's this nice formal one instead. Another thing that it's really good at is extensibility. We saw some of that with the EMMS player example earlier. But here's another thing I think it would be interesting to explore. Emacs has this idea of derived modes where you have a mode that's based on another, and that's a pretty clear inheritance pattern straight out of OOP, as far as I'm concerned. So what would it look like if major modes were EIEIO classes and you could extend your mode by extending the class? I think that's a really interesting idea, and I'd like to explore that more. In conclusion, I think EIEIO is amazing, and I had no idea that such a powerful object orientation system was available in Emacs. My goal with this talk is for anyone who writes Emacs Lisp to look at these classes of problems: encapsulation, abstraction, and extensibility. And if you run into those problems in your code, instead of immediately reaching and building your own system, I want you to think, oh, there's a thing for that, and I can just use it. That's my talk. Thanks. Hack on.
All right. Wait. All right. Amazing. So let me make sure that everything's working. Hi, Ian. Can you hear me?
I can.
And I can hear you as well.
Can you hear me? Great.
Amazing. So everything works. Let me just get your webcam feed out so that everyone can see your face as well. All right, amazing. So you know what? I'm not going to speak too long because we have little buffer time now. You have about 2-3 minutes to answer as many questions as you want from the pad, knowing that you have about 3 right now. Do you have a pad?
Great. Yeah, I see. Yes, I do. I see one of the questions says, as far as I know, EIEIO is generally slower than CLDEF struct. When do you think EIEIO is not suitable for performance reasons? Well, I think the talk earlier today about performance profiling is a really good background for that question. Defstruct is definitely faster, but you lose the class inheritance mechanism. So if you know you don't need that, you can use that. And because the generic method, because methods can implement or interact with any part of the type system, you don't have to use a class. You can use a struct as well. So if you know you don't need inheritance, definitely go with structs. And no matter what paradigm you're using, benchmark your code. And let's see, do you have any tips about injection? This isn't something that I've had to mess with too much. There's, I can turn on the volume on my side if need be.
Oh, no, don't worry about it. I changed it. Don't worry, sorry.
Okay, great. I haven't messed much with the introspection tools. You can just enumerate the slots and then pull the slot values in order to see what the state of the object is. So that's been how I've been doing that before.
Okay, you have a last 4 questions. You have about 1 minute to answer one of the question, and then we'll see what to do afterwards. So question 4 if you want.
Good questions. I have not used any of the EIEIO related serialization tools. I'm sure there's some good stuff in there, but I haven't messed with that. And is it on par with Smalltalk development environments? I haven't done much Smalltalk, so I don't have a good answer for that. But it's definitely an amazing system, and I wish I could use it in my day-to-day programming. I think it's incredible that Emacs has a more powerful object orientation system than like Java, which is used in millions and millions of different programs.
Amazing. Well, thank you. I think you've been super efficient about answering the questions, so thank you so much. Let me ask you a question. Would you like to take more questions in the BBB room outside of the stream, or are you happy leaving it at that and answering questions on ISC?
I will go ahead and follow up in the pad and on IRC because I don't want to miss the other talks. This has been great. Thank you so much.
Which makes perfect sense. We actually we haven't given the choice to previous speaker to do so. We just said go to the room, don't watch the conference. It's like a punition when you think about it. So as a result, well, thank you so much for your presentation, your time, your answer, and enjoy the rest of the conference, I suppose.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Alrighty, let me just get ready for the next one. So that was Ian on Old McCarthy at the farm. I'm not going to finish it. Don't tempt me, devil. And we're now going to move into Stéphane Meunier's other talk, which is on Turbo Bindat. Let me just get my notes for this one. Well, basically, Stéphane... You know what? The problem is when I see a noun that reminds me a lot of a French word, I'm kind of getting this weird paralysis of should I go for English way of saying this, French way of saying this? So Stéphane talks about working with large binary data efficiently. So let's enjoy this.
Hi. So I'm going to talk today about a fun rewrite I did of the Bindat package. I call this Turbo Bindat. Actually, the package hasn't changed name. It's just that the result happens to be faster. The point was not to make it faster, though, and the point was not to make you understand that data is not code. It's just one more experience I've had where I've seen that treating data as code is not always a good idea. It's important to keep the difference. So let's get started. So what is Bindat anyway? So here's just the overview of basically what I'm going to present. So I'm first going to present, Bindat itself, for those who don't know it, which is probably the majority of you. And then I'm going to talk about the actual problems that I encountered with this package that motivated me to rewrite it. Most of them were lack of flexibility, and some of it was just, poor behavior with respect to scoping and variables, which of course is bad. Basically uses of eval, where eval is evil. Then I'm going to talk about the new design, how I redesigned it to make it both simpler and more flexible, and where the key idea was to expose codes as code instead of having it as data. And so here the distinction between the two is important and made things simpler. I tried to keep efficiency in mind, which resulted in some of the aspects of the design which are not completely satisfactory. But so the result is actually fairly efficient, even though it was not the main motivation. It was one of the nice outcomes. And then I'm going to present some examples. So first, what is Bindat? Oh, actually, rather than present this, I'm going to go straight to the code because Bindat actually had an introduction which was fairly legible. So here we go. This is the old Bindat from Emacs 27. And the commentary starts by explaining what is Bindat. So basically, Bindat is a package that lets you parse and unparse basically binary data. The intent is to have typically network data or something like this. So assuming you have network data presented or defined with some kind of C-style structs typically or something along these lines. So you presumably will start with documentation that presents something like those structs here, and you want to be able to generate such packets and read such packets. So the way you do it is you rewrite those specifications into the Bindat syntax. So here's the Bindat syntax for the previous specification. So here, for example, you see the case for a data packet, which will have a type field, which is a byte, an unsigned 8-bit entity, then an opcode, which is also a byte, then a length, which is a 16-bit unsigned integer in little endian order, and then some ID for this entry, which is 8 bytes containing a 0 terminated string, and then the actual data, basically the payload, which has to be which is in this case a vector of bytes. The byte here doesn't need to be specified, and here we specify the length of this vector, and this length here happens to be actually the name of this field. So the length of the data is specified by the length field here, and BinDat will understand this part, which is the nice part of BinDat. And then you have an alignment field at the end, which basically is padding. It says that it is padded until the next multiple of 4. Okay, so this works reasonably well. This is actually fairly nice. With this, you can then call BinDat pack or BinDat unpack, passing it a string or passing it an A list to do the packing and unpacking. So for example, if you take this string, actually in this case it's a vector of bytes, but it works the same. It works in both ways. If you pass this to BinDat unpack, it will presumably return you this structure if you've given it the corresponding type. So it will extract, that you will see that, there was an IP address for which was a destination IP, a source IP, and some port number and some actual data here and there, etc. So this is quite convenient if you need to do this, and that's what it was designed for. So here we are. Let's go back to the actual talk. So I converted BinDat to lexical scoping at some point, and things seemed to work fine, except at some point, probably weeks later, I saw a bug report about the new version using lexical scoping not working correctly with WeChat. So here's the actual chunk of codes that appears in WeChat. So here you see that they also define a BinDat spec. So it's a packet that has a 32-bit unsigned length, then some compression information, then an ID which contains basically another struct which is specified elsewhere, doesn't matter here. And after that, a vector whose size is not just specified by length, but is computed from length. So here's how they used to compute it in WeChat. So the length here can be specified in BinDat. Instead of having just a reference to one of the fields or having a constant, you can actually compute it, where you have to use this parentheses eval, and then followed by the actual expression where you say how you compute it. And here, you see that it actually computes it based on the length of the struct. So that's supposed to be this length field here. And it's referred to using the BinDat get field to extract the field from the variable struct. And then it subtracts 4, subtracts 1, and adds some other things, which depends on some field that's found in this ID field here. And the problem with this code was that it broke because of this struct variable here. Because this struct variable is not defined anywhere in the specification of BinDat. It was used internally as a local variable, and because it was using dynamic scoping, it actually happened to be available here, but the documentation nowhere specifies it. So it was not exactly a bug of the conversion to lexical scoping, but it ended up breaking this code. And there was no way to actually fix the code within the specification of BinDat. So you had to go outside the specification of BinDat to fix this problem. So this is basically how I started looking at BinDat. Then I went to actually investigate a bit more what was going on. And the things I noticed along the way was basically that the specification of BinDat is fairly complex, and it has a lot of eval and things like this. So let's take a look at what BinDat specification looks like. So here it's actually documented as a kind of, grammar rules. So you have a specification is basically a sequence of items, and then each of the item is basically a field of a struct. So it has a field name and then a type. Instead of a type, it could have some other form for eval, which is basically never used as far as I know, or it can be some filler, or you can have this align specification where you can refer to another struct. It could also be some kind of union, or it can be some kind of repetition of something. And then you have the type specified here, which can be some integers or strings or a vector. And there are a few other special cases. And then you have, the actual field itself can be either name or something that's computed. And then everywhere here you have len, which specifies the length of vectors, for example, or length of strings. This is actually either nil to mean 1, or it can be an arg, where arg is defined to be either an integer, or deref, where deref is basically a specification that can refer, for example, to the length field. That's what we saw. We saw is between parentheses length was this way to refer to the length field. Or it can be an expression, which is what we saw in the computation of the length for WeChat, where you just had a parentheses eval and then some computation of the length of the payload. And so if you look here, you see that it is fairly large and complex, and it uses eval everywhere. And actually, it's not just that it has eval in its syntax, but the implementation has to use eval everywhere, because if you go back to see the kind of code we see here, we just define WeChat relay message spec as a constant. It's nothing than just data, right? So within this data, there are things we need to evaluate, but it is pure data. So it will have to be evaluated by passing it to eval. It can't be compiled because it's within a quote, right? And so for that reason, Kitten really suffer terribly with uses of BinDat. You really have to be very careful with that. More seriously, the struct variable was not documented, and yet it's indispensable for important applications such as using in WeChat. So clearly this needs to be fixed. Of course, we can just document struct as some variable that's used there, but of course we don't want to do that because struct is not obviously a dynamically scoped variable, so it's not very clean. Also, other problems I noticed was that the grammar is significantly more complex than necessary. We have 9 distinct non-terminals. There's ambiguity if you try to use a field whose name is align or fill or something like this, then it's going to be misinterpreted, or it can be misinterpreted. The vector length, it can be either an expression or an integer or a reference to a label, but the expression should already be the general case, and this expression can itself be just a constant integer. So there's this complexity is probably not indispensable, or it can be replaced with something simpler. That's what I felt like. And basically lots of places allow an eval exp form somewhere to open up the door for more flexibility, but not all of them do. And we don't really want to have this eval there, right? It's not very convenient syntactically either. So it makes the uses of eval a bit heavier than they need to be, and so I didn't really like this part. Another part was that when I tried to figure out what was going on, I had trouble. Winnie as well, as you can hear, she had trouble as well. But one of the trouble was that there was no way to debug the code via edebug, because it's just data, so edebug doesn't know that it has to look at it and instrument it. And of course, it was not conveniently extensible. That's also one of the things I noticed along the way. Okay, so here's an example of problems not that I didn't just see there, but that were actually present in code. So I went to look at code that was using BinDat to see what uses looked like, and I saw that BDAT was not used very heavily, but some of the main uses was just to read and write integers. And here you can see a very typical case where you have, this is also a case coming from WeChat. We do a bin.dat get field of the length of some struct we read, but actually the struct we read is here. It has a single field because the only thing we want to do is actually to unpack a 32-bit integer. But the only way we can do that is by specifying a struct with one field. And so we have to extract this struct of one field, which constructs an A list containing the actual integer, and then we just use get field to extract it. So it doesn't seem very elegant to have to construct an A list just to then extract the integer from it. Same thing if you try to pack it, you'd first have to construct the A list to pass it to bin.pack unnecessarily. Another problem I saw in this case, it was in the WebSocket package, was here where they actually have a function where they need to write an integer of a size that will vary depending on the circumstances. And so they have to test the value of this integer, and depending on which one it is, they're going to use different types. And so here it's a case where we will want to have some kind of way to compute the length of the integer instead of it having being predefined or fixed. So this is one of the cases where there's the lack of eval was a problem. And actually, in all of WebSocket, bin.dat is only used to pack and unpack integers, even though there are many more opportunities to use bin.dat in there. But it's not very convenient to use bin.dat as it stands for those other cases. So, what does the new design look like? Well, in the new design, here is what the problematic codes for WeChat. So we basically have the same fields as before. You just see that instead of u32, we now have uint32 separately. The idea is that now this 32 can be an expression you can evaluate. And so the u8 is also replaced by uint8, and the ID type is basically the same as before. And here another difference we see, and the main difference is that, actually it's the second main difference. The first main difference that we don't actually quote this whole thing. Instead, we pass it to the bin.dat type macro. So this is a macro that's going to actually build the type. And this is a big difference in terms of performance also, because by making it a macro, we can pre-compute the code that's going to pack and unpack this thing instead of having to interpret it every time we pack and unpack. So this macro will generate more efficient code along the way. Also, it makes the code that appears in here visible to the compiler, because we can give an edebug spec for it. And so here, as an argument to vec, instead of having to specify that this is an evaluated expression, we just write the expression directly, because all the expressions that appear there will just be evaluated. And we don't need to use the struct variable and then extract the length field from it. We can just use length as a variable. So this variable length here will refer to this field here. And then this variable ID here will refer to this field here. And so we can just use the field values as local variables, which is very natural and very efficient also, because the code would actually directly do that. And the code that unpacks those data will just extract an integer and bind it to the length variable. And so that makes it immediately available there. Okay, let's see also what the actual documentation looks like. So if we look at the doc of bin.dat, we see the actual specification of the grammar. And so here we see, instead of having these 9 different non-terminals, we basically have 2. We have the non-terminal for type, which can be either a uint_r, or a string, or bits, or fill, or line, or vec, or those various other forms. Or it can be a struct, in which case, in the case of struct, then it will be followed by a sequence, a list of fields, where each of the field is basically a label followed by another type. And so this makes the whole specification much simpler. We don't have any distinction now between struct being a special case as opposed to just the normal types. Struct is just now one of the possible types that can appear here. The other thing is that the label is always present in the structure, so there's no ambiguity. Also, all the above things like, the bit length we have here, the length we have here, the count for vector we have here, these are all plain eLisp expressions, so they are implicitly evaluated if necessary. And if you want them to be constant, really constant, you can just use quotes for those rare cases where it's necessary. Another thing is that you can extend it with bin.def macro. Okay, let's go back here. So what are the advantages of this approach? As I said, one of the main advantages is that we now have support for edebug. We don't have struct, repeat, and align as special cases anymore. These are just normal types. Before there was uint as type, int as type, and those kinds of things. Struct and repeat and align were in a different case, and so there were some subtle differences between those that completely disappeared. Also, in the special cases, there was union, and union now has completely disappeared. We don't need it anymore because instead we can actually use code anywhere. That's one of the things I didn't mention here, but in this node here, that's one of the important nodes. Not only bit length, count, etc. are expressions, but the type itself, any type itself is basically an expression. And so you can actually, instead of having uint bit length, you can have if blah 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 uint, otherwise string. And so you can have a field that can be either a string or an int, depending on some condition. And for that reason, we don't need a union. Instead of having a union, we can just have a cond or a p case that will return the type we want to use, depending on the context, which will generally depend on some previous field. Also, we don't need to use single field structs for simple types anymore, because there's no distinction between struct and other types. And so we can pass to bin.pack and bin.unpack a specification which just says, here's an integer, and we'll just pack and unpack the integer. And of course, now all the code is exposed, so not only edebug works, but also FlyMake and the compiler, etc. They can complain about it and give you warnings and errors as we like them. And of course, the kitten are much happier. Okay, this is going a bit over time, so let's try to go faster. Here are some of the new features that are introduced. I already mentioned briefly that you can define new types with bin.def macro. That's one of the important novelties, in that you can extend bin.dat with new types this way. The other thing you can do is you can control how values are strict, or packets are unpacked, and how they are represented. In the old bin.dat, a packet is necessarily represented when you unpack it as an A-list, basically. A struct becomes an A-list, and that's all there is. You don't have any choice about it. With the new system, you can, by default, it also returns just an A-list, but you can actually control what it is unpacked as, or what it's packed from, using these keywords. With unpack val, you can give an expression that will construct the unpacked value from the various fields. And with packval and packvar, you can specify how to extract the information from the unpacked value to generate the pack value. So here are some examples. Here's an example taken from OSC. OSC actually doesn't use bin.dat currently, but I have tried to I've played with it to see what it would look like if it were to use bindat. So here it was. Here's the definition of the time tag representation, which represents timestamps in OSC. So it would be, you would use bindat type, and then you have here bin pack var basically gives a name when we try to pack a timestamp. Time is going to be the variable whose name contains the actual timestamp we receive. So we want to represent the unpacked value as a normal Emacs timestamp, and then basically convert from this timestamp to a string, or from a string to this timestamp. So when we receive it, it's going to be called time, so we can refer to it. And so in order to actually encode it, we basically turn this timestamp into an integer. That's what this pack val does. It says, when we try to pack it, here's the value that we should use. So we turn it into an integer, and then this integer is going to be encoded as a uint 64-bit. So a 64-bit unsigned integer. And when we try to unpack the value, well, this ticks field is going to contain an unsigned int of 64-bit, and we want to return instead a timestamp, a time value from Emacs. And here we just represented, we use the representation of times as a pair of a number of ticks and the corresponding frequency of those ticks. So that's what we do here with unpack val. We just construct the cons corresponding to it. So with this definition, bindat pack and unpack are going to convert to and from proper time values on one side and binary strings on the other. Note, of course, that I complained that the old bindat had to use single field structs for simple types, and here basically I'm back using single field structs as well for this particular case, and it's actually a reasonably frequent case, to be honest. But at least this is not so problematic because we actually control what is returned. So even though it's a single field struct, it's not going to construct an A-list or force you to construct an A-list. Instead, it really receives and takes a value in the ideal representation that we chose. Here we have a more complex example where the actual type is recursive because it's represented those LEB. It's called, I can't remember what LEB stands for, but it's a representation for arbitrary length integers, where basically it's every byte is either smaller than 128, in which case it's the end of the value, or it's a value bigger than 128, in which case there's an extra byte at the end. That's going to continue. And here we see the representation is basically a structure that starts with a byte, which contains this value, which can be either the last value or not, and the tail, which will either be empty or contain something else. The empty is here. If the head value is smaller than 128, then the type of this tail is going to be unit 0. So it's basically unit is the empty type, and 0 is going to be the value we receive when we read it. And if not, then it has as type loop, which is the type we're defining. So it's the recursive case where then the rest of the type is the type itself. And so this lets us pack and unpack. We pass it an arbitrary size integer, and it's going to turn it into this LEB128 binary representation, and vice versa. I have other examples if you're interested. But anyway, so here's the conclusion. We have a simpler, more flexible, and more powerful bindat now, which is also significantly faster. I can't remember the exact speed up, but it's definitely not a few percents. I vaguely remember about 4 times faster in my tests, but it's probably very different in different cases. So it might be just 4 times, 2 times, who knows. Try it for yourself, but I was pretty pleased because it was not the main motivation. So anyway, the negatives are here. In the new system, there's this bin.def macro, which lets us define kind of new types, and bin.type also lets us define new types. And the distinction between the two is a bit subtle. It's kind of depends on, it has an impact on efficiency more than anything. So it's not very satisfactory. There's a bit of redundancy between the two. There is no bit level control, just as before. We can only manipulate basically bytes. So this is definitely not usable for like a Huffman encoding kind of thing. Also, it's not nearly as flexible as some of the alternatives. So, GNU-poke has been a vague inspiration for this work, and GNU-poke gives you a lot more power in how to specify the types, etc. And of course, one of the main downsides is that it's still not used very much. Actually, the new bin.dat is not used by any package as far as I know right now. But even the old one is not used very often. So who knows whether it's actually going to work very much better or not. Anyway, this is it for this talk. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
You are now unmuted.
Sorry. Okay, I seem to be live. Let me just check that everything is working on my end. Yes. Hi, Stefan. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes.
Oh, it's
I can hear
amazing.
you.
I love when everything works on the first go. I might need to do something with the volume, though, so just give me a second. Can you speak again, please?
Yes. What do you want me to tell you the name of my dog?
I mean, don't take it as me not wanting the name of your dog, but actually I would much prefer if we could get into the questions right now. So do you have the pad in front of you?
Yes.
So would you be able to read the question and answer them? And I'll be here in case of problems.
Yes. Yes. So one of the questions is that bin.dat seems to be very similar to GNU-poke, or pokey. I'm not sure how it's supposed to be pronounced. And you're wondering if poke, yeah, I guess so. They're wondering if it might be a good idea to bin.dat or a variant of it that actually uses the poke language and probably through leap poke, which will be much faster, etc. So yes, I think that's definitely something that could be done. Is there enough motivation for someone to do it? I don't know. I probably won't be the one who does it though. But yeah, I think that would be very interesting. GNU-poke was not exactly the inspiration, but I was aware of it, and it probably influenced me subconsciously, at least in the design of bin.dat, so of this new bin.dat. Another question I see is, so it's the question about my dog's name. So yeah, it's Winnie, and no, we did not name it ourselves. So does it have something to do with Lisp or programming languages? It might. Who knows? But I don't think so. Is it merged into mainline Emacs? Yes, it is. It's I think it's in Emacs 28 actually. I think I pushed it before. Yeah, it is in Emacs 28. So it's already usable in the pre-test basically. And in the Emacs Lisp, what is it? Is it eLisp benchmark package on GNU Alpha? There is one of the benchmarks is a bin.dat benchmark that I added around that time, so you can run it there, and you can. It has the old interface and the new interface, so you can compare the speed. But that's basically what I used to get an idea of whether it was as fast as before, which was my main concern. But it is significantly faster as far as I know. I do not know of any common Lisp libraries similar to bin.dat, nor Scheme either. I did not actually look at this. It seems it's always a good idea to do that. With PKs, I had this experience of designing my own after looking for such things in Common Lisp and Scheme, and did not actually notice the one in Racket. So it's only in the second, not rewrite, but refresh, let's say, of PKs that I benefited from the experience of Racket's pattern matching. So there's probably something to be gained there from those fields, but I didn't actually look for them, so I don't know. Yes, I know kittens love me. Yeah, that's true. Sadly, I don't have a cat right now, so.
Well, you should remedy
No.
to this particular problem.
Yes.
I mean,
It's
who am I to
definitely on the
speak?
to-do list.
Right. The only thing I have that even remotely qualifies as a companion are my houseplants, and I can. Okay, I'm gonna get the nearest one, which is probably not the healthiest one, so don't judge me. I'm showing the stream right now. You can't see Stefan, but I do have a lovely plant right now. If you ask the ERG crew, you did see a presentation by them yesterday. Sometimes my activity during ERG meeting is pruning my various plants and doing some bonsai work on them, which is very relaxing. Would you believe it? All right. Well, before I go on to even more obscure tangents, I will leave it at that. So, Stefan, I do have a question for you. Would you like to keep taking questions? Because right now, obviously, you've answered all the questions on the pad, but people might want to tune in on BBB and ask you questions. So, would you be available for this?
Yeah, I can stay in the big room, in the big blue button room. Yes.
Okay, awesome. So that gets me to do my usual routine, which is look up. Right, I hear Stefan laughing as well. So if you look at Stefan, where is he? Okay, there we go. To Bobby.talk. You click there, and it might not be there quite yet. No, it is already. So we already have a live Q&A link. So you click there, and you'll be able to ask questions directly to Stefan. And this is being restreamed on the old stream. Okay, well, let me get back to your stream, Stefan. So thank you so much for taking the time, not only for the presentation, and also for answering questions.
You're welcome.
All right, bye-bye.
Yeah.
Okay, so getting back now to this. I didn't show this screen. It feels like I was doing something that I haven't done in a while, but it's also I haven't shown you the schedule in quite a while, so that's why I was rusty. So the next talk is by Eduardo, and it is about test blocks. Now, Eduardo has presented EEV, a package for executable hyperlinks at EmacsConf 2019 and 2020, and now he's back to show a new feature of EEV for running tests. So let's watch this.
Hi, my name is Eduardo Ox. I'm the author of an Emacs package called EEV, and this talk is about a new feature of EEV called test blocks. Let's start by demo. This is a
sorry
file
about
in Lua that
not muting
defines these
myself on
two
Mumble. I
functions here.
mispressed the key, I think.
And if we type F8 several times here, the F8s create a Lua.
You know what? We had a little bit more time, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to put us back at the start. So that was 19 seconds. Sorry, stream. Restarting now.
Hi, my name is Eduardo Ox. I'm the author of an Emacs package called EEV, and this talk is about a new feature of EEV called test blocks. Let's start by demo. This is a file in Lua that defines these two functions here. And if we type F8 several times here, the F8s create a Lua REPL here, and then they send these lines to the REPL, where this line here loads this file into the REPL, and these other lines here are tests for these lines. There's a lot of information here, so let me organize them in a more visual way. This is our file in Lua. Lua sees this thing as a multi-line comment, but we are going to see it as a test block. And EEV mode is active, and so F8 does the right thing. These three lines here set up the target buffer running a Lua REPL. You can see the prompt of the REPL here. And these lines here are sent to the REPL. And when we type F8 on a line that starts with the red star, like these lines here, what F8 does is that it sends the rest of the line, it executes the rest of the line as Lisp. So it executes, the three F8s here execute these lines as Lisp, and they set up the target buffer here. And when we type F8 on a line that does not start with the red star, the F8 sends the line to the target buffer and moves down. And this line loads this file in the REPL, and these lines are tests. So we just saw how to use an existing test block. Let's now see how to create a new test block. We just have to run this metax e insert test block or MetaX EEAT. And the result depends on the measure mode. Let's understand that by looking at the source code. EEAT is an alias to this function here, and this function is just 5 lines of code plus a docstring. And the docstring explains that if the measure mode is full mode, then this function tries to call a function called insert test full mode, if that function exists, and that if that function does not exist, then it yields an error. And here's an example of one such function. That's a function that inserts a test block in Haskell mode. And here we can see 2 functions like this, one for Haskell mode and one for JavaScript mode. These functions look quite similar, but their effects look quite different. To make this comparison here, I started by creating 7 files, each one in a different language. And initially, each one of these files only had a comment with the name of the language. So C, Haskell, JavaScript, org mode, etc. And in each one of these files, I typed MetaX EEAT to insert a test block. So here we can see that these test blocks are different. For example, the syntax for multi-line comments is different depending on the language. This block here that selects which REPL to run is also different. This line here that shows that tells the REPL to load the current file is also different depending on the language. In some cases I had to improvise a bit. For example, to implement test blocks in shell mode I had to use this weird syntax using here document. In TCL I also had to improvise a bit, and in some cases I had to improvise a lot. For example, in org mode there isn't an obvious REPL to run, and there isn't an obvious way to load the current org file into the REPL. So the default action of MetaX EEAT in org mode is just to insert this thing here that we can use to run a shell in a REPL. So these functions are quite similar, and in the beginning I was writing all of them by hand, but then I got bored and I wrote a function to help me write functions like that. This function is called find EEAT links, and it creates a temporary buffer, and the contents of this temporary buffer depends on the measure mode. For example, if the current mode is Python mode, then running this function here creates a temporary buffer that lets me write the support for test blocks in Python mode, or rewrite the function that supports test blocks in Python mode. So if I'm in Python mode and I run this, I get a temporary buffer like this, in which this thing is my template for the function. Usually this thing is totally wrong. I have to rewrite this string, but the rest is right. You can see Python mode here in the name of the function. So we have to edit this and save that to our home/.emacs. And by the way, these things here are hyperlinks to many different things. This alias hyperlink here points to the source code, to the section in which these functions are defined. So you can see this here, the function that supports C, the function for Haskell, the function for JavaScript, etc. And that's it. This is a 5-minute talk, so I can't say much. If you want more information, or if you want to see real-world examples, how I use test blocks, etc., see this page here. And I do not have time to explain this, by the way, here. So that's it. Thanks.
Alright, and we're back. Sorry, my timing is usually pretty good, but I had to chide Sasha for pushing me under the bus right now. Okay, so that was Eduardo's talk on test blocks. Sorry, I can't read. And Eduardo is not answering question live, but well, he is live sort of, but on ISE. So his handle is EDRX. And if you want to add your question directly to him, feel free to do so. Otherwise, we also have one question on the pad so far. You know, I keep pestering you all about putting questions in the pad, but it's just because it's so much easier afterwards for us to pull these questions and put them on a talk page. Otherwise, we have to go hunting in the ISE logs, and it's a little bit tedious, but just do whatever is convenient for you, but we're just telling you what is more convenient for us. All right, moving on to the next talk, which is by Mosen. So Perso-Arabic input methods and making more Emacs apps BD aware. Now, bidirectional text can be challenging to work with for both user and developers. And what Mosen does is that he shows us how it's done. All right, let's watch this.
Greetings. Salam. This is Mohsen Banon. I am an Iranian software and internet engineer. I converted to Emacs in 1986. It was Emacs version 17 then. By around 1988, when Emacs version 18 was well in place, I started living inside of Emacs. My primary digital environment has been Emacs ever since. It has been a good life. I'm a native Farsi speaker and writer. I'm not a linguist and I do not specialize in multilingualization, internationalization, and localization. My favorite programming language is Lisp, and I am a bit of an Emacs developer. This presentation is about use of Perso-Arabic scripts with Emacs. It's an overview presentation. I won't be digging deep in many of the mentioned topics. My goal is to make you aware of what can be done with Emacs today and the potentials that Emacs presents for Perso-Arabic writers. The main topics that I'll cover are a brief introduction to Perso-Arabic scripts, 2 existing Emacs Persian input methods, the challenges involved with making Emacs applications bidirectional aware, the ultimate goal of creating a complete digital environment for Perso-Arabic writers, and I'll also be including various pointers. So, first let's make sure that what I'm presenting is of interest to you. If you're a Perso-Arabic writer and if you use Emacs, you're definitely my intended audience. If you're an Emacs developer who wishes to make her Emacs apps multilingual and BD aware, you're also my intended audience. For the purposes of this presentation, in this slide, I'm categorizing scripts based on directionality and shaping. Latin letters are not shaped. Generally speaking, the shape of a Latin letter is independent of its position in a word. Perso-Arabic letters are subject to shaping. For example, the letter mim, sounding similar to M, takes 3 shapes depending on whether it is in the beginning of a word, in the middle of a word, or at the end of a word. I'll be showing more of how shaping works in an Emacs session screencast later. Shaping has ramifications for Emacs application developers. For example, if you're combining initial letters to create a label, those letters can be shaped together, which is not what you want. In such cases, you would need to explicitly keep them separate. Latin-based scripts are always left to right. Perso-Arabic scripts are right to left with letters, but numbers are left to right. So Perso-Arabic scripts are bidirectional, BD. Hebrew is also bidirectional, but Hebrew is not shaped. More recently, it has become very common to mix Perso-Arabic and Latin text. This can become very confusing if paragraph directionality is not properly observed. I'll be providing some examples as screencasts. The Emacs display engine now fully and well supports both shaping and BD. Since 2012, starting with Emacs version 24, we can say that Emacs is a truly multilingual capable environment. Like everything else, multilingual support for Emacs was added gradually. Unicode support was added early on. The framework for input methods evolved in the 1990s, but it was not till version 24 in 2012 that the display engine could fully support BD. Hats off to Eli Zaretsky for his work on Emacs BD. Once full BD support was in place in 2012, I went ahead and added 2 Persian input methods to Emacs 24. So now Emacs fully supports Perso-Arabic scripts. By Perso-Arabic script, we're referring to the Arabic writing system with various extensions used by a large number of languages. Perso-Arabic is the second most widely used writing system in the world by the number of countries. It is the third by the number of users, after the Latin and Chinese scripts. So, by well supporting Perso-Arabic, Emacs's potential user base can be greatly enhanced. Before focusing on the Persian input methods, let me quickly summarize Emacs's input methods model. Input methods allow you to enter characters that are not supported by your keyboard. With Quail maps, we can map ASCII key strings to multilingual characters, so we can input any text from an ASCII keyboard. You select an input method with Ctrl+X, Enter, Ctrl/\. We'll try that in a screencast shortly. Since version 24, Emacs comes loaded with 2 Persian input methods. Farsi Isri 9147 is the standard traditional Iranian keyboard. Farsi Transliterate Banan is an intuitive transliteration keyboard for Farsi, which requires near zero training for use. I'll be mostly focused on Farsi Transliterate Banan in this presentation. So let's try these out. In this GIFcast, we're going to select a Persian input method and write a few simple sentences. With no training and no documentation, any Farsi writer familiar with Emacs can write these, as Farsi Transliterate Banan input method is intuitive. I'll be using KeyCast to show you keys as they are used. Let me first describe as to what we have on the screen. There are 3 windows in one frame. KeyCast will show commands and keys on the mode line. The leftmost window is showing logs of KeyCast. Transformed individual unshaped letters will appear here. The middle window is running a tail-f on the dribble file piped to fold-w1. This lets you see the raw ASCII characters as I type them. The right window is the empty buffer on ex.fa file. Anything that I describe here can be done with Virgin Emacs distribution with nothing added. But I'm using BLE by Starliber Halal Emacs environment to show things. You don't need to have BLE for writing the equivalent of the text in this GIFcast. First, I'm going to select the Farsi Transliterate Banan. I'm entering Ctrl+X, Enter, Ctrl/\. Notice the mode line and the prompt at mini buffer. With completion, I'm going to select Farsi transliterate banan, notice that Farsi Isiri 9147 was also provided as a choice. Also, notice that the letter B appears in the left of the mode line of ex.fa. This indicates which input method has been selected. Also notice that cursor is on the top left corner of ex.fa. Next, I'm going to enter the S character. Notice the cursor moved to the right and unshaped sin appeared in the ex.fa buffer and on the mode line and in the keycast log buffer. Next, I'm going to enter L. Notice LUM in the mode line and notice how sin was subjected to shaping. Next, I'm going to write the following. سلام، حال شما چطوره؟ با این مکس همه کار میشه کرد. Hello, how are you? You can do everything with Emacs. Generally, same sounding Latin characters are used. As usual, vowels are ignored unless called for. Notice that in order to get Hey Jimmy, I repeated H twice. Shin is the obvious SH. Che is the obvious CH. Te dastedar is uppercase T. Te do nokte is lowercase t. That's it. We managed to write in Farsi with a QWERTY keyboard intuitively. Next, we're going to switch back to Globish and write back to Globish. Notice that the Globish sentence started from the left side. This is due to proper detection of paragraph directionality by Emacs. For the most part, Emacs is self-documenting. Here we're pointing you to some relevant self-contained Emacs resources. The BD documentation applies to all BD scripts, not just Perso-Arabic scripts. Referring to the code can also be useful for some. Here are some pointers to the Quail translation code for Persian input methods. The Persian.el file has full details of the mapping and some documentation. Next, we'll show the keyboard layouts as a GIFcast. You can get relevant documentation for any input method with the describe input method command. So let's try that for Farsi transliterate banan. We are back in the ex.fa buffer as one window. We don't need the keycast logging and the dribble windows anymore. With the control \, I reactivate the Farsi input method. Notice that keycast is still active on the mode line. Next, with the control H, control \, I get the input methods documentation. I then delete other windows and keep the help buffer visible. Notice that B in this input methods identifier. Here is the URL for full documentation on the web. The keyboard layout itself is a one-to-one mapping, but towards making transliteration intuitive, multiple keys are sometimes mapped to the same letter. For example, both I and Y produce Y. The usual two-letter transliterations ending with H, J, Che, She, and Che or provided. The ampersand prefix is used to support often invisible BD markings. In addition to this internal documentation, full documentation is also available. Complete documentation for Persian input methods is available as PLPC 120.036. Next, we'll take a quick look at this on the web. You can click on links in the Reveal web-based form of this presentation. So let's visit PLPC 120.036. This document fully describes Persian input methods. In addition to HTML, you can also obtain it in PDF. Let's do that. Of particular interest in this document are various tables that enumerate lists of letters with their association to both Persian input methods. Let's take a look at a few of these. Table 3, mapping of ECD 6219, the Farsi character set, to Emacs Persian input methods could be of interest to you. As well as Table 8 for BD-related control markups, and Table 9 for vowels and other signs. Having covered input methods, let's turn our attention to ramifications of BD and Perso-Arabic on various Emacs applications. Since 2012, I have been using Persian text in various Emacs applications. In short, my experience has been that most Emacs apps are usable, but they all have glitches that could, at a minimum, annoy Perso-Arabic users. In this slide, I am presenting a summary. The glitches with GNUs are not all that significant for me. BBDB glitches can easily be fixed. For calendar, I have customized my own setup to support Persian and Islamic dates in Perso-Arabic. Perhaps they should be merged upstream. Instead of dealing with apps one at a time, I think it's more reasonable to consider them collectively. The glitches that I mentioned in the previous slide have two roots. Some are BD specific and some are Perso-Arabic specific. In this slide, I have classified them as such and have made some general suggestions. But all of these at best amount to tactical approaches. I think a more strategic approach is called for. The right way to address BD awareness and other awarenesses is to build them in frameworks that Emacs apps can then use. So I'm proposing that we first create ENML, the Emacs native markup language, as a Lispish, perhaps even not fully secure, superset of HTML5. With that in place, we can then build on the 2 decades of experience that have produced various web application development frameworks by mimicking one of them. I don't have any running code for any of these, but discussing strategy need not always be futile. Emacs has immense potentials, but those potentials cannot be realized unless we integrate Emacs in the totality of a specific, complete digital ecosystem. Over the past 2 decades, I've been building the contours of the Liber Halal by Star digital ecosystem. Emacs can then be fully integrated into ByStar. It's through such integration that full conviviality of Emacs can be experienced. BLI, the ByStar Liber Halal Emacs environment, is Emacs plus a whole lot of Emacs apps integrated with Debian, with ByStar services, and with BySOS, the ByStar Internet Services OS. Perhaps this could be the topic of a presentation for the 2022 Emacs conference.
Alright, I believe we are back. Let me just get this stream up. Oh, what is this? No, that's not this. Oh, that's better. Hi, Mason. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello, Leo.
Hi, I can hear you as well. And again, everything worked beautifully, so I'll tap myself on the back. So I don't want to take too much time away from your question time. So you know what? Do you have the pad in front of you?
Yes. Is there any additions that you have to add to Emacs for using non-English Latin characters? No. I only set the default input method to, for that. Yeah, you don't need to do anything. Today's Emacs out of the box is capable of doing everything that you saw. So you just need to be sure that you have fonts that do support Perso-Arabic, and that's all. Everything else works out of the box properly. Oh, what does IME stand for? But my answer is I live inside of Emacs, so everything that I do is, this is with regard to question 2 about why not using the host OS's keyboard. And the reason is why, because we live inside of Emacs, and that the host OS typically provides an unintelligent keyboard, and Farsi transliterate Banan, for example, provides multi-character input, which is a lot more powerful. No, everything, this is with respect to question 3. Do you write any Lisp or other code with these scripts? No, everything is in pure eLisp. What alternatives have you into for problems related to your markup language idea? Oh, that is the piece that I mentioned in the very end. I think that's a big problem that all of us inside of Emacs are facing. The way that Emacs has evolved has taken us to properties on strings and text. And what I am suggesting is that we adopt the web model for Emacs application development. So if you step back and look at where we are, there is no such thing as a native Emacs markup language mode, similar to what HTML is doing for the web. Our display engine, Emacs's display engine, is capable of doing everything, but we are not exposing that in as convenient of a way as the web paradigm is doing. I don't know if that made sense.
You are now unmuted.
No, I simply responded to that question broadly. I don't know if it was intelligible or not.
Oh, I think.
I don't see the next question. Right.
sorry. Apparently my microphone was muted on stream. Thank you, Corwin, for letting me know. If we don't have any other questions, what I'm going to suggest to you then, would you be available to keep answering questions and stay in the room so that people can join you? Would you be okay to do that?
Certainly.
Awesome. So everyone on the stream know, and if you've been watching the stream, Mohsen, you know as well. So if you look above my head, if you go to the stream schedule page and you go to Mohsen, you click on the page, and normally pretty quickly, yes, we do have live Q&A right now. So you click there and you'll be with Mohsen in the room. And we'll also be streaming this on the old stream. So let me just get back to you, Mohsen. Okay, well, thank you so much for both your talk and the question you provided. I feel like I'm getting awfully formulaic now. I'm saying exactly the same thing. I'm like a robot at the end of the day of this conference. Mohsen, do you have anything else to add?
No, thank you very much.
Okay, awesome. So I'll let you in this room, and hopefully people will join, and we'll get to the next pre-recording then. Bye-bye, Mohsen.
Bye.
Alrighty. So, moving on to the next... sorry. Whew. Getting a little winded here. So if you look at the schedule, the next talk is by Matthew Zhang, and it's Emacs Application Framework 2021 Update. Now, why limit I am so terrible at reading off of prompts, and believe me, I've trained for this, and I still cannot do it. Okay, so why limit ourselves to what can be done with Emacs when you can embed other things into it? Matthew Zhang presented the Emacs application framework last year and is back to share an update on how things are going now. So let's get watching.
Hi, my name is Matthew Zhang, aka MT or Minder. Welcome to EmacsConf 2021. I hope everyone is enjoying the conference so far. I am one of the maintainers of the Emacs application framework. I was also here last year during EmacsConf 2020 and did a 20-minute presentation on the overall architecture of EAF as well as a small demo. A lot of things have changed since 2020, and that's why today I'm here to present Emacs Application Framework, a 2021 update. So we all know Emacs, and we definitely know that Emacs is not just a text editor. It is a text-centric work environment, but it lacks efficient multimedia rendering capabilities such as website, PDF, and video rendering. We all want that, right? Therefore, the EAF project wants to solve this problem while also retaining the rich Emacs ecosystem and its customizability and extensibility. The solution is to outsource the hard part to Python and Node.js by bridging Lisp with them so that Python and JavaScript can do the hard work and minimize the Lisp workload, which ultimately speeds up our end user experience using Emacs. Do note that Python and JavaScript already have a very mature ecosystem that provides a foundation to modern multimedia applications. So basically, EAF enables Emacs to extend to Python and JavaScript ecosystems, therefore extending to modern multimedia apps too. As we're on a tight schedule today, I can't go into every detail about how EAF achieves this. I did go through a lot of things during last year's presentation, so I highly recommend anyone interested to check out that presentation and the project repository itself. And today we're focusing on what changed. Well, the first change that you will definitely notice is that we have a new logo. This logo uses skill wheels to symbolize how EAF extends Emacs to web and multimedia applications that bring new possibilities to Emacs. Since last year, EAF has replaced the dbus communication technology with the cross-platform EPC, the Emacs RPC stack, which has an Lisp implementation and a Python implementation, exactly what we need. This and some other changes enable EAF to support Windows, Windows 10, and Windows Subsystem for Linux. as well as all distros that support pacman, apt, dnf, pkg, zyper package installer commands, which includes the Arch-based, Debian, Ubuntu-based, Fedora, etc. However, do note that the Mac OS support works with some non-issues. Have a look if you want to try it out. Previously, EAF was able to make Lisp communicate with Python as well as Python to communicate with JavaScript, meaning that Lisp can call Python functions and vice versa, and Python can call JavaScript functions and vice versa. But if you want Lisp to communicate with JavaScript, you have to go through Python, which is rather troublesome. Now, thanks to the EPC, Lisp can communicate with JavaScript directly using eval.js function and eval.emacs function in Lisp and Python respectively. This greatly simplifies the code that will be needed to write a web app in EAF. Speaking of web applications, Vue.js is a web framework that's been gaining a lot of popularity in recent years for its simplicity and functionality. In the past, you were only able to write simple JavaScript and HTML web apps for EAF. It is quite some work to create a full-featured web application. Now, you can write Vue apps using EAF that work seamlessly with Emacs and Lisp. There are a few existing EAF apps written with Vue already to demonstrate the possibilities of Vue-based extensions in Emacs. The first one is the EAF file manager written by Manati Lazycat himself as an alternative option to Dired, as he found Dired's performance to lag considerably when there are way too many files. It supports wdired and fd functionality, and let me demonstrate that to you. See? And this is the app. Go back here. And another one is the EAF RSS Reader, written by our Summer of Code 2021 student Shao Chenghen. It is a fast RSS reader that uses the EAF browser for previews. And let me demo that to you as well. Automatic Emacs. And you can view every site in the EAF browser. To ease the process of creating a new EAF application, we've separated the EAF core and its apps so that EAF apps now have their individual repositories. You can find them under the Emacs EAF GitHub organization. Because of the number of EAF apps and their dependencies that vary from system to system, we've also introduced a new Emacs EAF install and update command, which is a wrapper around the new install EAF Python script dedicated to installing, updating, and maintaining EAF apps and their dependencies for the end user. Now, it is very easy to create a new EAF app. You just need to do it. You can just do it in your own repository, such as in GitHub, GitLab, or wherever. The first thing to do is to fork the EAF demo or the EAF Vue demo as a starting template. Then update the dependencies.json file to list the new dependencies you introduced on various systems. Afterwards, once your app is finished, you simply need to submit a PR to the EAF core that modifies the application JSON list to include your new app. And that's it. Come try out and write your own EAF extensions today. There are many other new updates. To list a few, we've reached more than 60 contributors. Hooray! And also, you can now use the familiar Ctrl+S and Ctrl+R iSearch for real-time search functionality very similar to the Emacs iSearch in the EAF browser, PDF viewer, and many other applications. Additionally, you can also create EAF PDF annotations either inline or as a pop-up, etc., etc., etc. Finally, let's talk about PopWeb. PubWeb is a very, very new project that started like exactly 2 weeks ago that focuses particularly on the multimedia pop-up functionality in Emacs. PubWeb is considered to be a sister project and lightweight version of EAF. They both share a very similar design and some code, and they are maintained by the same people, which is me and Anati LazyCat. Here's a quick demo to see the responsiveness of its preview. Here we go on the right. See, oh, here we go. Yes. And these are the LaTeX preview. I can quickly show the next one. So, this is the end of my presentation. Feel free to post questions on the collaborative path, IRC, or directly send me an email. I'll be around all these places. And if you found any issue, please submit an issue to the EAF official issue. And don't forget to check out the wiki. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of EmacsConf 2021.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Matthew. I know that I'm thanking someone who's not there with me. It's not schizophrenia, don't worry. But yeah, that was Matthew's talk on the Emacs application framework. He's not around, I think. Let me check. Yes, he is on ISC, and you can add your question at him, and you can put the question in the pad, yada, yada, yada. You know the drill now. Okay, and without further ado, let's get started with the next talk, which is, if you look up, it is Shane Mulligan's talk about imaginary programming. Now, let me get my notes right. What if you could write code without writing code? Well, Shane shares his experiments with artificial intelligence. So let's get started with the talk. Prereq, actually. Talk. Whichever is fine, probably.
Hi, everyone. My name is Shane, and it's truly a real honor to be able to speak at EmacsConf. I love Emacs. I love Emacs Lisp, and this is also another topic that really excites me. Ever since I got my hands on OpenAI's GPT-3 and 6 months ago, I knew that it was important to research this for Emacs. You know, aside from being somebody who never wants to leave Emacs myself, and I hope that being one of the few Emacs users, possibly the only one that had access to GPT-3 for this long, I hope that I can contribute. So, imaginary programming is just it's based on prompt engineering currently, but it's an abstraction over prompt engineering. You can read about prompt engineering and language models. That's quite easy to Google for. And imaginary programming is a subfield of imaginary computing, which is just the larger domain of employing of computing that's based on imagination, artificial imagination. So basically dreaming up user interfaces instead of, or at least partially dreaming them up. And I suppose that it's a fringe paradigm, but it's extremely useful. It's imaginary computing. If you're willing to call it that, would be what's used to imagine simulations for self-driving cars as they're trained, for example. But this technology finds its way to the public, and it should be in the public domain. So Demis Hassabis, he's the founder of DeepMind, and he did his PhD in human imagination. Now he's working on artificial imagination. So just a couple of days ago, I took Aleph Alpha's world model API, and I plugged it into Emacs's U browser, and now I have a way of generating text for the images instead of actually, so I can stay in my text-only Emacs, which is the way it should be. So intelligent NFTs, I'll leave this for you guys to look at. Information bubbles. So there are some there's some potential bad outcomes from the runaway empowering of these large language models and other models in commercial hands. It's causing information bubbles and ways of controlling people. So for example, microtasks and stuff, the furthermore just automating away or abstracting away the role of a programmer and the automating more and more increasingly abstract tasks. And I think the solution is to decentralize and break up these tasks. I have a potential way of doing that. But firstly, I'll talk about the imaginary web briefly, because the thing about these language models is they can replace basically everything on the internet, basically. So like replace your Wikipedia, Stack Overflow, replace conversation if you want it with, from real people to chatbots instead. Replace replace basically anything there's like a website for, and that means that rich media has gone from becoming images and video and even from paywalls now into intelligent and truthful. So because generating fictional websites is going to become a very easy thing to do, and actually the best way to do it, and the most useful way to do it. So then you need a source of truth. So the imaginary web is a thing. Imaginary interpreters are a thing. So you imagine your interpreter or you overlay prompting on top of a real interpreter to see what you might want to do in an interpreter, and what you might want to say to somebody if you're talking to them. If you're inside, say, ERC and Emacs and the IRC client, and you prompt after somebody says something, then the prompt will probably suggest, what you might say in return, and then you can prompt like a multiverse, and you can pick from them. So there's a bunch of crazy utilities for these language models. So paracosm versus multiverse. So Mark Zuck wants you to live in his virtual reality as defined by him, and he's going to do it by using these models and to make you a fictional world that you can live in. You can do that, or you can use them yourself, and you build your own paracosm. And I think that's an important ability to be able to have. Otherwise, we will be like the Borg, and we'll be connected to Mark Zuckerberg. It's truth is a hot topic. So the way that I think we should do this to decentralize the language models is to use structuralism. So quickly, universal grammar, template, metaprogramming, and GPT-3, what do they have in common? Well, you have some kind of basis. So you you train your GPT-3, and then you do all your prompting on top of it. And like a person is born with this grammar, and then they quickly learn language. And like with C++ templates, you pre-process, and then the runtime runs on that. And so, anyway, that was an aside. Okay, so structuralism. If you, this is quickly, I think you can decompile. I think you can decompose the language models into units. But those units won't look like neurons. They would look like these, and you put them onto a blockchain. But you can look at that later if you want. Anyway, I'm going to skip straight to iLambda. So we're running out of time. So I'll just quickly show you the iLambda primitive in iLambda. So it evaluates instead of runs. So for example, here's the reduce function, and you've defined your imaginary lambda here, and it doesn't have a body. It's just got the comment and the parameters, and that's enough for once you have that I lambda, that runs now as a function. You can stick it into a reduce function, for example, and it'll reduce this list. You could even remove, so you kind of need the comment, otherwise you don't actually, otherwise it's too hard to imagine what would happen next. But for a function, you can just, you can literally have an idefun even without the argument list. If it's just like generate fib sequence, and most likely when you run that defun, it would like work the way you want it. But the more information you give the idefun, the imaginary defun, the better it would capture the task, what you're trying to do. In this case, you want to generate a Fibonacci sequence, and yeah, you can define functions without having a body, and they run an inference instead. Here's a way of overriding, say, the language model that's used, for example, using dynamic scope. And so under the hood, idefun just uses an I lambda. Yeah, this function here just doubles things. So here's a function that gets you a hexadecimal color just from the name. And you can create arbitrary functions like this. So what we need is like a library of imaginary functions, I think, that match a language model. So, or anyway. Macros, on the other hand, as different from functions, they actually macro expand and generate code. So when you macro expand this, you'll get this, and that's because this has an arity of 3. And then when you macro expand that underlying macro, it generates the actual source code, and that you can actually run these macros, and it will cache the output. It will cache the source code, so the macro runs the same every single time, or generates the same code. But you can just use it to generate code really easily while you're programming. So yeah, I think I hope that this has been informative. Wasn't too much time, but there's plenty of material for you to dig into it more if you're interested. Thank you very much for letting me talk today. Peace out.
Oh, sorry. Just a second. Okay, I'm back. Give me just a second to make sure everything still works. All right, popping out the video and moving to the nice stream. Hi Shane, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Leo.
I can hear you as well. How you doing?
Yeah, not bad. Not bad yourself.
Oh, doing pretty good. Obviously, my mind is being split into many different places right now, and it's both amazing and also very disturbing.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't want to take too much time away from question time. So, do you have the pad in front of you right now?
I've got the EmacsConf questions open. Sorry.
Sure. Yeah, that's the pad. Don't worry about it. So, are you down to the level of your talk, because you already have one question? Would you like to answer it? Read it and answer it, actually.
Yeah. Sorry. Could you please read it for me?
Yeah, sure.
I'm trying
okay,
to
so sure. So it is about it's a little low, so don't worry about it. So I'll be reading the question. So do you have a site where we can follow more of your writing on? Well,
Absolutely.
you can follow more of your writing on.
Yeah. I've got in the conference talk page. There's a tutorial. So if you just go to the tutorial, it's the final link. Then you've got all of the various tools that I've set up that you can use. It's all Dockerized in a container, so you just need to download and follow the setup instructions, and then they're not very long, but then it should just run all of these things inside of a Dockerized Emacs, so you can test it out. Yeah.
Okay, so I think you're taking questions on the ISC channel, EmacsConf questions, and not on the pad. It's fine. I can read the questions anyway, so don't worry about it. For the people interested, I did paste the tutorial right in the pad, and you can also go to the talk page, which I will also include right under your answer. Right. Moving on to the next question. So regarding slide 27, I'm not good enough to remember which slide was 27, but you probably will. Would it mean that two such I-defined functions would be the same, meaning do the same thing the same way, given that they are defined within a body?
So if you omit the body, then it will lose a bit of understanding about the task. And each time, so if each function's memoized, so it will run the same way, the same time until you update. So you can rerun and you get slightly different functionality. So a function maps inputs directly to outputs, and they're the same every time. But a macro, on the other hand, which does code generation, so the I macro does code generation, that will run differently every time. Yeah.
Awesome. So if you look at BBB, I've started sharing my webcam to you. So if you want to look at the question, you can do it on my webcam if you put it a little bigger.
Yeah.
So that was question 2, and we are at question 3.
Yep. So there is there's a paper called Pre-train, Prompt, and Predict, and that came out not very long ago, actually, maybe just about a month ago. But that is a survey of all the prompting methods. So it also talks about prompting functions, which are essentially templates for prompts. So you've got template variables. Yeah. Pre-train, prompt, and predict. That's the one I'd recommend.
Awesome. I don't see any more questions in the pad. Oh, they are actually starting to come. Well, let's just wait a little bit until people get the time to write. It's not that I'm stressing people on stream to write faster. Do take your time to think about your question and the wording. God knows I've been known to take a while to formulate a question. So do take your time.
How on earth do you ensure what iLambda gets back from GPT? The more context that you provide, so you could even provide the body. It runs it in inference, so everything's done, short circuits all the logic in a single step. So to control what you get back, if you know how to use PNL, is Lisp, sorry. Yes, okay. How do you ensure that what iLambda gets back is Lisp? So not Harry Potter fanfic. So that all comes down to the strength of your prompt. And there is a validation parameter, and if it filters out results. So there's a filtration parameter inside each prompt definition, and also a validation parameter. And you can run a lot of them to filter out by the ones that look like Lisp. So I just evaluate string, eval string on the results. Yeah.
So I think you had this question right before.
Yeah, so I just don't get it. How is a function that does something different each time called useful?
Oh, sorry. Can you just give me a second? I'm starting to lag a little bit. So I'm just going to stop sharing my screen again. But do you remember the question?
Yeah.
Okay, amazing. Oh, no, sorry, it's not. It's just, don't worry, it's just my audio setup at this time. You can continue talking, please.
Yeah, okay, so the question is, sorry, I just don't get it. How is a function that does something different each time called useful? So the I macro, which essentially generates code from GPT, which actually runs in real life, that doesn't run same every time, but an idefun or with the underlying iLambda does run the same every time for the same input, just like Haskell. So Haskell functions are useful. Yeah.
Okay, so I think we're at question 5. I'm still streaming, so you can. Oh no, we did question 4 and question 5, so we're question 6 now.
My views on the pluses and minus. I think it's unfortunately an inevitable reality that we have these language models which are now license blind, unfortunately. So license blindness means that the technology is it understands the nuance of a lot of different languages, and it will understand this, and it's trained on any code that's completely public. And unfortunately, that means you can actually get you can use the language models that are trained on data that could be trained on GPL code, and you can get utility out of them, but they're not aware of the license that they're using. That is a very, very tricky thing. So I think that it's so transformative that we just have to prepare for it and just live with it. Yeah.
Right.
It's
Okay,
pluses
Shane.
and minuses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry for barging in a little bit rudely. I'm dealing with multiple voices in my head right now. Would you be able to keep answering questions on BBB, or do you need to go somewhere else now?
Yeah. No, that's cool. I can do that. Yeah.
Amazing.
I'll just quickly get onto the board. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Well, you just have to stay in this room. So everyone, you know the drill. If you look up right now, if you go down to Shane Milgon's talk and you go to Imaginary Programming, you will see the link to the live Q&A. You click there and you will be with us right now, with Shane at least. And we will also be streaming this on the Alt pad. So thank you so much, Shane. And I guess I will see you probably later. Bye-bye.
Yep, see ya.
Alrighty, getting back there. Okay, so the next talk is about CLEDE, the Common Lisp Emacs Lisp Development Environment by Fermin. Sorry, I'm not looking at the right screen. That should be this one. There you go. So Fermin will demonstrate how he set up his Emacs to work on Common Lisp. And because I wasted a little bit of time on a previous talk, I'll make us get started right away on this next one. All right.
Welcome everyone to this EmacsConf 2021. My name is Fermin. I work as a Common Lisp engineer at Ravenpack, and today I'm going to talk about CLEDE, the Common Lisp Emacs development environment. So, what is CLEDE? So CLEDE is a project that I've been working on this year for a better Common Lisp integration for static tools, and for static and integrated Emacs tools. And to understand better what CLEDE is, we first has to understand the base that I use. So the foundation that I use for create CLEDE. So it is setIt, and specifically semantic. So we first have to talk about and understand what it is. So setIt is a collection of Emacs development environment tools. It was created by Eric Ludlam. I hope to say that name right, in the late 90s, and the idea was to create an entire IDE for Emacs. So setIt, it's still integrated into Emacs, and it has a lot of interesting things that are not used for too many people. So I'm going to explain some of those. So first let's go with the good ones, that one that I use for CLEDE and that can be used for other projects as well. So some of the features that currently setIt have is parse generators. So we have Wisent and Bovine. So Wisent is basically a Bison clone that was written in Emacs Lisp. That you can also specify grammars. It's a really big and rather complex tool to work with, and it's currently used for, as far as I know, 2 languages. So not also well supported, but we'll get into that later. And also Bovine, which is a way more simple tool. Like you don't need grammar files. You can write just in plain Emacs Lisp. And you also have utilities to work with those generated tag trees, so to say. So these are not AST parsers like real Bison. They are tag based. So they basically get tags and extract information from them, and they can use that information with Emacs Lisp to contextually understand better the language that you're parsing. But in general, This decision was made, as far as I know, because of the Emacs Lisp limitation of the time. So Emacs Lisp was a rather slow Lisp. So they decided to just use a tag-based thing instead of a AST-based one. And semantic give you some utility with that, as senator, for example, give you some semantic navigation. So Sedet is way more than this, but this is not Sedet talk. So if you want to get more information, you can go to the official webpage. I have to say that it is outdated, and Emacs changed some things over the years because Sedet was merged into Emacs in 2011, as far as I know. So you can also go to the official Emacs documentation, the manual, which will get more information about every tool. But it's a really interesting thing, and I'm really sad that it's forgotten. So let's go with the bad things. That Sedet is an abandoned project. This has some benefits, like it's not going to change that much, but it's of course not ideal. Most of the tooling that Sedet have right now are surpassed by other packages. And as far as I know, Eric was working with C at the time, so he totally has real support. So you can use Sedet for all the languages, but to work really like an IDE, more or less, it's all the C is the only language supported, and maybe some simple C++, but that's it. It needs more documentation. People really don't know how to use it because I have to say it's rather complex to get a project working with it, and then use semantic because, well, it needs some maintenance and to update the code. But I will argue that even with these deficiencies, it's usable, and I use it as a foundation, of base for parse infrastructure for other languages. I will say that with Common Lisp was rather easy because Sedet already have an Emacs Lisp parser, even though it's not great. It's easy to adapt and to use. It's not used in Emacs right now because, well, Emacs know very well itself, but it's there. So these, of course, are static parsers, like so you don't need to run any other language-specific tools, which is an advantage for some things. And this is what basically Sedet is, and I use the parse infrastructure and some tools to create a parser for Common Lisp. Well, more or less. Let's go to details. So I will say that it's not a parser by itself because, as we all know, parse a macro-based language is really hard. Mostly if you cannot have contextual information, because if you create code at compile time or runtime, it's really hard if you don't have runtime, right? So yeah, basically Clade can be described as a semantic extension. So basically it's like you can have semantic and use it with Common Lisp code and some Common Lisp Emacs tool. So yeah, so Bison, which is not Bison, is bovine. And the semantic and senator for navigate tags. And then communication with Slime, Sly, and inferior Lisp. That means, I will show that later, but basically you can parse the buffer, get some tags, get information about the tags that you want, and then send some of that information to the Slime, Sly, or inferior Lisp REPL buffer, so you can get both things at the same time. And given that it's a Lisp language, this can be pretty interesting. So also I wrote some common package integration. So even though there's not a Common Lisp standard, there's some libraries that are used by basically everyone. They are not part of the standard, but yeah, so a lot of people use it, like ASDF, which is the package manager. I will say it's the definition packages, so to say, better than the package itself, and have more features. So I wrote a nice integration with it, and also 5am, which is a well-known test package. So I just wrote this as example on how we can do with Clede. Right. So let's look at the features and then we go to a demo. See what you can think about. So, you can go to the repository. Currently, it's not in Melpa, although I wanted to merge it. I mean, to add it to Melpa in the future. I want to clean the code and add some more features I'm working on that are now like an idle, so to say. But yeah, you can go here and then check all the features and test it. And to install it pretty easy, you just add to path thing. You don't need any external dependencies. Everything's in Emacs. This was tested with Emacs 27, but probably going to work with Emacs 25 onwards, so it shouldn't be any problem. So let's go with the features. Okay. So these are some set integrations. First, like I said, it has support for Slime, and Inferior Lisp. If you're a common Lisp developers, you probably know Slime and Sly. And Inferior Lisp is basically just this stock Emacs REPL. So I support all those equally, so to say. And we have also 5am integration, the ability to, as I'm going to show later, you have the ability to send tests, either packages or entire suites of tests, and HDF, which currently I'm just supporting basic project navigation and some information, but it's a work in progress. So I also have some general utilities that are not directly related to Select, but part of the Clede package, which is Clede Highlight. It's highly inspired by the Emacs refactor, e-refactor. Yeah, so basically you have some nice highlights for let variables. I want to expand that to also support parameters and function stuff, but it's not a high priority for me. But yeah, I sometimes use this. It's pretty neat when you have a big let. Also some refactoring utilities. Some of those can be said as overlap with some, because it's string base. Doesn't have too much context information. But yeah, I have some replace symbol in region and zipper tag. And then some Clede commands. This is a thing that I use all the time. Like you can define some commands to send to the REPL. We'll show some example, but basically you have already an example. You define a list of commands, you put a name, and then you put the common Lisp code that you want to send. Given that you're writing this in Emacs Lisp in your configuration, you can have some runtime information when the code is sent. Right? So get a variable value or whatever. Okay, iMenu integration. Yes, semantic. Said it has a great iMenu utilities to have a better iMenu. So yeah, I have an iMenu list. Also work really well. I use this. So you have better when you go to a file that you don't fully know what is inside. It's better to navigate to having like a tree. Yeah, this is the things going to show the senator, which is semantic navigator, and then some semantic specific tools like complete, jump, which I don't use this one too much because we have Sly and Slime, but they're there. So yeah, and like I said, common Lisp library support, which is duplicated. Okay, so let's go to the demo. Let's go to the demo file. Right. So first we have to do is enable Clede. This is pretty easy. We call Clede start. Right. And now it's started. Clede is not an asynchronous parser, so semantic. In this case, bovine is not. So if the file is large, it may take some time. It shouldn't, because we have powerful computers, but if your computer is not that powerful, it may take a while. So to see the information that has been parsed, we can call bovinate. Oops. Oh, I have to, sorry. let's enable semantic again. Let's start. Overnight. Okay. Problem of the. Okay, so this is the information that currently Cled is taking from the buffer. So we can see it's taking this and it doesn't know where it is. So this is the tag name. This is the type, and these are some information and the location. Okay, so it knows that this is a variable and it has a default value. It knows this is a package, right? Because it's defined as a package. Doesn't understand what this is. This knows this is a function because it's defined. So you know, and some of this is code, and it also understands some tests because it has 5M integration. If it detects that has some test here, it will know that indeed it is a test. So let's try some first iMenu. So we can see here we have. I understand that this have some sort of 5AM suite and some test defined. I understand there's a package. It will give you some variables, defines, and it also will give you some MISC for things that doesn't know what it is. Maybe it's a thing. And you can also navigate with this, like this iMenu. Nothing. So let's go first with some Senator. So with Senator, we can navigate, go to the next tag, previous tag. All of these top level S expression are basically a tag. Even though it's code, you can, so it's you can navigate. Right. Copy, kill. This is our Senator stuff. Some interesting thing that we can do is let's launch Sly. Right. Let's load 5AM and let's send some tests. So we can say, okay, clear 5AM, send current test, and it will, okay, I have to compile this file first. Okay, you don't like this. Can you compile the tests? Okay. Well, I don't have, yeah, I don't have the switch here. So let's, okay. Yeah, because I guess it's getting, sorry about this. Okay, so let's say we're going to send this test. It's not working. Okay, why are you not working? I don't. Maybe because we have to go to the package. Package 5M. Yes, sorry. Yeah, so we can go here and we can say 5M send tests, and there we have it. It will send the test that we are currently in. Right. So that's the thing. Another interesting thing that I said is create a highlight minor mode. That basically work in a let context, and it's to know where to highlight all the variables, and we can disable. What else do we have? So we have framework integration. You can go clear and see what more commands are. Commands run are basically a way to define commands. You have a variable which is clear commands list. Explain that you can get some system working, or whatever command you want, right? Also, you have some ASD basic integration. You can go to a definition file of some of the systems that are already loaded. For example, let's go to here, and we go to the definition file, the ASD file, right? This is used because I'm sending commands for the REPL, so this is functionality is not provided by Setit or Semantic, right? But I can also get some sort of information for SD file, which is a work in progress. But you can go to some component file when you have a big SD file with a lot of components and some other interesting thing. That's still a work in progress, but yes. So these are most of the functionality the most interesting thing, I think, is the base for it, the foundation, sorry. So you can expand. Let's go to source code, for example, at 5 a.m. So, as we can see here, this is the 5 a.m. integration, and to add it, you just define some new functions, and then you use this set up a new form parser. This we use to get some information about the S expression top level, and we define the names, we define information we want to take from the symbol, and everything else. Also, some util types that would be going to be added to the iMenu thing. For example, iMenu test suite and test. And then these are, for example, some function to send information to the slime, or inferior Lisp, depending on you, on the Lisp I used. So I do have no more time. Sorry about that. Thank you very much. My name is Fermin. You can send me a mail at my mail, and that's my webpage. I hope you like it, and see you.
Unmuted.
Alrighty. I seem to be back. Fermin, can you try speaking for me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you as well. Give me just a second to reduce the volume on Firefox. Can you try again?
Yes. Hello, you hear me?
Yes, perfect. Thank you. So, hi, Fermin. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I was hearing to myself.
Right.
Seems like
Yeah,
it's
it's the thing about this format of delayed stream, and then people having answer question. You get to hear yourself a little bit and then stress about, oh, is it coming from my computer? Yes, it is coming from your computer. So you know what? I'm not going to take any time away from your Q&A. So do you have the pad in front of you?
Yes, I do have the question in front of me.
Right. Would you mind reading them and answering them?
Oh, sure. So, the first one is, you mentioned clear the start. Is there some kind of clear the stop? Everything gets frustrated with functionality that I cannot disable. Okay, so no, there's no clear the stop. So basically what clear the start does is you have a list of plugins, not plugins, but packages that you want to require when you clear the start. So there's no way to say, okay, stop this for requiring. I think it doesn't make too much sense either, but it doesn't start right away. So the idea is still going to write some common Lisp. You run the REPL, and then you do clear the start, and then start doing your thing. So clear the stop will be like basically I'm stop doing common Lisp. That's not implemented. So that's the answer, I think.
Yes. So I think questions are going to start coming in a little bit. I must say, I obviously I write eLisp. I maintain some packages in eLisp. I have no experience whatsoever when it comes to Common Lisp. I did some vague forays into Clojure, which is still a Lisp, but still very different. And I must say the only experience that I have with Common Lisp is just writing CL loops and having my eLisp code look very weird to me.
Yeah, there's the two groups of people that knows and like loop, and the people that don't. So
yeah,
I was in the side of people who don't like loops, but then when you start writing it, you say, okay, this is pretty handy. But it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah, but also, okay, the question is still being written, so I'm still gonna continue on this loop topic because it was really dear to my heart. I was working on solving an algorithmic problem with eLisp because, why choose a better language when you can just do it slowly with Emacs? And yeah, I stumbled upon CL loops, and I thought, wow, it is an amazing way to write loops as you would with any other than non-Lispy languages. But then I started realizing, CL loop is actually quite limited, and actually Common Lisp uses different looping facility like iterate and stuff like this.
The loop itself is, it's defined in the standard of Common Lisp, but there are some things that may be changed from implementation to implementation. So it's a pretty tricky thing.
Okay, awesome. I'll let you answer the second question if you want, and read it as well.
Okay. So I was writing Common Lisp, we come to switch between eLisp. I will say it is, because, well, I never actually write ELISP professionally. I don't think there's any work. I mean, maybe some, but I'm not aware of. So Common Lisp professionally.
Oh, go on, please. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'll talk about this later.
Okay. Common Lisp professionally is also pretty different from doing your own, because you work on more big things, at least my experience. So it's pretty. Yes, the context switch is indeed some. I mean, it's a Lisp. It's similar. You write the font, but usually in Emacs I don't bother with getting to check the garbage collector or have to specify types to speed or so. Common Lisp, some people said, is the most low-level Lisp out there. So you can really go inside.
I think that's an interesting perspective, really, because when you think about it, I'm someone who really started programming with ELISP, and I got interested as a result in many other programming paradigms, general programming as one thing, but also lower level programming. And I'm really interested by what you're saying about Common Lisp providing you the kind of the missing bridge to get into the lower level stuff by still having something vaguely familiar to me. So thank you for the insight. And just to answer what you said about, there's probably no market for ELISP. Well, there might be in the future if we make it so. So just keep sustaining your Emacs. Yeah, we'll keep pushing indeed, and do keep sustaining the developers who write packages that you like. Some of them have sponsor page if you go on their GitHub or whichever platform they happen to be using. I'm not saying this because I do have it, by the way. I'm not directing you to my own. but plenty of users like this are actually probably not making a living off ELISP, but actually getting rewarded a little bit for the time and effort and energy they invest into it. Okay, so I don't see any other question. Femin, let me ask you the question. Would you like to keep answering questions for this talk, the first talk of yours, in this room?
Oh yeah, sure. No problem.
Amazing. So what we'll do, as usual, the routine. So if you look above me, if you go to the first talk by Fermin, and you click on the name, title of the talk, you go down a little bit and you'll find the live Q&A room. So you can join them here, and we'll be streaming this on the old stream. And in the meantime, on the main stream, we'll move on to the next talk in the meantime. So Fermin, just moving back to you. Thank you so much for the answer. I'm not saying bye to you because you have a second talk, which will be right after Bastian's talk. So see you in a bit.
See you.
Alrighty. So moving on back to the schedule. So as I just told you, the next talk is by the famous Bastien Guéry on how to help Emacs maintainers. Now, the question really is, how can maintainers, contributors, and users work together better? Well, Bastien shares some idea from a decade of maintaining org, and we'll have a nice Q&A afterwards, which I'm looking forward to. Right, so let's get started.
Hello, I'm Bastien Guéry. I'm very happy to be here. I've been the org mode maintainer for the last 10 years, and I would like to ask the question how to help GNU Emacs maintainers in general. By GNU Emacs, I mean the whole GNU Emacs ecosystem, including packages, not just the core GNU Emacs that we all love. After a decade of dealing with the org community, my view of what a maintainer is changed. So I'd like to share some ideas with you, as I think they could be useful to help Emacs maintainers in general, and hopefully these ideas also apply to other free software projects, at least those where contributors are volunteers. So first of all, what is a free software maintainer? Obviously, this is some rich dude with a lot of free time, acting both as a super smart hacker and a super passionate community manager, someone who acts as the central hotline for users and contributors, and who knows how to write many emails, probably at the same time, who does not hesitate to publicly scold annoying users, and someone narcissistic enough to seek credits for community efforts, but really looking for a job in some big IT company, right? Well, no, that was a joke. But maybe you did smile, and that's probably because there is some truth to it. Why? Because our culture encourages free software users and casual contributors to think about maintainers this way. Don't we continue to use the expression benevolent dictator for life? This is what I call the Spider-Man syndrome. Maintenance is perceived in terms of great power and great responsibilities. But I believe our culture of superheroes is not helpful here. It does not reflect the truth. It does not set the right expectations, and it prevents contributors to properly understand how to help maintainers. So let's start again. And instead of asking what a maintainer is, let me take the list of what I do as the org maintainer. Here is my to-do list. First of all, I take care of the org mode websites. I also take care of the org contribute non-GNU ELPA package. I do gardening on the community-driven documentation work. I do add contributors to work. I read a lot of emails on Emacs org mode, Emacs Devil, bug GNU Emacs. I contribute to email moderation of the Emacs org mode mailing list with a bunch of other contributors. I reply to private emails asking me for help about org mode. I coordinate with GNU Emacs maintainers, and thanks to them for Emacs org integration. I contribute with public emails on the org mailing list. I release new versions of org mode, and sometimes I contribute with code. Do you see a pattern here? Yes, I bet the last three tasks is what most people have in mind when they think of a maintainer. It's all about hacking and being an efficient hotline. But in fact, these tasks are only a superficial part of what I do as a maintainer. Some would consider that these core tasks are the interesting ones, while the others are the boring ones, but I don't see it that way. Some tasks are about the product, others are about the project. Without a good product, there is little chance you will have a good project, but maintaining a project requires thinking in terms of infrastructure, not in terms of bugs, thinking in terms of resources that enable both users and contributors, not in terms of commits. So let me try to define again what a free software maintainer is or should be. A free software maintainer is someone who cares about enabling users and contributors so that they collectively take care of the project. See another pattern here? Yeah, that's all about the project versus the product, and it's about taking care of it versus being a direct hotline for users. So it's caring about the project infrastructure and about empowering users with tools and incentives so that they care too. How can you help such a maintainer? By focusing on the project and becoming an enabler yourself. So let's pause and summarize. Our culture wants heroes, and this leads us to expect maintainers to be super hackers and super active hotlines. This is the hot mindset of maintainers, where the maintainers are headmasters of tweaks and soon becomes headmasters of troubles. To resist this hot mindset, I suggest to redefine maintenance as ACTC, asynchronous collective distributed care. Asynchronous because time management is a private matter and we are all volunteers. Collective because, well, no man is an island. Distributed because the more power to the edges, the more resilient the system and the project is. Care because this is all about care with each other as users or as contributors, with the project infrastructure, servers, websites, bug trackers, mailing list, and care about having a useful product. So enabling users and contributors means encouraging them to take ownership, which is more than just delegating tasks. Let your users and contributors know that they need to tap into the collective attention pool with care. The more autonomous they are, the better. So with this AC/DC definition in mind, how can you help Emacs maintainers? Well, first of all, by becoming a maintainer for your own projects, however small. Think in terms of project versus product. Empower users and contributors. This will help you understand how to help others, other maintainers. More power to the edges. Volunteer as a contributor steward for another project. You don't need to be a super smart hacker to help others to contribute. For OGMOD, we are lucky enough to have two great contributor stewards. Learn how to teach, because pedagogical skills are invaluable. Taking the time to explain how to write a bug report or a patch is invaluable, and this is a core part of the org culture. Test and enhance the project's contribution process. For OGMOD, you would read and suggest contributions to the org contribute pages on org. Take care of the project's calls for help. For OGMOD, this would be the list that we have on updates.ogmod.org. For Emacs, this would be the etc. to-do file. If the calls for help are not explicit enough, try to contribute some. Encourage users from outside the project to contribute to the core forum. For OGMOD, there are many hacks and fixes being shared on Reddit and Stack Overflow, and that's fine, but we should not wait for months before having this shared on the list. And let the core forum know about what happens in this outside world by sharing important information yourself. Propose your help for non-code tasks. Maintain a website, enhance the community-driven documentation, help with bug triage, etc. If you expect someone else to fix your bug, try fixing someone else's bug first and too. That's how you learn Emacs Lisp, and that's how you'll concretely train your empathy, your sense of taking care that is so critical. Don't expect the maintainer to be a hotline, especially a private one. Address yourself to the community. And last but not least, complete this list. I'm trying to open a conversation here, so don't be shy. That's it. Is it hard? Yes, this is hard. And that's because helping maintainers by becoming such an enabler in this AC/DC mindset is not immediately rewarding, whereas fixing a bug clearly is. But if you start thinking of the project as something that enables you to do amazing things, and I believe org is this kind of project, and if you start thinking of the maintainers as something that enables more contributions, you will see how important and rewarding it is to become such an enabler. So I'm definitely grateful to all the enablers that we have in the org community and to everyone who maintains a culture of teaching and learning through polite and respectful interactions on the mailing list and elsewhere. We always need more power to the edges. And I'm also very grateful to the EmacsConf organizers, but because that's really taking care of the community. So thanks very much.
Alrighty, I think we should be live. Bastien, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear you as well. It feels, I must say first, it feels so incredibly weird to speak in English to you right now. So for those who don't know... It's
fine, your English is perfect.
Okay, thank you. But for those who don't know... Yeah, so it's kind of a well-known secret that org mode has a lot of French people spearheading the project everywhere, and Bastien happens to be, well, probably the most known one. 10 years of maintenance. Wow. I know that your entire talk was about demystifying the role of maintainer, so I'm not going to call you the or benevolent overlord or dictator, whichever you prefer. But I really enjoy your talk on the demystification of what it is to maintain a piece of software, because it's kind of like we have you, who has been doing this for 10 years. I've been doing this for a much more humbler time, which is maybe just a year with Orgrom. And yeah, I'm just incredibly amazed at the insightfulness of the comments that you had, and I'm sure other people were as well. So tell me, Bastien, do you have the pad in front of you?
I have it right now, yes.
Yeah, I don't think people have started pasting questions. I was so enthralled by what you were telling us that I seem to have forgotten to tell people to write questions in the pad. So I will check the chat later on for this. But now, chat, I am putting the link to the pad right into EmacsConf, the channel, ISC channel. So if you would like to add questions, please do. Otherwise, I will literally hold the microphone and ask all the questions that I want to Bastien. This is a warning to you. Also, Bastien, was there anything else you wanted to add on top of your talk? I know that we kind of had you cram down your talk into a smaller format.
Oh, it's fine. Well, when you start thanking people, you always forget some people that you don't want to forget, but that was really a thank you talk, as you guess. And as you said, there are many French contributors to org mode and contributors for everywhere. This talk was really a way to insist that people like Nicolas, who is the main contributor right now, Kyle, who handles the mailing list and Emacs synchronization, and all this stuff is very important. You learn a lot, you can contribute a lot with this kind of contributions. And also, over the years, things on Reddit and Stack Overflow grew quite rapidly, and this is a good sign. This means that the community is very large and you have users everywhere. But at the same time, it worries me in the sense that we try to keep up with anything that happens everywhere, and you cannot. You only can keep up as a community, like having people taking care, and we do have this kind of people taking care of saying, oh, I've seen this bug fix on some Stack Overflow question, and I would like to submit it, and so on and so on. So yes, I wanted to insist on this. Also, I've been the maintainer for 10 years, but I've not been a full-time maintainer, obviously. For 10 years, I've had periods of months without doing anything, basically being, missing in action, because sometimes life takes over. And I can't help but feel really bad in those times. And I'm sure many maintainers understand what I mean. Like sometimes you cannot be there for 2 or 3 weeks for any reason. Sometimes it was even due to, reasons that come from the project. Like if you have someone sending emails, lengthy trolling emails, and you feel like, okay, I don't have the energy to take care of this. I hope the moderators can take care of this and the community that can take care of this. So you have these moments when you are not a maintainer, and I have many of these moments. So that's when I started to really think about, okay, what needs to be done at the infrastructure level. And I do insist that this is not boring stuff. Of course, we like coding, we like fixing bugs, and that's how the product gets down. But really, people like Timothy, Corvin, all this kind of interactions, keeping track of bug reports, of emails, and all that stuff is so important. I think we cannot insist enough on this. So that's it. That was my whole point of, and also I think like putting yourself in a position of being a maintainer does really help. The more maintainers, then the more good contributors you have for any project, for any Emacs package, for any core Emacs file.
Definitely. Well, thank you so much for your very insightful continuation of your talk. And yeah, your talk finishes on a slide of, by the way, lovely handwritten slides, I must say, but with a little heart. And I had this in my peripheral vision when I was listening to you talk, and it very much felt like a thank you talk. I won't hold the microphone any longer. I get the privileged position to be here with you in a room, but many people have asked you questions. So if you want to start reading them off the pad, both the question and then formulate your answer, that would be splendid.
Oh, there are many questions now, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. I will try to be very quick. Just let me know when I do have only 5 minutes left so that I don't
Okay, well,
speak too
I'm
much.
very sorry then as a result. You do have exactly 5 minutes.
Great, that's great. So how did you come up with this knowledge? By doing or by experience or by reading books? That's the three of them: doing, experience, reading books, learning by observing other maintainers like Jonas Bernoulli, like Kai, like Stefan, Ellie, Lars, and all these people. So I've been learning by observing experience. Also, I started to become interested in free software maintenance because the usual answer is that we have business models for free software or open source, but I don't. But it's not because we have business models that they are the right ones. How do you get the money to the people who do really hack and take care of the communities? And when I got interested in this, I read some books. One of my favorite one is Fred Turner, like From Counterculture to Cyberculture. Great book. Nadia Egbal, of course, her latest book on open source maintenance is really fine. And also, I've been following discussions on dmaintainers.org mailing list and sustain OSS discourse forum. So that's all this kind of reflections. And start using.
Sorry, Bastien, you jumped off a little bit. Can you restart the whichever sentence you started last?
Okay, I was reading the second question. How did you come to start using org? When I was young, I started to a small library for my girlfriend. It was called BHL, which is a famous French non-philosopher with a white shirt and long hair and very stylish one. So BHL's was Bastien HTML LaTeX, and it was just a quick mode to export basic plain text into HTML and LaTeX. And then I thought, okay, my coding is cheesy, and there is this new starting library, and Carsten was really kind and inviting, and he has these teaching skills that I've been insisting on. So that's why I started to get interested in, and then because this project was small and I could really start contributing with cheesy code that I learned how to write a bit better over the years, and yes, that's and also the Emacs community was really fine. I mean, Richard Stallman gave me commit access quite easily, and that was it. I was amazed at how easy it was for a non-developer to commit and to contribute.
Yeah. Sorry, just barging in a second, just for 10 seconds, but I just want you to realize that you've also been this person. I know about demythologizing people. You just talked about Richard Stallman. You just talked about many people, but also realize that you've been this kind of person for many developers, including one of the person in this very room. And knowing that we are only 2 people in this room, I'll let you take a guess at who it is. All right, I'll let you go with the third question.
I'm taking a guess. I'm taking a guess. Thank you. But that's, I mean, if there is one conclusion to my talk that I didn't write, but it's really that the real core Emacs maintainer is Sasha Shira. I mean, she's a worldwide famous Emacs hacker, and she's enabling so many people. So I think this part of maintenance should be recognized, and the job you do, guys, and you, Leo, and it's really great, and I think we're all thankful for that.
Well, thank you so much.
So the third question is: you have recently overseen a major transition for augment maintenance. What would you advise for other teams that are preparing for transitions so that processes can be maintained with minimal disruption? How do we take processes that were originally maintained by a single person to one maintained by multiple people? This is a difficult question. When you're overseeing this kind of process, you try to listen to any signal that you have. One of my channels is to core developers, core contributors like Nicolas, Kyle, and others. And if they are not happy, then something goes wrong, and then I'm listening to that, and I'm ready to take criticism, and you have to be ready for that. And then to rely on this core team to design the transition, like to say, is it okay for you guys that we call for more maintainers for individual files? Yes, this is okay. So let's go there. So I would say find your allies, your friends, and discuss with them. That's the same for moderating the mailing list. If you have a problem, find a small bunch of people that you trust and that are deeply passionate by the project like you are, and try to solve this problem with this team, because that's basically your what matters in the end is that you're not alone. But this is not a full answer. I should think more about this. What do you think about the latest down thing?
Sorry, Bastien, can you just leave this be the last question we answer on the mainstream, and after we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, I will just answer one last one, which is not this one. Carl, sure. I will talk to you on IRC. Which place is the right place to request a dark mode in org mode website? Thank you. Very precise and detailed question. Drop an email to emacs-orgmode@gnu.org and make a request, and then we will tell you to write this dark mode yourself. And no, that's a joke. We will work on this, and that's a good question and a fine request. We need to work more on accessibility. There is someone I need to thank. I think it was 18 years ago when I started this small BHL mode. Two people actually, like Thierry Stoer, a French friend that introduced me to free software in general, and Mario Lang. He was a Debian packager. He was blind and told me, yes, BHL is useful to me as a Emacs user. And then I realized, yeah, okay, this is useful. We need to continue that. And I'm glad that org mode is enabling so many people that needs more plain text stuff. That's my drive. Thank you.
Okay, amazing. Well, and we'll say in passing hi to Thierry, who must be watching this talk at some point. Thierry was also one of the Emacs Paris crew, the workshop. So hi indeed, Thierry. Okay, so thank you so much, Bastien. Let me ask you a question. Would you be available to answer more questions on BBB right now?
Sure.
Amazing.
Yeah, I'm here at least for 1 hour.
Okay, amazing. Then, you know the drill, people. I'm just going to show you right up. If you look at me, Bastien Guéry, if you go down to the talk you just did on maintainers, you click on a link, and at the top of the page, you will be provided with a link to the live Q&A room in which we are currently, and we will also be streaming this to the old stream. Let me get back to you, Bastien, just for a second. So thank you so much, Bastien, for not only your talk, not only the replies that you provided to me, but also the discussion, because I could barely contain my excitement before joining this room, and I believe it showed. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Just maybe one last question. Would you be available maybe to join us for closing remarks, because it's close to the end of the day. It's really late for us. You know, don't get confused by the fact that I have a lot of light in my head right now. It is actually almost 10 p.m. in France for both Bastien and myself. Would you be willing? You did say 1 hour. Our closing remarks will be in more than 1 hour, so I assume you won't be available?
When is it, like 2 hours?
It's in about 1 hour from now, maybe 1 hour and 10 minutes at most.
Sure.
Sure. Okay, so we'll get in touch with you on EmacsConf and get you set up. In the meantime, I'll say bye to you for now and probably see you later.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye, Bastien. Alrighty. So that was Bastien Guéry. Thank so much again to Bastien, and you can see him on the whole stream. Although do stay on the main stream, because we're going to move on to Fermin's second talk, which is how to build an Emacs. Now, if I show it to you right here, now how to build an Emacs, basically Fermin's back to share what he learned from trying to build his own version of Emacs. So let's get started without further ado.
Welcome everyone. My name is Fermin. I work as a Common Lisp engineer at Ribbonpack, and today I'm going to talk about how to build an Emacs. Right. So let's start by defining what is an Emacs. So this can be really hard depending on what you want to say, what you want to qualify what Emacs is and not. I'm going to get just this definition. It's not the best, but it's mine, right? So I would argue that an Emacs should have text editing capabilities. I wouldn't say it should be a text editor, but it should be able to work really well with text. It should have introspection and a global state, so I can ask them every time. The software itself, I think it should be able to modify itself while running. So it shouldn't be static, and you shouldn't never restart for any reason. Like in GNU Emacs, you can redefine every function or every functionality the way you want. And extensibility should not be limited. With this, I mean that if you add a new package, it shouldn't be a difference. You shouldn't have an API to extend the software, and the entire software itself should be the external API code. I'll argue that also should be Lisp based, but it's controversial. So yes, they're going to get this definition and then extend upon it, so bear with me. So right now, GNU Emacs is the best Emacs that we have. It's not the only one, not even the first one, Emacs, but it's the best one that we have, the one that we're using, the one that I'm using right now, and the one that we're here for. But as we all know, it's not perfect. I'm going to highlight some imperfection that we should know, I guess, that Emacs have. So the first one is that I would argue that Emacs Lisp is a good Lisp, but it's not a general purpose programming language. You can do pretty crazy things with Emacs, but I would argue that you can also do that with Brainfuck. I'm not comparing them. I know Emacs Lisp is so much better than Brainfuck, but that's not an argument. Emacs Lisp is a language for an editor, not for writing game engine, for example. It's not the fastest Lisp. We all know this. It's not in the middle, I will say. It was really slow. Now it's getting better. Maybe with the C integration, thanks to Andrea, can be even better, but we'll see. And it has limited concurrency. This will still be the case. It has shared threads, as far as I know. It's not perfect, and it's also not that fast. And even though this for some people is not an issue, I'll argue that for me it's an issue, which is the GNU Emacs core is written in C. I'm not a big fan of C. I mean, I've wrote C in the past, and it's okay as a language, but I prefer all being in Lisp, so I can hack on it easily and really find it while it's running, all in just one language. So you don't have to learn two languages to get into it. Even though it's just 10% of Emacs, right? But still there, it needs to be maintained, and yeah, I don't like that kind of Emacs aspect. But this was just my opinion. Okay, so I will argue that GNU Emacs is pretty good. You should use it. You're probably using it if you're here. Use it every day. It's great. So some people in the past wanted to write an Emacs, of course, another Emacs, and they think about different things and they attempt to write similar Emacs-like things. I'm going to I know there's a lot of way more Emacs than the one that I'm going to say now, but I'm just going to focus on the Emacs that meets the criteria, are not like the Linus Torvalds Emacs, right? Which is just a C simple Emacs to write C. For me, there may be an Emacs for other people, but not for me. I wouldn't argue that that's not really an Emacs, just an editor with commands similar to Emacs. But I digress. Okay, so the language. I will argue that Common Lisp may be the best language. Period. Sorry about that. The best language for writing Emacs also. It's a timeless standard written in the 90s. It's fast and reliable. It's a great Lisp. I will argue that it's the best Lisp, but I don't want to get in any trouble, so I will just say it's a great Lisp. Has good library support. Doesn't have like a huge library like I would say Python or C, but it's pretty robust and good library. Similar to Emacs Lisp, which may seem as a historical accident, which maybe it is, but also in this case has some interesting properties that will be discussed later. Okay, so taking Common Lisp as a language to write an Emacs, I'm going to get some technologies and documentation that we can use to write an Emacs in Common Lisp. So the first one is EmacsConf, which is an implementation of a Common Lisp interface standard. This is great. I mean, I loved how it is written, how it is defined. I like standard things. EmacsConf, it's a marvelous tool. I will argue that it's the best toolkit. I wouldn't say there's a toolkit because it's way more extensive than it, but it's great. I will highly recommend if you want to write a GUI application in Common Lisp. EmacsConf is great. Also, some people thought about libraries for writing Emacs style application. So to create an Emacs, some people already thought about this and wrote a paper. One of them was Robert Strand, which is one of the guys more interested in Emacs-like things. And this paper is great. You can get a lot of information how you can write your application, get similar functionality, and all the things that I said before. And also the same of the Robert Strand, one of the guys that wrote that paper, also wrote Cluffer, which is a library for text editor buffer, but more important, it's also a definition. So there's a video out there where he explains what Cluffer is. So he wrote an implementation of Cluffer, but it's more of a like like a standard, like a way to write how buffers should work in Emacs. And I think it's better in some ways that what GNU Emacs does right now. In other ways, it's really interesting, and I just have had a lot of fun implementing it, and using it more or less. So yeah, that's some great documentation, great foundation, so you don't have to. I mean, it's really interesting to write everything by yourself because you are a great programmer and you want to have control of everything, understand everything from the ground up. But we have to understand that in Emacs, it's a really complex application. And I will say that if you have some foundation, it will be easier and you don't have to rewrite the wheel 20 times. Right? Okay, so attempt. The same guy, Robert Strand, have two Emacs, which is Emacs, an Emacs-like thing written in Common Lisp. The first one is abandoned, and the second one is a work in progress. It's very interesting. The second one uses, in fact, the Cluffer buffer implementation, one custom, and the first one is just a EmacsConf front end for Emacs. So it's really tied. The interface really tied with the API. So it's basically an EmacsConf software that is similar to Emacs, right? And the third one, it's a LEM project, which is a Common Lisp editor that aims to be really close to Emacs, and it probably fits the criteria, but it's using the anchors for the interface, as far as I know, and it's really Common Lisp focused. So it even has some major modes for other languages, but I mean, it's mainly for Common Lisp, right? Written by Common Lisp and for Common Lisp developers. So I decided to write my own Emacs, but I don't want to write everything from scratch because I'm not a great programmer, and also because probably there's something that some people already tried. And the first thing that I noticed with all these attempts that they fail in compete with Emacs, so to say. They don't have an EmacsConf. And they don't support GNU Emacs packages. And that's a big deal because there are more than thousands of packages out there, and they're great. And imagine I want to convince someone to say, hey, try this editor instead of X thing. And I would say, okay, can I use Git things? So I have to write Git layer, magit or mode, and I want to play test results. So I auto wrote. So that's really hard for one person to do. So someone thought similar. So they say, okay, I'm going to rewrite the Emacs C API to Common Lisp. This was back in 2005 by Sabetz. But it was banned in 2007. The project was called Lice, and it was a really interesting approach, but it wasn't finished and it was lost in time. So my idea was to continue with the project. So the foundation was really interesting, even though I didn't like some designing choices. But I want to continue with the project, finish the GNU C Emacs API, add a compatibility layer to use GNU Emacs packages. That's the selling point, right? So you don't have to use new things. I like my Emacs. Just want to have my Emacs with Common Lisp. That's it. And also probably a better buffer implementation. So the idea now that having an Emacs compatibility layer is there, improving Emacs upon it, right? You can use the Emacs API or the new one, depending on your needs. Right? You can also have that compatibility of both. So I come up with Cedar. Cedar is my attempt. It's a Lice fork. I would say the hard fork because I change a lot of things and add a lot of things, but it's similar, still similar. And for this demo, I'm going to use the Cedar N courses branch. I'm going to test it out because the other ones are a work in progress. So one, it's the mcclean and Cloffer implementation, which is not finished and doesn't run. And the other one is with the visual debugger. That I'm not going to explain here, but basically it's an interesting debugger similar to Slime, which is the superior Lisp for Emacs. It's GNU Emacs. So it's courses based also like like Lem, but way more easy, simple. I translate more or less the Lisp mode functionality, and it has similar GNU Emacs API. We'll see that in the demo. It's usable, but a work in progress instead of functionality. Right now, I'm not focusing on stability yet. I'm focusing on finish the mcclean front end, which I'm not even halfway there, but I hope to finish it maybe next year. Who knows? Finish the compatibility layer from the new Emacs packages. I think this is doable. I know how to do it. I just need time, maybe a little bit of caffeine, coffee. So let's go with the demo, right? So let's open a terminal. This is Anchor base. Let's go to Quick Lisp. Log press Cedar. And let's run it. Okay, so now that we're here, it gives us the welcome thing. This is the main buffer. It's like we'll say the Emacs buffer when you enter. So we know that it's firming. It's not hard coded. Okay, and now we see it's a major mode in the bottom, right? It's Lisp interaction, and this is the name of the buffer. Right? Okay, so we have a couple of buffers. We have Scratch, which is the fundamental mode, and messages. Right? Okay, so let's get some interesting things. First, let's open a file. So I think it's in programming, EmacsConf 2021, and let's go to Cedar, and let's go to demo. So let's open a file. So font lock is not yet, well, it's implemented, so it's there, but it's not active by default. So let's open Emacs, and let's go Lisp interaction mode. Right. So this, when it's showing here, is the implementation of the kill s expression command, which is exactly the same point by point from the Emacs one. You can go right now in Emacs and ask how is kill s expression defined. This is the same. And this is how you define a key. So we can say describe symbol. The package will be Cedar, and the symbol is global map. Global map. So it's a top level global key map. Thank you for the information. But we can also say, okay, can I say, okay, global map. Okay, we're giving this a key map. So even though I want to aim to have the same API, the back thing, so the backend is going to be clause oriented and not the same in Emacs, but the return expression should be really similar. So if we say current buffer, it will give us the buffer. It's not the same in Emacs, but it's a buffer object, and we can also ask about. Let me try to remember. There we are. Buffer name. We can close this and open one here, and we can say, okay, so we have this thing. It will give us the name. So this is similar to the Emacs API. As we saw briefly, we have a couple of commands. Kills expression. Also have a little bit of help. Kill word, kill line, kill region, kill buffer. All things that we expect from Emacs. And yeah, there's a couple of things I may show, but I think this is good enough. I don't have enough time. If you want more information, so let's go back to, let's close the buffer. Does it work? No, it doesn't work. Okay, now the help buffer, no. Let's go to Cedar. Okay, so if you want more information, first of all, thank you very much. Sorry that I don't have enough time to show too many things about Cedar, but yeah, if you want more information, you can always send me an email. This is my webpage. Thank you very much.
Okay, folks, so I forgot to join the BBB room, so you'll have to give me just a second to do so. I was so excited listening to everything that was going on that I completely forgot to do this. I'll just need 1 minute to do this. You can imagine me dancing right now. That's of any comfort to you. Okay, Fermin, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I can hear you as well. Just give me a second to get everything ready.
Okay.
Watch in picture mode, and let's go on one stream. Okay, so hi again.
Okay.
All right.
So this
Sorry,
topic was a little bit
having
different.
Talk in my ear, as usual. You know, whenever I get started, I get people telling me, "Oh no, don't do this. I'll do this." Okay, so Fermin, you know the drill. I'm not going to hold the mic any longer. I don't see any question in the pad. I'm going to chide the chat in the meantime. Do you have anything to add on your talk in the meantime?
I think I can add like, a few things. So first of all, some people said in the ARC that they wanted to, like, everyone should write their own editor. So my main goal for this project is not to write my own editor. I'm going to use for myself. I don't may sound like that. So my idea was to really have a layer that can enable Emacs Lisp packages to interact with an editor written in Common Lisp, which is a really controversial thing. I know there's some people in the past have tried that, big fail, but I think I'm going to say that I'm going to be able to do it correctly and the best way, but it can be doable. So yeah, I think that's what I'm trying to do, and not exactly, and just that, like a project for myself, right?
Right. So we do have a question now. Can you see the pad? Otherwise, you can just look at me on BeagleBot, and I'm sharing my screen.
Oh yeah, I think I can read it. So, which level of compatibility we can want to achieve? So, 100%. That's the idea. So you wouldn't. In fact, the idea is that you put Cedar on Emacs side to side, you wouldn't know the difference between, except if you read the name, right? But it should have the same API. So the idea is I'm writing basically the C Emacs API from C to Common Lisp, which is basically, like, I would say it's 40%, 50% done, which is already pretty good. That's why there's already a lot of function in in CDL. So yeah, that's the idea, 100%. So you can load packages from Emacs Lisp, I will do with CDL. So, yeah.
Okay, Fermin, so you have a second question here. We're going to leave it at that because we're running slightly late. So could you please answer this? If you can, if you want.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Are you then planning to implement all Emacs primitive? No. So the idea is to have like a 100% compatibility, but the underlay representation would be different. So, for example, I show in the presentation that even though you have a buffer, it's not the same as an Emacs buffer. That's the thing. I don't want to like rewrite literally line to line Emacs in Common Lisp. That would be, I think, a bit silly. But just use Common Lisp as a compatibility layer and then expand upon it. Let me answer the question.
Okay, so actually you do have a little more time if you want to answer one more question. I'm checking something with
sure.
the in the background.
Okay, so answered. Do you plan to do something to raise interaction between redundant and component in both Lisp and Common Lisp? Or something to raise interaction? Oof, that's yes. I mean, I will. That's the thing. I will have to keep EAO and close both because, well, I have to. That like the main objective is compatibility. Once we have 100% or almost 100% compatibility, then we can expand upon it. But yes, so I will have to have that compatibility layer to get how EIA works 100%. So I cannot like cheat and say, okay, no, don't use that. I'm going to use class, or change the code of the package I'm going to load. I will be think harder than just write the layer.
Okay, amazing, Fermin. As you see, the pad kind of resetted on my end, so not sure what happened here. But thank you so much for taking the time to answer. Fermin, would you still be available to answer questions in the room that you have right now?
Yes.
Okay, awesome.
Yes.
So probably the last time today. It might be the last time, maybe the second to last. I'm not sure yet. I'm going to show you right above my head. If you're going to schedule and click on Fermin's second talk, or maybe the first one, we'll see if it's been updated. If the little ants behind me and EmacsConf are doing their job, yes, it is updated. So if you go on Fermin's last talk, you will be able to see the link to the live Q&A, and we will also broadcast it to Alt. So Fermin, this time I think this is goodbye, not farewell, just a goodbye for now, and I wish you a very lovely evening.
Thank you very much.
All right, bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Whoops, sorry, I definitely hate, as a host, cutting people too early, but I do have to. I'm also being made aware that I'm wasting time, so I need to go faster. So this brings us to the very last talk of the EmacsConf. God, it feels like I've been watching my watch. Sometimes English is really weird, you know. I've been watching my watch. Okay, I can't say this without thinking that I'm saying something stupid. Anyway, last talk of the day. It's flown by the 2 days, but we finally have David Wilson, also known as System Crafters on YouTube, to do not necessarily a development talk, more of a general talk, the title of which is very eloquently MetaX Forever, Why Emacs Will Outlast Text Editor Trends. Now, obviously you might know David Wilson from his tutorial videos or live streams, but here he is to talk about popularity and fashion when it comes to text editors and why he thinks Emacs is timeless. So enjoy the talk, and we'll see you right after.
Hi everyone, I'm very excited to be here at EmacsConf 2021 today to give my talk called MetaX Forever, How Emacs Will Outlast Text Editor Trends. So let's start with the conclusion first. know it's a little bit unorthodox, but let's just try it and see what happens. So no matter what happens in the wider software world, GNU Emacs will continue to be a beloved program with a dedicated community and a healthy team of maintainers and contributors. So you're probably wondering, who am I to be making such a claim? So I'll tell you. I'm David Wilson, the creator of the System Crafters YouTube channel and community. If you want to see a lot of really great videos about GNU Emacs, GNU Geeks, etc., come check out my YouTube channel. I'm also on Library and Odyssey if you don't want to go use YouTube. And also, if you're the type of person who doesn't want to use any of these websites and you want to see my videos anyway, please just send me an email at the email address below, and I'll see if I can set you up with that. You can also check out my website and the places where we chat, especially on Libre Chat at the System Crafters channel. So if you have any thoughts after seeing this talk, please feel free to send me an email or find me on chat. So there is a recurring concern in the Emacs community about its popularity. And this is something that keeps coming back time and time again. You probably see it every year or two, where people on Reddit or maybe on the Emacs Devel mailing list are talking about ways to increase Emacs popularity. And more recently, there was a discussion on Hacker News where somebody posted a link to this Making Emacs Popular Again blog post, which does chronicle some of the more recent discussions on Emacs Devel about things that could be done to make Emacs a more popular editor. So the title of my talk claims that Emacs is going to outlast text editor trends. So to elaborate on this claim, we're going to try to answer a few specific questions. First of all, what is popularity and how do you even measure it? So if people are saying that Emacs needs to be more popular, then what do we really mean by popularity? Also, what are the benefits of popularity? So if Emacs did somehow become more popular, what benefits would it receive from that? And also, how does an editor lose popularity, and what are the possible consequences to that? And then what are the unique factors about Emacs that will ensure that it survives long term? So what is special about Emacs that will help it to thrive despite whatever happens in the popular sphere of text editors and programming languages, etc.? So first of all, what does popularity really mean? So when someone says that Emacs needs to become more popular, what are they really saying? Is it that there needs to be more users and that they stick around, like they learn how to use Emacs and they continue to be users? And if we did get those new users, what would it actually do for Emacs? Also, is it that there are more community members that are creating new packages? If that sort of assumes that the editor itself doesn't have enough packages, or that the only way that an editor stays alive is for there to be constant churn with new packages coming around. Is it that there is more content being created by users, like more blog posts being written, more YouTube videos being made, more other ways that people are evangelizing the use of Emacs and also teaching people how to use it? Also, is it that more long-term stability is had in the editor and more core improvements that are being made over time? I mean, I guess you could say that it does make sense that if the editor is more popular, then people will be more invested in improving it, and there will be more new contributors coming in. But is greater and greater popularity really what's needed to ensure that this happens? Also, it could just be that there's more validation for someone's personal choices. People tend to use these software choices they use as part of their identity. So is it that they want Emacs to be more popular so that they can finally say, I'm an Emacs user, and have people think that they're cool or hip or whatever? Hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully it's one of these other points. But it could be something, because as we see, there's a lot of trends in fashion when it comes to software development and also free software and open source tools. So as we go through this talk, keep these questions in mind as we talk about some of the finer points on all of this, and see whether you think that popularity really correlates with these things. So first of all, how do we measure popularity? What information do we have to actually determine which editors are popular and whether they're gaining or losing popularity? So I've got a couple places here that we can look at to judge the popularity of various editors. First of all, Google Trends. Google actually gives us the ability to track and compare search volume for particular terms and topics over time. So if you wanted to know, how often someone was searching about Emacs, maybe to try to find help for something or look for documentation or maybe look for blog posts, etc., you can look at Google Trends to see how often people are searching for Emacs over time. And one useful ability is that we can compare how much people are searching across various different topics and see a graph, which is what I'm going to show you right now. This graph shows you the search volume for Emacs compared to Vim, Atom, Sublime Text, and Visual Studio Code from 2004 to the present worldwide, so all across the world where searches are happening. And you can see that in 2004, Emacs is the reigning king supreme, where you have the most search terms or searches happening on Emacs at that time. Also, Vim is quite high on this list as well. Let's see, Sublime Text is a bit lower in the list, but it's in like third place. No, yeah, that's right. And then Atom is quite low, but to think that Atom didn't exist yet. So maybe at that point, this is probably something else. Google is just, getting random data. And then Visual Studio Code also didn't exist, so probably this is like Visual Studio searches. But then as you go across the years, you see that gradually Emacs popularity appears to be declining, as does Vim, but not quite so much. And then over time, Sublime Text becomes more popular, and then VS Code in more recent years becomes very popular compared to everything else. So it looks like Emacs has declined significantly in popularity while the other editors have taken over. But is the search volume really the only important factor that indicates popularity or health of a given editor? That still remains to be seen. So we can also take a look at the yearly survey that the website Stack Overflow puts out, asking developers about the tools that they use to find out which ones are being used most frequently and that are gaining popularity over time. So there is a great blog post by someone named Robin Clean who synthesizes some of this data together specifically about editors and provides us with a graph that we can take a look at that compares the popularity of particular editors in the last maybe 4 or 5 years, or at least 2015 to 2019, based on the responses to the Stack Overflow survey. And in this case, we see that Emacs is the light blue line, and it sort of stays in maybe, maybe third place in the beginning, and then fifth place, and basically just stays in fifth place the whole time compared to things like Atom, Sublime Text, and VS Code. And as we saw before, the VS Code just sort of ramps up at the end. Now, this is another thing that basically is showing us, similarly to the Google trends, that Emacs popularity is not quite as much as other editors out there. You can also look at the 2021 results of the Stack Overflow survey, which I'll show you now, which shows Emacs in 16th place. Let's see, if we look here, we see Visual Studio Code is the most popular. Then we have a whole bunch of other, well-known editors. Some are kind of surprising, like Notepad++ is quite high up there. But then we have Emacs here coming right in behind PHP Storm and NetBeans, which is pretty funny to me. But it just goes to show you that, the Emacs community is, smaller than what you might consider for other editors, or at least the Emacs user base. Maybe it's just the people who actually respond to the survey. You can't really tell for sure because all this data is coming from a self-selected group of people who have responded to the survey. So I think what I'm trying to say is that if you look at all of these things, you would probably get the perception that Emacs is dead and that maybe nobody really uses the editor anymore, or that it's on its way out. However, I think there's another way to look at the health or popularity of Emacs or any other editor, really, and that is to judge the popularity and health by taking a look at the community activity in places such as Reddit, or maybe on Discord servers, Slack servers, IRC channels, mailing lists, particularly on Emacs Devel, where all of the conversation about the development of Emacs happens. Blogs, there's quite a lot of people in the Emacs community writing blog posts. There's quite a few YouTube channels now making content about Emacs pretty frequently. And then conferences like this one, EmacsConf. So if you've spent any time in any of these places recently, did you actually get the sense that Emacs community lacks activity? I personally don't. I see quite a lot of activity on Reddit. I see a lot of activity in various other places, even my own chats that I've created. Lots of people talking about Emacs every day. But this is kind of harder to measure because you would have to go count all of the mailing list emails compared to other editors, or maybe like the Reddit posts compared to other editors. We could do that, but really the more important thing is to just go experience the community by going to one of these places and take a look at what's going on. And you can get a really good sense of that by checking out Sasha Chua's Emacs News roll-up blog posts that come out every week. It's a very good distillation of things that are happening in the Emacs community. So if you look at those things and look at all that, you can tell that there is actually something happening in the Emacs community that is more than what you see in the numbers on Google Trends and on Stack Overflow. Another interesting point that doesn't really fit into all this, but if you want to look at the actual data from the Emacs community about how the community uses Emacs, check out the results of the 2020 Emacs survey, and I'm sure there's going to be another Emacs survey at some point soon as well. But that will give you some insight into what's happening within the community itself, so that you can see that there's quite a lot of activity and a lot of different use cases for Emacs and types of people who are using Emacs. So let's talk about how editors lose popularity. So people are worried that Emacs is going to lose popularity. What do they worry is going to happen if that happens? So maybe, or how actually could it happen? So maybe a new editor with better features appears. So one theory for why users left TextMate for Sublime Text. So if you don't know about TextMate, it was a very popular editor on Mac OS back probably in the Ruby on Rails craze time frame, maybe like the mid 2000s, 2005 or so. And then eventually Sublime Text came along, and it had a better extensibility API and really good performance. And it also was able to use some of the same stuff from TextMate, like the syntax highlighting grammars and the snippet definitions, etc. So you had TextMate, which was a well-loved editor, but then a new editor called Sublime Text came along with better functionality, and people started switching over to it because it could do more things, and the user had more ability to add functionality to it. Also, VS Code came along and used a similar model to the Atom editor, basically being a web-based editor using Electron, but it greatly improved upon performance and IDE tooling ecosystem for people getting real work done with large projects. You need to have things like IntelliSense and being able to find definitions of functions or classes that are defined. So you have a new editor that comes along that has basically better functionality than the one that was there before. But the thing is, if you have a new editor that comes along with better functionality, it still has to be at least as good as or better than the previous editor for people to stick with it. So it's a very tall order for someone to say there's going to be some editor that will come along that will be better than Emacs on every dimension, because there are some unique dimensions that are hard to beat in an editor like Emacs. Lack of sufficient maintenance. That's one thing that could possibly happen if an editor loses popularity. So maybe sometimes that's something that can cause a loss of popularity. So sometimes the development team for an editor either moves on or maybe switches focus to a different project. And when this happens, the development of the editor can stagnate, giving the impression that it's dead. And you can see this happening a lot of times on repositories for open source projects, where if someone doesn't make any commits or adding new features for a while, people just automatically assume that the thing is dead, even if it's in a very stable state and doesn't really need any improvements to be made. So this is something that can happen over time. The developers of Sublime Text sometimes give the impression that the editor isn't being maintained because of long breaks between updates. And this gives people if you go search for "is Sublime Text dead?" you'll see posts about this, every couple of years, where people are wondering what's happening with Sublime Text, when in reality, there's actually development happening on this project, and paid users are getting these updates because they've paid, but the project's not open source. You have no visibility into the development. So if people have the perception that the editor is not being maintained, then there's going to be rumors getting started, and that could cause sort of the mentality of people to shift and try to move on to other editors because they perceive them to be more well maintained or more active. Another problem can be that there are major bugs that persist over a long time that aren't being fixed while the maintainers are focusing on some other efforts in the project. And this could hurt sentiment in the community and cause a backlash, leading to an exodus. So if you have really bad bugs and people think that you're not really concerned about fixing them, then that could be something that would cause an editor to lose popularity as people move on to find something else that appears to be more stable. And lastly, sometimes all it takes is that for a new programming language to become popular, or for an influential person to say that they switched to a different editor, because people are, capable of being led by someone else who is influential. So sometimes all it takes is someone to say, I'm not going to use this editor anymore, and other people will follow. But oftentimes it's not just about the fashion changing, it's also there's other problems that are happening, some of these other things that I mentioned before, that could be contributing to this overall sentiment that caused people to move on. So then what happens when an editor loses popularity? So if people are worried that Emacs is going to lose popularity, what happens if it doesn't gain more? So what are the possible consequences? Well, maybe core maintainers will gradually leave the project with nobody to replace them. I mean, if you have a project like Emacs where there's a a core that's written in a language that's different than the language that everybody uses to extend it, then maybe it's risky to have people leave the project because you don't have other people to come along who can help maintain it and to carry on the knowledge of the core. Also, maybe no new features are being added to stay competitive with other editors. So this is one of these things where people kind of feel like there's a feature mill where, you know, if new features are coming online in other editors, maybe your editor needs to catch up. Well, I don't really think that that's necessarily needed, but if there are new paradigms or usage patterns or workflows that are becoming, I guess you could say, mainstream, sometimes it does make sense for an editor to be able to adopt these. But if you have a sufficiently extendable editor, then oftentimes you don't really need to do anything other than just write a new package. Critical bugs that never get fixed. I mean, if people start to drift off from the project, then it is much more likely that bad bugs won't get fixed over time. Less community interest in creating and maintaining packages is another possibility. If people don't feel like it's worth their time anymore because not many people are using an editor, maybe they'll have more users or more interaction if they go write a similar package for a different editor. Less blog posts, videos, content, basically. Like if people feel that it's not worth their time to make content about the editor either, or if they're just not interested anymore, then those things will dry up. And also, one thing that is possible, but probably not very likely, is that the program may not be packaged anymore in Linux distributions or for other operating systems. So if it's not worth someone to package it, or they just sort of lose interest in the editor, then maybe those things sort of drift away and you can't even install it anymore in many places. But I feel that these things would only really happen if there was already other major issues in the dev team or in the community, like maybe a high-profile schism in the maintainer team, sort of like what we saw with GNU Emacs versus X Emacs, because you have, you know, two competing versions of the same idea with different implementations, and then over time one of them may fade out because people just lose interest, and maybe something like GNU Emacs gradually catches up and surpasses it in functionality. So these things can happen, but it's not really as likely as people would think, I think. So how is Emacs going to survive despite popularity? I feel that there are a few important and unique factors that are going to contribute to this. First of all, Emacs is more deeply hackable than almost all other editors. I'm couching that a bit, but really it is basically more extensible than any other editor. I haven't seen one that's more extensible than Emacs so far. And that's because Emacs was designed for this. The whole point of Emacs is that you should be able to go in and customize your workflow and customize the editor to do exactly what you want it to do. It's this whole idea of user freedom. You know, you're not letting the editor designer tell you what to do. You're telling the editor what to do at every step of the way. Also, an Emacs user can grow their skills from small configuration tweaks, just basically setting variables and whatnot, to writing their own packages over time, and then eventually to contributing to Emacs itself with the same skill set, because the majority of the functionality of the editor is written with the same language that you use to configure it. So unlike other editors, where you have the way that you write extensions for the editor that has a specific API, but if you go contribute to the core, the code base is completely different. It's different with Emacs because you have basically the same APIs, the same code, and the same everything that you use to write a package versus writing actual code for functionality for the editor. Now, obviously, there's a C layer that is different, but I think a lot of the actual packages and functionality in Emacs are at the Emacs Lisp layer. So what this means is that Emacs configuration hackers and package authors are prime candidates for eventually becoming contributors to Emacs itself. And you see this play out a lot of times in the Emacs community, where someone writes some really good packages and either parts of those get merged into Emacs, or that person maybe makes contributions to Emacs to add new functionality that their own packages can use, or just to improve Emacs as a whole. So there's much more chance that people who are involved in the community of Emacs can actually become contributors to the project itself. I think that's going to be very important for its health. Also, you don't need to add functionality to Emacs core to make the editor itself better. Package authors are on an equal playing field as the built-in functionality, for the same reason of what I said before. Everything's written with Emacs Lisp, or I guess a lot of the functionality is written with Emacs Lisp. And since there's a lot of ways to hook into or replace functionality in Emacs, you can do a lot of deep customizations to Emacs itself to make it better in ways that aren't really, the core developers don't need to add new things for you to do that. You can just do it if you want to. So that gives Emacs more of a platform feel rather than it just being an editor that can't really be changed very much. Also, Emacs has a strong community of highly skilled package authors, and the high quality packages that they create make it far better and more uniquely valuable than many other editors. Specifically things like org mode, Magit, org Rome, and a lot of other things that we talked about on the System Crafters channel over time, and the hundreds of other workflow improving packages that have been created over the years. So all these things really make Emacs a unique offering in the space of text editors or development tools, or even just general information management tools, or desktop environments, if you want to call it that. So the people who are involved in making these things make Emacs far better than it could be just by itself. And this thriving ecosystem helps Emacs to continually feel fresh regardless of what's happening in core Emacs development, because packages can do so much, and because people can come along and propose sort of a new way of doing things and other people can start using it. Emacs itself doesn't have to be beholden to just what the core developers do. The community can also play a major role in making Emacs feel fresh and be modernized over time. Just take a look at what Doom Emacs is doing to give Emacs a better face, and Spacemacs as well. Those things are very good for making Emacs more palatable to the general public, because you have a much better experience out of the box, and a lot of things have been polished for the user experience. So Emacs also has a very strong user community. Lots of activity and discussion about Emacs is taking place all the time in various places, like we talked about before, mailing lists, IRC, Reddit, etc. If you get into Emacs and you go take part in the Emacs community, there's always going to be somebody around who's going to want to talk about Emacs with you and answer your questions. So it's a very good thing for the health of the project, because there's a lot of people there that are very invested in it every day and want to see it succeed. Also, there's many community members writing articles and making videos about Emacs, many of which are actually moving forward the state of the art about how we use the editor and how we use it. I mean, how many times have you seen a really great blog post that completely blew your mind and showed you a new way to use Emacs, or a new way to think about how you use Emacs? I see stuff like that all the time, like posts by Protesilaus or by Karthik or by many other people who show you a new way to look at things, and then you're like, wow, I could do things completely different than I was doing before. This kind of stuff is extremely important for the health of the editor going forward, because people are able to inspire others to use the editor, and it's a great thing for evangelism as well. Like if someone happens to stumble across a video or a blog post, they may be really inspired to use Emacs. And lastly, the Emacs maintainers and contributors really care about the users. There are many core maintainers who have been with the project for 10 plus years, some way longer than that. So it shows you that the people who work on this project really care a lot, and they're very invested in making sure that it remains healthy for the long term. They also really care about ensuring that Emacs continues to work well for long-time users, and some people who have even been using it for 30 to 40 years, which is kind of insane if you think about it. All while gradually and sensibly enabling new scenarios and core improvements that benefit all of us, even the new and the old users. And keeping a piece of software running and relevant for this many years is a huge effort. So I'm very thankful to the maintainers of Emacs, and I hope all of you are as well, because this is kind of an anomaly in the software field, to have a piece of software that has existed for so long, who has managed to survive despite various different types of platform transitions, operating transitions over the years, and still thrive and be a very useful and very key piece of software for a lot of people. So aren't all these things that we just talked about supposed to come when an editor is popular? We've been talking about what is popularity, what benefits come with popularity. So all the things I just mentioned, shouldn't that be something that would only be for editors that are super popular? Well, I guess the answer is maybe Emacs is actually popular enough. That doesn't necessarily mean that we should not try to, help other people find Emacs, but I think that we should not worry so much about the popularity of Emacs, because what we have is great, and we should just focus our time on continuing to improve the health of the community that we have and the health of the editor itself, and not worry too much about chasing whatever is happening out in the world at any given point. So to conclude, when the next time someone says we should do this thing or this other thing to make Emacs more popular, ask them these questions. Number one, what does popularity mean to you? Number two, how do you measure it? Number three, what do you think Emacs is going to gain from increased popularity? So I hope that you found this talk inspiring and maybe a little bit reassuring. Thanks so much for your time, and happy hacking. We'll see you.
All right, folks. So in my glorious wisdom, I managed to forget to join the BBB room again. So just bear with me just for a second. All right, I should be here. Let me see. Oh, okay. So, folks, you just have to wait a little bit. David, just give me a second to make sure that I can get your sound onto the stream. Can you try speaking now, please?
Yes.
Awesome, I can hear you. Splendid. Let me just
Great.
pop out your webcam, and I'll put you on the stream. Okay, you are. Hi, David. It feels like this is a long overdue encounter between you and me. I see you talking about Orgrom and making videos about Orgrom, and I'm so glad to meet you in the vaunted place that is EmacsConf. So thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate being invited to speak.
All right, great. So tell me, do you have the pad in front of you now?
I do.
Awesome. So you know what? I'm not the star of the show. You are. So just take the questions you want, read the questions, answer them in your own time, and you have, let's say, about 17 minutes, which is a lot of time to answer all the questions you will be getting.
All right, let's see what I can do here. But first of all, I just want to say thank you all to the organizers of the conference, Leo, Amin, Sacha, and the others who have been working on this. It's gone extremely well. I think we've had a number of really amazing talks, and it's super inspiring to see all the things people are doing with Emacs. So kudos to all of you who put so much effort into putting this thing together. We're really, really thankful. So first of all, in your opinion, what is Emacs' Achilles heel? It's obviously a powerful tool, but no tool is perfect. What would make your life easier in day-to-day use with Emacs? Either a package you wish existed or a core Emacs infrastructure change. Well, for me, a person who feels pretty comfortable digging into the internals or digging into package code and trying to figure out how to fix things, I don't really feel like there is particularly an Achilles heel. I mean, I guess you could say things like, better multi-threading support or any of the number of technical improvements people have been waiting on over time could be considered that, but we can already do so much. And when I mean that, I mean that Emacs does many, many things, many more than what you could do in other programs. So I don't really feel like there's so much as an Achilles heel, but I do think there's sort of like a blind spot where someone opens up Emacs the first time and they really don't know what to do with it. So I don't think that Emacs necessarily should change to be, really flashy, like to hold your hand and, have a nice looking interface or whatever. But I do think that, we should all sort of do our best to, make sure the documentation is, leads people in the right places, and also to make sure that the community is writing blog posts that draw more attention to Emacs or making other content and whatnot. So really, I don't see that much of like an Achilles heel so much as just like, it's kind of hard to penetrate at first, but once you get it, then I think that you start to understand that, I can do way more than this than I thought that I could. Let's see. Comparing Emacs to just code editors is not a good measure, as Emacs is so much more. GTD, word processor, reference organizer, or recently expressed on Reddit as being a text productivity platform. Well, that's the thing. It's like, what other program have you ever seen that's like Emacs? I don't really think there is one, because I think Emacs is really the only program that has really taken the Lisp machine model, or just that model of a fully hackable environment, and made it a productivity tool and not just a programming language. So Emacs was designed to have a fully hackable language plus all the sort of text-driven model, like everything's buffers, you're dealing with text editing, but all the user interface elements are done in text. It's a different thing entirely, but I think that's the reason why it's not as popular, quote unquote popular, as other editors, because people don't really understand. If you just open it up, you think it's just some ugly looking text editor, but in reality, there's so much hidden under the surface that you can't really see unless someone shows you, I think. So yes, it's not fair to compare Emacs against those editors, but what else do we have to compare it to? What is your opinion about the documentation of Emacs in another language in addition of English? There aren't too many non-English community. People from other non-English countries should write documentation in their own language or in English. I don't know. Is the Emacs manual translated? I figured that a lot of the GNU projects have translated manuals. But as far as like native language communities for various different spoken languages, I don't know. I think that's really just up to the community to put those together. I mean, nobody else care having various languages. I know there is a lot of content out there written in various languages about Emacs. Now, obviously, what you could say is your effort on content doesn't really go so far if you don't also have it in English, because more of the Emacs community can actually enjoy your content if you have it in English. But I don't think that should discourage people from also having natively written content or documentation in a language that there could be an Emacs community for. So I'm an native English speaker.
Sorry
so,
for
but
just barging in real rude. I'm not sure if your webcam is still streaming to BBB. It seems to have dropped on my end. Can you confirm that you see your webcam?
I think it did drop. You're right. Hold on. Let me start it again.
Okay, thank you. Also, we seem to be having some audio problem with everyone, so people are making fun of me because it is turning on. Yes, I do see your video now. Apparently, the audio seems to be choppy, but it's not choppy on my end. So apparently, audio is fine now. So you know what? Let's not do anything else. Let's just get back on track. Sorry about the slight delay.
No problem. Let me know, because I think I have internet issues. That's probably why things are choppy. All right, so let's see. Do you think more effort should be made to popularize hacking on the C parts of Emacs? It seems like this is the Achilles heel for long-term maintenance of Emacs if less and less people understand what is going on underneath eval and apply. Yes, indeed. This is probably the biggest risk in terms of long-term Emacs development. I mean, obviously, I am not an Emacs maintainer, and I have not been contributing to the core for various reasons. So I can't say, for certain what the state of, or how many people are currently contributing to the C parts of things. But what I would say to people is, if you've ever been interested in toying with an actual implementation of a programming language, you should go try and contribute to the core C elements of Emacs, because that is basically an implementation of a programming language. So if you want to learn more about how you would do things like garbage collection or byte compilation of code, or a lot of really interesting stuff, this would be a good opportunity to learn that, and also to be able to help out Emacs, and then ensure the long-term life of Emacs by helping to support that code. So definitely, I think that maybe there should be some effort to encourage people or inspire people to actually work on that part of the code. Maybe it's just a matter of people making videos talking about the code, and or a blog post talking about the code and showing how you can contribute to it. Excuse me. Can you name a couple or a few features from other programming languages that you miss in Emacs Lisp? Not really, because I feel like I can be pretty productive in Emacs Lisp because it has everything I need for this type of environment that it is. It doesn't need to be more complicated. I mean, yeah, I can't really think of anything at the moment, but you could say, oh yeah, you could add like static typing to the language, but then it would make hacking Emacs way more complicated. You could say, oh, you could add immutable data structures, more than just const lists, but even that might make things more complicated. So I don't know that I would mess with it too much. A lot of people take issue with Emacs commitments to free software. They claim it holds it back and that it should be more pragmatic. What are your opinions on this? Well, I've talked about this a few times on live streams. I think the only problem is in the inability for certain people to contribute to the core of Emacs because of the contributor agreement that has to be signed. And there's a very practical reason for why that's the case. It's harder to defend the copyright ownership of the code base of Emacs in court if Emacs for some reason has to go to court over copyright troubles, if they don't have copyright assignment done by every contributor to Emacs. Now, you could say that's a philosophical problem, but no, it's actually a legal issue that they're trying to prevent. And it's all in the name of ensuring that Emacs continues to be free software forever. So I think that it's sort of a misconception that that there's too much focus on the philosophical aspect of free software. I think there's some very practical aspects that go into this as well. Excuse me. Do you think that packages like Magit or org mode make people see Emacs as an obstacle to these applications that they want to use? Is this an issue, or should it be seen as an opportunity? Well, I guess it depends on what your perspective is here. If they've heard about Magit or org mode and they want to use it, but they're not willing to try Emacs, then probably they wouldn't really be happy using Emacs to begin with. I mean, Magit is an example of a highly powerful package for interacting with Git repositories. But if you aren't the type of person who would be really interested in using a text-driven or keyboard-driven interface, then you're probably not going to want to use Magit anyway. So I don't know if the obstacle is that Emacs is the problem, or if they just wouldn't even be interested in how you would have to use Emacs anyway. Now, org mode is sort of more in a gray area because org mode has tremendous value to researchers, writers, etc., people who aren't programmers and who wouldn't know something like Emacs Lisp. But I feel that they don't really know what capabilities they could possibly get in a program like Emacs until they try org mode and then realize so many things they can actually do to improve their own workflow. There's so many things they could automate. There's so many ways they could use the information they put into their org mode documents, etc. So I think it also, once again, comes down to the people, like many of the people who were giving talks yesterday about org mode, who are showing how to use org mode and Emacs in a different light to inspire these people to try using Emacs for the sake of org mode. And then it's like a Trojan horse. It gets them into using other things about Emacs as well. Many people who never would have considered themselves to be programmers now actually write code because they started using Emacs and they started to scratch their own itch little by little, writing, excuse me, larger and larger chunks of code. So I think it's important to make sure that the people who might be interested in using Emacs because of org mode or Magit don't get lost and, you know, don't get the chance to try it. But I wouldn't worry about the people who need to be convinced, I guess.
Yeah, okay, I'll barge in just so to give you enough time to drink a sip, because you've been talking nonstop for the last 10 minutes or so. Just pinging on this, what you were saying was very insightful about, you know, the philosophy in a way, but especially with regards to org mode, you were saying that plenty of people were interested from a perspective of research or, you know, from perspective of writing. But I think that a lot of people who are interested by such features, what they probably do not realize at the time, if they are interested by org mode, by org mode, is that those very modules were ushered into the world by the philosophy of Emacs, the philosophy of the framework. And you know, it takes a special philosophy and a special framework to usher those ideas. And so when the people like the ideas, it's so easy for them then to be brought back into the framework. But the problem is, we still have a lot of trouble trying to get people who do not have the experience that we have with free software, or we get easily put off by, you know, having to type with their keyboard a lot or looking at very Spartan interface. So we still have a lot of work to do on this, but I think what you said was beautifully said, and thank you so much. Okay, I'll let you go now.
Thank you. Yeah, well, also, I think, you know, one other way that people can actually help to inspire others to use Emacs is also like giving talks at conferences for that are not software related. Like if you go to a research conference and you're giving a presentation on research work that you've done, and you give the presentation with org mode and you have, you know, code blocks and graphs that are inside of the document, people will come up to you afterward and ask you about it. And that's another way to sort of get more people interested in it. Or maybe you could share information online about the research you're doing, or maybe like, you know, statistical models or whatever that you're working on, and, you know, throw some things in about Emacs there too. So it's just another way to get people, you know, paying attention. Let's see. Should Emacs? Oh, go ahead.
Just to let you know, we have about 5 minutes left of question. We might go a little, considering how many questions we still have, we might go a little longer if you're willing to do so. But yeah, what you've told is a very well-known secret in the Emacs world that's called the Trojan horse. When you do this, especially in an academic circle, they see you typing really fast on your keyboard, and a lot of stuff happens that takes them minutes to do. It's the Trojan horse, and then you have a white. Well, you can take Troy, basically, and convert them to Emacs. Okay, I'll stop there. 5 minutes.
Exactly. All right. So let's see. Should Emacs continue to present itself as an esoteric program and culture, or should we try to dispel the myth and make clear that anyone can use it, not extreme enthusiasts, or is this needed to motivate people to invest time into properly learning Emacs? I would personally like to see more people promoting Emacs as a way to get into programming, because many people I've seen who are not in the software development field have this sort of mindset that I'm not a programmer, and because of that, they don't bother trying to learn a language that is not necessarily that hard to learn, like Emacs Lisp. So like I was saying in the talk, there is a progression path for people who start using Emacs. If you start to use Emacs and learn the basics about how to configure it using set Q to set variables and maybe writing your own little functions here and there, gradually over time, you'll get more and more ambitious, especially if you learn the help system, the info system, etc. You can learn how to teach yourself more and more how to program. And then you realize, oh, programming is mainly just like thinking about how to solve a problem and just writing the steps down and then, making sure that the code works. So people who think they can't be programmers actually can learn how to program just by using Emacs. And if you want to get people to use programming for a practical purpose, making an editor or an interface or like something like using org mode, that's one way to say, here's something where you can do programming, but also get some useful result for yourself out of it without having to write a whole program by yourself. So I think that we should not promote Emacs as a program. I think we should be upfront about the fact that you're going to be surprised by it at first, but there are definite benefits to it, especially if you are not a programmer already. Do you think there could be changes made to the core of Emacs that would betray the ethos you and most people here appreciate? I'm thinking of points that some of Emacs critics demand to allegedly make Emacs more popular. Do you think this is a realistic threat, or do we save ourselves by forking? Well, I mean, the changes that would ruin Emacs are the ones that would make it less powerful and less free for the user to do what they want. And I don't think that would ever happen. It just doesn't make any sense why it would happen. So I have no concerns about that. The kids want to know, when is an ongoing joint video collaboration between David Will and Protasilaus? That'll happen. I have not been in a position to do much video making recently because of me moving to Greece. So eventually it's going to happen. So just keep a lookout for that. If you had to choose between graphics layer 2D and 3D, or real browser support within Emacs, which would you choose? I don't know that you really need real browser support so much. The more that I tried to cram into Emacs and do everything in Emacs, the more I realized that like it just gets sometimes a little bit too complicated. EWW is a good middle ground where you're like using like a really minimal browser, but if you're trying to like put a full browser inside of Emacs, like built into Emacs, I don't know. I might change my opinion on that, but I think a graphics layer could be interesting just to give more possibilities for user interfaces. But I think that if you do anything that changes how we do purely from text or primarily by text, then the programming model becomes more complicated. How do you feel being an Emacs-focused YouTuber? Do you think YouTube generates a lot of new users? I enjoy it because the only reason I make these videos is because I'm interested in talking about it. I basically was talking about it to people around me, and they're not so interested about Emacs, so I just started making videos instead. So it's just a way for me to talk about something I'm interested in. I don't know if YouTube generates a lot of new users, but I do see a lot of people who say that videos that I've made have unblocked them in their journey on learning Emacs or learning how to configure Emacs better. So that definitely feels good. But yeah, I think that there is a barrier to some people figuring out how to use Emacs effectively. And that's one area where many more people could try to contribute by making content, making videos, making blog posts, etc. Like trying to reach out to people who don't really know much about Emacs or the model and try to explain it to them.
David, if you allow me to just barge in for a second, the last point you said about encouraging people to make more videos, write more blog posts about Emacs is something that we've been really encouraging a lot of people, especially with Sasha, to do more of, because the more Emacs there is out there, the more you unblock people and you make them commit to trying the ecosystem actually. And once they are in this ecosystem, it is so easy for them to live with the philosophy and become maintainers of their own, or just, configuring their config. That's already a pretty good start. Okay, so I just want to give you the opportunity. So we are technically at the end of the time I told you we would keep you for the Q&A. We do have obviously more questions, not too much more though. So would you be able to go 5-10 extra minutes on stream on main to answer them?
Sure, no problem.
Okay, cool. And for the folks in the chat, I would please ask you to keep the questions down. Do not ask like the 5 questions right now, because we need to head towards a close.
Yeah. All right, so let me go to the next one here. So there might have once been a debate about whether to add more typesetting capabilities to Emacs to make it more of a word processor or work on the core performance issues. The current work on native compilation and the community's response to that work show users are actually very interested in performance enhancements. What is your opinion on it? I think that the work that Andrea Corallo did on native compilation may be one of the most critical improvements that have been made to Emacs in a very long time. I can't really tell you how many years because I haven't really been following, Emacs development for that long. But performance has always been a nagging concern for a lot of people. So any major gains in performance is going to be very welcome. And the thing that is impressive about the performance improvement that Andrea made is that it doesn't actually make the usage of Emacs any less smooth. There's a lot of native compilation that goes along in the background after you update packages, or if you maybe get a new build of Emacs, you have to recompile all the natively compiled packages that you have. But once that finishes, it's no different really than using Emacs with byte compilation or without byte compilation at all. So the smoothness of that experience and the fact that you don't really even have to think about it in most cases is a huge benefit, I think, to having the actual performance increase. Now, for things like typesetting, for a text-focused program, I think that having improved typesetting capabilities would be fantastic. I think that Emacs did get HarfBuzz support in 27, I want to say, which it would actually improve that a lot. But I don't really know what else we could ask for aside from maybe some greater control over positioning of text and whatnot. But yeah, for a very text-focused program, any improvements in typesetting capabilities could be great because it could give us a better looking program and also the ability to do more WYSIWYG type editing for documents. Someone asked, can you give us a sneak peek of what's coming in the YouTube channel soon? Well, probably it's a letdown to people here who are interested in Emacs, but I'm going to be focusing more on Guile and Geeks probably in the next year. However, I will be doing a lot of Emacs content still and, live streams and whatnot. And everything will be done within Emacs. So that's kind of a big area. I'm also going to be doing more live coding on another channel at some point, which I'll be using Emacs as basically the primary interface for building up various different types of multimedia applications like, audio editing tools, video editing tools, etc., but using Emacs as a primary interface. And not so much for like, turning knobs and stuff, but actually writing code that creates the content. So Emacs will be a primary element of what I do. It will be front and center in all of my content, but the actual, sole focus on Emacs will probably go to more like 50-50 content on that in 2022. But it's mainly because I've covered so much already that, I don't have as many like hot pressing issues that I want to make videos about currently. Let's see. Let me see what people are saying in the IRC as well, because I think I've covered all the pad questions.
Yeah, honestly, David, I think we've. I mean, by all means, if people on IRC, if you want to answer people on IRC in your time, feel free to do so. But you've been on stream for. I see the level of water in your glass going down steadily. I've seen it going down steadily for the last 30 minutes, and I think we owe it to you to let you rest for now. I'm the one who's expected to go live for two days in a row. I'll just show you something. That's 1 drink. That's 2 drink. That's 3, and that's 4. That's what it takes to run EmacsConf and to talk the entire day.
It talking for 2 hours on my regular live streams already makes my throat go crazy, and I think that if I was to do what you did, I would probably not be able to speak after like the third talk. So kudos to you for being able to keep it together.
Well, thank you from a streamer to our video maker to another. It's very appreciated, and I appreciate the recognition. Okay, well, thank you so much, David. Though, if you want to keep answering questions, what we can do is that we can leave you in a BBB room and you can start answering questions in the old stream. But for us, it's getting pretty late, as you know, for us in Europe.
Yeah.
And that's why I was, I'm offering you. Go on,
it's midnight here too.
Yeah,
it's midnight here too. So.
Yeah, so I'm offering you the possibility to do so. But if you say no now, I think no one will hold you, people will feel bad, but they will just wait until your next appearance on YouTube. So do you want to stay in BBB and answer more questions?
Yeah, I'll stay for another 10 minutes.
Okay, awesome. So what we'll do then, as usual, oh, I did say it would be the last time before. Well, I get to do it one more time then. If you go look up right there, and if you go to David Wilson's talk at the end, and if you click there, you will be able to find the link to the live Q&A room in which we are currently sitting. On that note, David, thank you so much for your time. Thank you. Oops, I got the wrong room. Sorry. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for everything you're doing for Emacs. Bastien was thanking us and Sasha mostly for the community work that we do, which is kind of like community maintenance in a way. But I do firmly believe that you are also part of that crew, and we thank you dearly for this.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. It means a lot.
All right. So I'll let you stay in this room. Us right now on the stream, we're going to move on to the closing remarks. So bye-bye, David.
Yep.
All right, so let me just join the next room just for a second. I'll get people. So we're getting back to with Sasha and Amin. You haven't heard from them all day. Well, actually, only in the morning. So we're getting back to it now. Just give me a second to get everything working. Let me make sure. Okay. Sorry, echo. Oh. Sorry about this. Okay, so I am now on BBB. Sorry, Sasha, I didn't ask if it was okay for me to join now, but I am here now, and you don't have a choice.
Yes, this is the plan. Yeah, totally. This is how we planned it.
I hope this was it, because right now I'm getting mixed message, Sasha. Okay.
Yes, no, this is actually this plan. I'm just messing
Okay, well, yeah, you did manage to mess with me. Okay, so I think we have everything. Let me make sure that I do have everything. What is this window there? I can't see, it's too small. Let me sure. Okay, I have the pad. Why do I need the pad right now? Well, you know what? Let me try to make some quick BBB adjustment. We don't need the pad. Let's make you both bigger. And the pad can go. Okay, so there we are. So, everyone, this is the end of EmacsConf 2021. I know, I cannot believe it either. It went by so fast. Probably it went by the fastest for me compared to everyone else, considering that, well, probably all the organizers really, but mostly me, because every time I have a webcam directed towards my face, I start stressing, and time is, out of joints, or time is convoluted, I suppose. Pick whichever your generation prefers nowadays. Okay, so I do have a couple of announcements to make. I know it's late. We just did say with David that it's getting pretty late in Europe, so we won't keep you too long, and we'll try to keep those closing remarks to maybe 10 minutes at most. Now, the first announcement that we have to make is that the prereqs have already been posted. Yeah! So you can find them, as I told you, all day long on the talk pages. So just so that I can do this, you know what? I've showed you all day. I'm just going to do this one last time. If you go on the schedule and you go on any of the talks that were broadcast today, none of them were live, which means that all of them are available for you to watch. So you can just go on the talk page, click on them, and you'll have access to the pre-recording. Okay, and we'll figure out later how to get the Q&As like we did live with all the speakers. It'd probably take us, some time, a number of weeks. We're not going to give you a figure. It's a fairly intense project, because we need to find the recordings in many places. Yeah, maybe months actually. Sasha is telling me in the pad that we used to do those last announcements. So do wait for them. We were glad you were able to catch them live. We will get probably faster the questions from the pad onto the talks, but the recording themselves will probably take a little longer for us to publish. Right. Obviously, as we did at the beginning of the day, we couldn't, at the beginning of the conference, we couldn't do all of this that you're seeing right now, all of this direction, all of my co-hosts. We couldn't do this without everyone who submitted talks to EmacsConf. We are the nice faces that you get to see most of the day, or mostly me actually, but EmacsConf would be nothing without all the speakers who are submitting their talks to us, and thanks to everyone who submitted talks this year. So including also those who didn't make it this year. Sometimes life gets complicated. We know a little bit about this. We all have busy lives, but we will see if we can share more resources on those cancelled talk in the days, weeks to come. Again, we don't have a clear timing window on this. So I see you're not seeing this, but Sasha is kindly asking if I want to hand the mic to someone else. I will offer the opportunity for anyone to do so now, but I can do it otherwise. Okay, if I hear silence for more than 3 seconds, I'll assume that I need to marathon a lot more. So you know what I'll do? I'll open the last bottle of the day. By the way, it's just water. It's not chamomile tea or anything you were planning. Yeah, I know. I'm drinking out of teacup.
That's okay. I'll let you have a break.
I'm wearing a suit on Sunday. What did you expect? And it's not the church.
Okay.
All right. So,
Okay,
moving
so
on to the
next
next steps. We'd love to hear what you liked and what we can improve. So basically, this is asking for feedback. So please share your conference feedback and ideas at the end of the Etherpad. So that's why I needed the pad, and that's why I still have it available. I am such a professional host. Okay, so if you have the pad right there, if you go to the bottom, I think that, let me see, so closing remarks. We should have a place for feedback, if I can spell it properly though. I can't find him. Sorry, I'm getting text pollution. All right. Okay, let me get back on track. I was derailed a little bit. It's getting late for me, as I told you. So I think my co-organizer will be able to figure out where to put the feedback, but it should be on the pad. And okay, it's at the very bottom. Thank you. Carl, by the way, if you're listening to the stream, if you want to join with us, we can arrange for you to get the link to the room if it's not already the case. Otherwise, you did a fantastic job. Anyway, so if you go at the very bottom of the pad, you will see this question: what's working well, what we can improve, and that's where we expect, to get some of your feedback. So general discussion is what you want to look at. Thank you, Sasha. You had highlighted this in my notes, and somehow I was looking at the wrong place. Thank you, or Sasha, or someone else. So if you'd like to keep your feedback semi-anonymous, what is that? English accent is going down the drain again. So if you'd like to keep your feedback semi-anonymous, you can email it to either bandali@gnu.org, bandali@gnu.org, or sasha@sashashwa.com. Most of the emails, if you are speakers especially, we've already been talking with you, so you know our emails. And we'll keep your name private when sharing the feedback with the other organizers. So that way, everything's private. If you have questions or thoughts, you can also add them to the pad by December 10. So, questions related to the talks we've already seen, so that if you happen to be sharing the conference with people who are not able to attend it live, well, do feel free to share this pad with other people, and they can ask the question. And what we'll do is that we'll get in touch with the speakers to try to make sure that they see the question and can answer them. And then by December 10, which is in 12 days, if I'm not mistaken, my interval counting sometimes is a little bit off, we should be able to post all the questions onto the talk page. And obviously EmacsConf, the pad, decides to reload at the worst possible time. So I hope you saw everything that you needed to see. Also, with regards to mailing list for getting in touch, or keeping in touch mostly, you can subscribe to EmacsConf-discuss for announcements. And, we'll post a link on the chat. They will be available to everyone. So, oh yeah, sorry, I'm just noticing that Sasha is just sharing the screen. So we do have everything right there for you to see. Awesome. Okay, so we do have the mailing list. If I select it, is it on CLT? Yes. So you can see the areas that I'm selecting, which I'm going to stop selecting because nobody can see anything. You can keep in touch, we'll send emails to that list, and you'll be able to hear news about when the next EmacsConf is supposed to be, when the next call for proposition is starting. So yeah, if you were interested by any of the talks you saw this year and you were excited about doing your own, feel free to subscribe to this mailing list so that you do not miss the next call for proposals. Also, there were lots of talks this edition, so do feel free to rewatch, follow links, and learn more, because all of the talk page feature a certain amount of extra information. We were in touch with most of the speakers, well, all the speakers really, so that they could add as much good information on the pages as was possible. Okay. Also, if you want to help, so some of you, we did mention that EmacsConf is mostly the 4 people that you see on the screen right now. We are the main organizers, but we are also, working with many organizers. You might have seen Carl Voigt, who also did a talk for us this year, managing the pad, and who, as usual, did a stellar job on this. But we also have many volunteers. We'll get to the thanking later on, so don't worry too much about it. We'll make an extensive list of thanking. But yeah, we do have volunteers helping us with lots of side aspects of the conference. And one of such was, let me see, I've lost my train of thought. Oh, yes. Okay, was I 50 Raj? No, there we go. So right now, the thing we might need help is that you might have seen that some of the talks do not have subtitles. It's because, it was a little hard for us to get the subtitles out in time, such as it was hard for us to get a pre-recording out in time. But I'm not going to trade everyone. At the end, we got most of the pre-recording, and it was a good experience. But as a result, if you would like to help caption some of those late submissions, well, by all means, do get in touch with us, and we'll try to, find a way to get you working with us. And for this, we do have a page. If you are on emacsconf.org/2021, it's on the page Contribute, and you'll be able to have access to it. We'll paste the link in the chat and all this. Also, Sasha is obviously maintaining. Is it the word? I'm tempted to say maintaining after a full day of development talk, but she's in charge of a blog, Emacs News, where you get a lot of weekly updates on whatever is happening on Emacs on many different areas of Emacs. Last year I was really happy about seeing Orgrome join the list of hot topics on Sasha's mailing list, and I felt very touched. Also, now, it's going to be tricky. We're going to be saying bye in about 10 to 15 minutes, and it's never an easy stuff to do. Everyone is very excited every time we do this because, it's an exciting time for everyone. Even though for us, it's also a little bit stressful to get everything rolling. It's very exciting to be able to do this, and, it's going to end pretty soon. But the beauty of this is that we have so many community events with regards to Emacs. Right now, this is EmacsConf. But if you go on the Emacs wiki to the page called user groups, and you can find it pretty easily on Google, and we'll put all the links you need either on the talk page or on ISC. But you will find many user groups of like-minded people, like-minded to the people who are listening now to the conference, who are really interested in sharing about Emacs, talking about Emacs, whether you be a beginner, whether you be a package maintainer, whether you just be a developer looking to get into maintenance. You have all profiles in those user groups, and it is wonderful to not only be just watching a stream, but also to be participating as if you were in a room. Now, we tend to call them user groups. We also tend to call them workshops. Most of them right now, due to the lovely pandemic in which we are forever lost into, most of them are still online, and that might change in the future, but for now, please jump on the opportunity to go on to Emacs Berlin, to go to Emacs Paris, to go to Emacs ATX, to go to Emacs SF for San Francisco. We have so many of them with lovely people organizing them on a monthly basis, and it is so amazing to see all the work they've been able to do, and such a continued effort as well. So please, feel free to throw some flowers at us for EmacsConf, but do by all means throw flowers at them as well. Okay, speaking of throwing flowers, it is time for us to throw many, many flowers to many, many people. By the way, I'm not sure if throwing flowers is actually an expression that makes a whole lot of sense in English. I will assume until someone tells me otherwise that it is. It means just praising or giving praise where praise is rightfully due. So thanking the people. I feel like I've been talking for 15 minutes straight, for the marathon at the end of the day. We do obviously have to thank, again, all the speakers for the conference, but also all the volunteers that I've mentioned who've helped us with the conference. We have Carl Voigt, whom I've already mentioned, for managing the pad. We have Bhavin Gandhi and Hannah Miller for help with the captions. Thank you so much. We also have the Free Software Foundation, especially the FSF Tech team, for their continued help and support. I want to rope you back onto the stream because you were getting comfortable. Do you want to do the 2 announcements that you did the other day?
Sorry, which 2 are we talking about? Oh, about the
sorry,
FSF?
Oh yes, about the FSF. Sorry, obviously the audio setup that I used had died, so I had to revive it. So please tell me again, what was your question?
Sure. Yeah, I was asking which two announcements, but yeah, no worries. Okay, yeah, I see. Yeah, so a list of thank yous, the Free Software Foundation. Yeah, so yeah, I actually love to plug this again. So Little Planet 2022 Call for Sessions is still out for a couple more days. And you know, if you like free software conferences, much like EmacsConf 2021, you know, there's of course Little Planet, which is I guess the OG free software conference. So you know, please do consider giving a talk, submitting a session. And you can do that at the addresses shown on the screen. And also, yes, while we're talking about the FSF, they're also doing a nice fall 2021 fundraiser that's currently in process. So if you do feel generous and would like to give to help further, you know, the mission of free software in general, and you know, grow our community and help the foundation, that's I think a core pillar, a core part of supporting it. And you know, with amazing staff that who do so much to help further the mission, you can go to fsf.org/appeal to donate. Or there's like a ton of different ways that you can get involved. Another way could potentially be doing an internship with the FSF. So while it's unpaid, I'd like to clarify that it's still an amazing experience. And as someone who's done it before, I highly recommend it if you're interested. So yeah, I think that's all from me.
Awesome, thank you. And I think it's now been brought to my attention that my audio feedback had lost. So sorry if I've cut you off when I told you who wants to go next, and then I started speaking very rudely. It's because I couldn't hear you actually on my headphones. So sorry, fellow co-organizers. Okay, so we also have to thank FOSSHOST for Big Blue Button server and the FTP upload server. And I guess we have to thank you personally, Colin, also for facilitating the relationship with FOSSHOST. Do you want to say a word on this, maybe? Colin, I think you're muted on the blue button. We still can't hear
not
you.
on BBB, but locally, I think.
We might have mic problems like before. So if you want to patch us in again through Mumble, we can shift to that one.
Okay, so I'm muting BBB and I'm switching to Mumble now. Give me just a second. I need to remember the biting. Okay, you should be streaming now to. Oh, sorry. Okay, can you hear me now, fellow co-organizers? Okay, just give me a second. You're not going to the stream. Let me just fix this. Okay, now you're going to the stream. Can someone speak? Just make sure that it's working.
Hello, hello.
It is working. Awesome. I'll mute myself on BBB as well, so that I'm not disturbing you. Okay, Colin, so do you want to go? Colin, I'm not sure if we can hear you. We still can't hear you. We are on Mumble now.
Yeah, talk via Mumble, Corbin. I heard you just a second ago.
Yeah. Please bear with us. I'm gonna do some fancy jazz ending.
Oh, I see Corbin says that he lost his push to talk here, so 1 second until Corbin.
Okay, in the meantime, I'll move on to other thanking, because I'm taking way too much time to do this. I said to myself, if I'm finished by 11:30 my time, which is in about 6 minutes, I will be in bed by midnight, and that would be lovely. So let's still aim for this finishing line.
Haha.
Colin, you're back. Go, please.
If I can interrupt Leo, then I'm back. That's like my whole function. This year of planning, like that's my main job. Come in so that Leo can take a breath of water, get a drink of water.
Thank you.
Okay, well, sure. I'd love to talk about FOSSHOST. It's a real privilege to be able to support Emacs Conference. And if you haven't heard of FOSSHOST, it's a way that free and open source software projects can get free cloud compute and other types of resources. There's an applications process, and this is exactly the type of project we like to support. It produces software, and it produces a community, and that's, my favorite stuff to talk about as well as to volunteer and get involved with.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Colin. Okay, so still going on with the thanking. Obviously, it's a very large conference, 4 people organizing it, but we have so many people to thank. But it just goes to show that, this is the result of the work and the volunteering of many people, as to echo what Bastien was saying before. Now, we also have to thank the Computer Science Club at the University of Waterloo for continuing hosting the video files on the CSC Mirror server. We also have a European mirror for the EmacsConf video files. So basically, when you go watch the pre-recording on the website, they are actually hosted either by the University of Waterloo, the Computer Science Club over there, or by Jan Prank, who has kindly provided us a mirror for this. So thank you again, Jan. I also have to thank very personally Wojciech Siwiecki, also known as Vfon, for assisting me with all my scripts that I needed to do for the streaming. Very last minute, by the way. It was like I messaged him on ISC at midnight and said, can you help me pass this raw feed of data from Pipewire, which he did very awesomely and handsomely. There was a decent amount of profanity in the variable that he used, but honestly, I didn't hold him accountable for this. It was completely fine. I also obviously have to thank Grant Shangro, also known as Shoshin, who's been in the chat all days and who's still in the chat all day. So thank you so much, Grant, for your beautiful music, which we did play during the lunch breaks. And feel free to discover the music because everything is CC by SA and share it around. We also have random user who's sub ed. I never know how to say it. I didn't practice this. It's there are so many things like magit, magit. You see them all the time. They become part of your cognitive landscape, but you never actually get the chance to utter them. So subbed el, subbed el. I'm not sure. Just pick one. But
sub-ed, sub-ed, subtitle editor. So sub-ed.
Thank you, Sasha, for telling me that neither of the version I had in my mind was the proper one. So yes, sub-ed, that el by random user made it really easy for us to caption the talks inside Emacs this year. So, some of the talks we received actually pretty late. One of them we received this morning. And, we started working on it and we had subs for it on the very afternoon that we had received the talk. So we get to thank Sasha really for this. Sasha was in charge of most of the captioning efforts and managing volunteers as well. So thank you so much, Sasha. And thanks you again to Anna and Bavin for all your help. And I also have to thank very personally Shantan Hong, who is the author and maintainer of CRDT.el. CRDT, damn it, conflict resolution data. I can't remember the T. I'm really sorry. But it is a tool that we've been using for the entirety of EmacsConf in the shadows. You haven't been seeing it. But CRDT.el is used for sharing Emacs buffer, and we've been using it between organizers to make sure that, I could get all my notes. Right now I'm reading off an Emacs buffer where I have all the notes for what I'm about to say, which you can actually see on the screen of Sasha right below. I'm going to put my mouse cursor on the screen. I hope it won't be too triggering for some people, but yes, you can see here that's the pad that we're using and sharing with everyone. And so thank you, Shantan, for all your work. I'm supposed to be the commentator as well of CRDT, but I'm doing very little work on this right now. Obviously, to finish, I have to thank the co-organizers that are with me right now. So I will thank you, Amin Bandali, Corinne Brust, and Sasha Schwa. Thank you so much for all your help getting this conference on wheels. I've already said that we've been preparing for this conference for a year. I've been bringing this fine crew almost every Saturday, meeting in a room so that we could debrief the last edition, so that we could prepare the next one. And I honestly feel like it's paid off 1,000-fold. So thank you so much for all your time. And I will give you the opportunity to say a word now, which I haven't done before. Sasha, I think you are muted on Mumble, and we're using Mumble now.
No, I'm here. I've just got so many different audio streams going on, so I'm listening to this and the System Crafters extended Q&A.
Right. So do any of you want to say a word?
I'm never. I'm out. You go off. You please go.
No, go ahead, Corbin.
No, we're the opposite. I never need an invitation to talk. It's weird that I haven't interrupted Leo 3 times already during all of that. So Amin, jump in there, please.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't know. I now I feel kind of put on the spot because I was merely going to suggest Sasha to take the podium, but let's see. No, it's always fun running this conference. It's grown into quite something, honestly, in the past 1 or 2 years. Yeah, I think I first got involved in like 2015, played some very small part in like setting up some pieces of infrastructure, and wanted to continue that. But then life happened, and there was no EmacsConf from 2015 to 19. But then 2019, we kind of decided, okay, we've had enough of not having any EmacsConf, so we decided to bring it back. And back then it was only me and Sasha. And yeah, we did pretty much did all of that. I mean, as the main organizers, of course, we've always had volunteers who we appreciate. Yeah, and then I think that all of that started changing basically just before last year's conference, where we got awesome new faces, Corbin and Leo, and of course many other volunteers, such as Bhavin, to help out so much. And it really means a lot, to see something that started very small and like. I think EmacsConf 2019 fit on one day. Now this year, 2021, we were struggling to fit the whole thing on 2 days. So it's really a testament. And like kind of touching on that point, of course, we would love to have more people help out. I'm going to take a wild guess and say that next year we're going to get even more submissions, or at least probably the same amount, the same order of magnitude, and not any less. In which case, we would love to have more help to be able to, let's say, have parallel tracks for the conference, so that we don't have to cram everything so closely together. And as fun as it is, of course, it's nicer to be able to have a more relaxed and spaced out schedule. So yes, do get involved. If I'll have one thing to say, is just this plug to please come by our RSA channels if you aren't there already. If you're interested in helping out in any kind of way, we would love to have you. I think that's my spiel for now.
Yes, as Sandali said, we're basically at the physical limits of what we can cram into 2 days, right? And it's a terrific evil plan for getting lots of people to share all the interesting things that have been happening around Emacs in these short, easily digested, and now transcribed forms. But I'd like to do even more next year. So come and figure out what that looks like. Maybe it's the org talks being a separate conference. Maybe it's multiple streams, and then everyone's going to be like, I really want to go to all the talks at the same time. We'll figure out, maybe it's a conference every 6 months. I don't know. There's clearly a lot of stuff that's going on. So if you can help figure out how to make this even better, please come by.
I just like to say that Sasha did volunteer the idea of having a conference every 6 months. Generally, it's the public throwing this around. I'm glad that Sasha is. So it's kind of speaking to a little bit to what Amin was saying, how far we've come in a way. Well, it's not saying that we were started low, but just that we keep, improving the workflow, getting more talks, more people, trying to work on the tools, the automation that we use. And I think it means something that, even some of had you asked us last year, and I think the question was very much asked during the closing remarks, you should have a second edition because it's too long to go 1 year without EmacsConf. Well, at that time we were so drained, we just said, no, don't even mention it. We just want to go to bed. I want to go to bed. Yeah. Go on, Sasha, please.
I'm not saying we should do it. I'm saying somebody should do it.
Yes, that was the logical conclusion of my arguments. Last year we did tell you, but all the tools that we use, the streaming software that we use, the method that we use, all of this is completely floss from the beginning to the end. We do have documents in the work to explain how we're doing this, and that might come up maybe in weeks, maybe in months, maybe in years. I think we haven't been too diligent about releasing them so far. But if you do get in touch with us, and if you would be interested in organizing your own, very own EmacsConf, probably, even with the same name, we, again, floss, no trademarks. So do get in touch with us. And also, if you'd like maybe to have a test drive, try to join us as volunteers or organizers, try to get a feel for how we do these things. And, you might realize, as I did last year, I just joined, last year saying, I'm submitting full talks. I'm probably going to be speaking a lot. I might as well help with the organization. And look at me a year later where I am. So honestly, it could be as Amin said, or Sasha, I can't remember now, but you could be the Corwin or myself of last year. Okay, I am starting to dry up, both in terms of inspiration, but also in terms of throat power right now.
I'll save you.
Thank you, Corwin.
Yeah, I think we're getting to about that point. I want to thank everybody for, just sprinting with us through the whole conference. It feels like it's been a marathon at a sprint pace, so much material, and it's all so dense. And I like most of the presentations, I feel like I need to watch at least one more time before I really get quite why I was so excited by them. There's a lot to unpack, at least for me. But if you take one thing away from this closing talk, make it about what we were just talking about there, about the fact that we are actively recruiting for this organization team. We would love to see, quarterly or weekly, Emacs, mini conferences and different things. And to the extent that the tool chains or the organizing materials that we've put together over the last few years can help. That's kind of why we did it that way, right? And that's in keeping with that. Let's keep it all for posterity and keep it around, because you never know which email might end up being useful a few years down the line, right? It's just been a real ball to work on this, and thank you to my fellow organizers for all of your hard work, and to all of the people that put their heart and souls into this once again, completely mind-blowing.
Okay, so we do have, before we go, maybe one of the last thing I'd like for us to do is to answer maybe the couple of questions which have cropped up in the pad. One of which was, disable sleep mode? What is sleep mode? Do I have sleep mode? Okay, okay, no. So it was a joke by Carl Voigt, and somehow I was panicking. What is sleep mode? What is going on with my stream? But it probably was just a joke. It was definitely just a joke. We do have one question in the pad, which is, do we already have a date for EmacsConf 2022? And I do have a little bit of an anecdote for you. We came up with a date for EmacsConf 2021 when we were trying to figure out when we would have the call for proposals. And, the Frenchman that I am was in charge of picking up a date. And the problem is, I didn't realize, oh yeah, this is awfully close to the full Thursday of November. But there's nothing special going on that day in France, right? Well, no, it turns out it's actually Thanksgiving, and at least in the US. And so it was actually pretty, realized pretty late that this was the case. And we're still glad that we had so many people around. Sasha, do you want to say something? Okay, I'm not sure. Yes, don't worry about it.
No, that was a premonition that I was going to break in. How do you do that, Leo? Over the year, I never know. But yeah, I think we have to keep doing it this way. Now we're committed, right? Because a lot of people have to take that Friday off or have that day off. So then when it becomes a 3-day conference, we're good.
Yeah, so as a result, tentatively, I'm not sure if you wanted to barge in as well. Sorry, barging is a very rude word, just coming in, sorry.
Yeah, I might have a thing or two out, but didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Okay, so just to finish on the EmacsConf 2022, it's definitely too early for now to say. I know we're still in EmacsConf technically. Do not ask us about the next one. Just enjoy the last one. The current one whilst it's finishing. But yeah, we will announce a date as we get much closer to, later in the year. Please.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, I would say something along those lines. We don't usually have a set date, but if looking at the past, the patterns, I guess, or the trend for the past 2 years, we tend to have them near the end of November. Of course, this year it kind of coincided very closely with the US Thanksgiving. So yeah, once again, big thank you to everyone who was able to tune in. We appreciate you. And of course, for those who didn't, that's completely fine and understandable. We got the videos out already, the pre-recorded ones, so you can watch anytime you want. But yeah, so basically, I would say that expect, if there is the whole yearly schedule once a year for EmacsConf, expect sometime around these times next year, hopefully at the end of November or sometime in November. That seems to have worked out pretty okay for us. Yeah, so that's one thing I wanted to mention. Another thing is, so earlier Leo was talking about CRDT, and someone actually, I guess in a way, called us out about why are you using a day2-close.md markdown file? It's EmacsConf and all about Emacs and org mode. Well, a couple of things. Well, Emacs can edit markdown files just fine, but more seriously, I think the main reason is the wiki software that we use, IQWiki, at the moment doesn't support using org files directly. But of course, we are kind of stubborn. We don't give up on using org mode. So what we do is, for the most part, we have all of the pages, or not all pages, some of the important pages that especially could use a lot of automation. These are all maintained in org mode. And then we automatically export these into Markdown so that the poor wiki engine that doesn't support org mode can, parse it and understand it and display it on the website. So I guess that's what I will say.
I'm just glad I was able to keep the schedule. I kept updating it with every talk. Woohoo!
Yeah, because there's so much stuff you're not seeing in the background, but whenever it feels like I'm being tense, but we've already established, it's a well-established metrics that whenever the accent, my accent, gets Frencher, the technical problems behind the scene are peaking. Well, pick one. Pick one. So peaking. You know what? Never mind. Pick one. I did it again. Yeah. Anyone else has anything to say? We do have some question in the chat. I'm starting to, again, dry up a little bit. So we can probably afford to take 1 or 2 questions at most because it's getting pretty late for everyone. So does anyone want to, if you have any question? And if you tell me no, I will inside thank you dearly for it. And I will bring this to a close. But otherwise, 1-2 questions is fine.
Okay, I do see one question on the pad by Opal Welts. They asked, I think it's incredible that a team of a handful of dedicated sorry, Leo, can you bring in the video? The window a little in? I'm watching the stream.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll be up in a. I'm gonna read the question because there's some delay. So yeah. I think it's incredible that a team of a handful and dedicated Emacs users had this be the success that it was. Oh, sorry, I can't read. I mean, do you have it on stream now?
Yes, I can read now. No worries. Thanks. Yeah. So anyways, I think it's incredible that a team of a handful of dedicated Emacs users had this be the success that it was, but not surprising. Well, thank you. And it shows a lot of hard work, and it is much appreciated. Well, thank you. It's we're very glad that the conference turned out as good as it did. It's in no short part thanks to so much help that we've had from all kinds of people in many different capacities involved. So that's much appreciated. Now to get onto the question, I guess, they ask, my question to the hosts and technical volunteers, what would you have done differently? What aspect of the infrastructure did you feel worked well?
By the way, I just want to say to Amin before you continue, he was reading off my stream whilst I was doing funky resizing, so let's give him a round of applause for this.
The things we do for EmacsConf. But yeah, no, it's fine. Right. Yeah, does anyone want to take this, or at least the first part of it, or should I go ahead?
That one's clearly for you, in my opinion.
Sure. Okay, so right off the bat, I'm not sure what we would have done differently. Especially I guess this late into the day, I'm kind of tired. My brain isn't in full power mode. But let's see. Oh, I guess one thing which kind of turned out pretty interesting is we ended up switching setups the night before the conference. It turned out surprisingly well. Yes, because the plan was, I think, for me to be the streamer again or the main streamer. But yeah, we ended up switching things around, and it actually worked out pretty well, as I think people will say. But yeah, so I guess, I don't know, something for next year is try to make these changes, streamline them a little bit earlier, a little bit more in advance, not cutting it so close. But no, I think it was all pretty good. As for the piece of, sorry, was anyone saying something?
Sorry about that, Amin.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, because I'm maximizing the stream and I can't see you in real time. Sorry. But yeah, the thing, what would you have done differently? Sorry, what aspect of the infrastructure did you feel worked well? Oh, I think IceCast has been holding up pretty well and is working very well. We have had sometimes technical difficulties resulting in us having to drop the stream. But one thing I've noticed is that it's never been on the IceCast side. From what I can recall, at least, it's almost always on the client side, on the streamer side. So I think it's pretty great that IceCast can handle multiple hundred viewers without any kind of hunch. I think that's one piece of infrastructure that I personally would be very happy with, and really hope to be able to keep using it in the future. which I think we will, unless something another better piece of free software comes along, which I'm not sure about. So far IceCast has been amazing. So that's my answer so far. What else?
Yeah, I'll just say, yeah, I did stay up way past bedtime in Europe to actually figure out the streaming setup. So I will take absolutely full responsibility for the technical problem we had, notably the hot mics. I did already justify the the trouble that I had with hyper and super not working on OBS and not being forwarded properly. So yeah, sorry about this. As a result, some things were a little rough, but I do believe that, in the afternoon of this day, we were pretty efficient. But the problem with EmacsConf as well is that we start getting pretty good at streaming those talks when we are actually done with the conference. But you know what? It's probably for the best. This way we all get to rest and we get to leave on a high note so that people get excited for the next one. Okay, go on, please, Amin.
Yes, one quick thing to add is, sorry, I somehow forgot to mention this, but yeah, this question was by Opal Vols, whom of course I remember because last night they expressed some interest in volunteering, helping improve the conference infrastructure, like in general, in terms of automating things. So of course, now that it comes to my mind, that's something to improve for future years, because right now everything on like our main servers is manually set up and maintained, and it's working great so far. But I think it would be nice to use something like Ansible or some kind of, or Geeks Deploy, for example, some kind of configuration management tool to be able to codify all of these things in like, a nice repository and have them ready to deploy or ready to go if we do have to spin up like new servers and such. And I guess just to keep track for the, sorry, I'm blanking on the word, for the purposes of record keeping. So yes, more automation, more documentation around the infrastructure is of course welcome. That's all I have.
Anything else to add on this?
More, better, more. Second verse, same as the first. I mean, we'll get better at the craft of all elements of it, and we'll do more automation, and it's really fun. So I'm just really focused, I think, right now on the parts of it that were just perfect, which to me was like the energy and the spirit of, oh, what are you working on, and peeking under each other's hoods, and it was just everything I hoped it would be. I don't have a lot of let's do this better. I mean, I have aspirations and things to work on, but then there's a year's worth of organizer notebook if you want to pour through those. So.
Right. If you allow me just to do a quick fire of some of the questions we have. What's the best estimate of number of people attending? So this year we averaged about 250 people between day 1 and day 2. We usually have a drop between day 1 and day 2 because a lot more people are tuning in for general remarks or general talks on the first day. On the second day, because it's mostly developer talks, we get a fewer viewers. So on the first day, we actually peaked at 312 at some point, which was pretty amazing. And today was closer, around 200 or something like this. So that's that's pretty nuts. I agree with you. Last year we probably had more viewers attending, but it's also because it wasn't actually Thanksgiving weekend, and it was also the beginning of the pandemic. Everyone was excited about seeing familiar faces, and I think right now people are getting a little used to the whole shebang of online conferencing. Other question. Impressed to hear that crdt.el is working so well already. Does it work well for org files too? Yes, it does. Actually, upcoming.org, which is the name of the file we were using for all the talks and which Sasha was updating all the time, was in org, and it is working pretty well. Obviously, there's some stuff that needs to be synced. Sasha, yes.
Sasha, yes. It's working, sort of. So it's Leo will figure it out.
Well, Sasha will. Sasha, yes, you're muted. Cool, thank you. Sasha continues the grand old tradition of throwing me under the bus, which she has been doing for the vast majority of this conference. So thank you, Sasha. But as co-maintainer of CRDT and especially in charge of UI problem, I take full responsibility for the drops we had, and drops we had many of them. Okay, so how much disk space and bandwidth has the conference streaming used this year? Sasha, I believe you checked earlier. Could you let us know on stream?
I actually just pulled it up. For the disk space, I don't have an exact figure, but I would say, I don't know, maybe 50 gigs. That's like still a lot, I think. That's like an upper bound. But for bandwidth, looking at it right now, we actually use 1.5 terabyte of bandwidth today and yesterday, which is quite a lot. So yes, there's that.
Do we have to come up with a figure of how many trees we'll need to plant to offset the carbon emission of EmacsConf for next year? That might be something we have to consider at some point.
Sure.
Okay, we do have one last question which I'll take, which is about CRDT, and that's why I'm unwilling to take too many questions, because it starts veering. Whenever I'm on stream, anywhere, people ask me, "Oh, what about Orgram? What about CRDT?" Well, I'm here just to have fun sometimes. Not that I'm not having fun, sorry. So do you have a public IP in order to use CRDT, and have you successfully used it with a proxy? Not with a proxy, but I do use it on my server, and so my fellow co-organizers have been able to connect to it via a server that I use for those coordinated needs. Okay, so we have one last question. I'm not sure if you can see it, but it is the FSF helping with the infrastructure? Would you be able to answer it?
Yeah, sure. Actually, I wanted to answer another question also, but yeah, I can get to it first. Sure. Yeah, so especially last year, we relied heavily on FSF Infra. For example, they kindly gave us access to using their Big Blue Button servers. So we used that for all of the live talks or live Q&As with speakers. So huge shout out and thank you to the FSF and the FSF tech team. This year, we pretty much, I think, exclusively used the Big Blue Button server kindly provided to us by FastHost. So thanks to FastHost and shout out to Corwin. Yep, right back at you. And but of course, and this year we briefly also used one of the FSF FTP servers for video submissions by speakers. So that's another thing. And I think we do plan on having or using more and more resources as if the FSF is so kind enough, which they have been, to provide us as we go into the future, for example, for hosting or mirroring the files and such. So yep, that's that. And yeah, sorry, Leo.
No, please go on. Please go on.
Cool. Yeah, I don't think I have anything else to say for that. So I'll mention something about one of the questions that I saw earlier, which was, is there any chance of an in-person EmacsConf? I think that kind of fell off the radar. So I don't really.
I don't know. I've actually been to the in-person ones and these virtual ones, and I like these virtual ones a lot more because you can get it to everybody, and you can get so many people to come in. Well, to be fair, walking into EmacsConf 2013 in that room in London and being surrounded by like 100 other Emacs leagues was also really, really cool. So maybe both, but I don't think I can organize or travel to one anytime soon on account of a kiddo. So if you want to organize an in-person Emacs conference, let us know and we will help you figure stuff out. That's your stuff.
Yeah, I'll second that, and yeah, say that exactly. I think sorry, the advantage of having an online event is pretty much anyone can attend. Sorry, losing my voice here a little bit.
But, you can speak.
Yeah, nothing compared to you, Leo. But yeah, so I think ideally, personally, I would prefer that we keep the virtual component, indefinitely going into the future, because it enables everyone to attend, regardless of their circumstances and their commitments and everything with respect to their personal lives or whatever. It's much easier than, let's say, an international travel. But that said, like Sasha, I also think that having potentially a dual conference or having an in-person component that somehow like it's a satellite or bridge to like a virtual component, that would be awesome. And I would love to be able to attend some physical event, like in-person event once the world is in a bit of a calmer state again, I guess. So not ruling out anything and keeping fingers crossed for the future.
Yeah, and what I will personally say on this topic is that it is a topic that is very dear to my heart. I've already talked about Bastien and Thierry, who are two of the people with whom I participate in Emacs Paris, or Atelier Emacs, as we say it in French. And, I'm obviously quite interested into the future of those events. We've been talking about, do we go back to the place we have, which is currently provided by InnoCube to us to have our events? But at the same time, yes, we are missing a lot of the shareability or the reachability of those events to more people. Now, Emacs Paris is a little special because it's in French, and it's the only Emacs event that we know of that is being done in French. The French being weird, probably the outlier in being able to speak English and want to interact with people more in English than I do in French. But, one of the key area of work for me next year in terms of Emacs community stuff is probably going to be how do we adapt user groups to an age where we can start meeting live again? Do we want to have both live sessions and in-person sessions? Do we want to stream those live sessions? Sorry, those in-person sessions on the web? I know that some of the user groups actually experimented with the concept, but it's very complicated and it's a little different because how do you get input from the live audience to the people in a room? So we're going to be thinking about this, going to try to obviously work with all the organizers of those specific events, and we'll all be thinking about this and try to come up with a good solution. And it's also linked to another topic that I wanted to field, which is about user groups which are maybe not geo-based, so location-based, like Emacs Paris, Emacs Berlin, Emacs ATX, but more about interest, or do we want talks for beginners where beginners can get together and start working together? Can we have a user group for package maintainers so that they can shoulder the burden of maintenance together and be able to comfort one another when particularly bad PR is being sent on their mailing list? And that's the type of stuff that I'm interested in working on, and you'll probably get to hear more about this in the coming months. So yeah, that was my side of the question. I don't think we have any more questions. Okay, I do have a question. How do you know a question is the last one? When I decrete it as the streamer who needs to go to bed, and I thusly decrete this the end of the question time. So unless any of my fellow co-organizer has anything to say, which I will.
Yes, I have a long monologue, Leo. Get comfortable because this may take. I got my couch. Yeah, okay. No, I just want to say one more time. I really, this is super fun to do. It so excites me to have this conversation end with talk about putting on more other I think there's a lot of energy. On the stage, so to speak, but in the room too, for putting this on, and I hope we can help that culminate, whether it's in your local group, whether it's a face-to-face meetup. I also just wanted to shout back. I also agree that keeping a virtual component of EmacsConf org, like this conference itself, is important to me. I have a big family, and we're pretty, hunkered down through the pandemic. So definitely makes it more accessible for me to hear you on that. And I don't know. I do think we should probably let Leo go to bed. I'm trying to think of how I control him any further, and I'm kind of running out of ideas. Sasha, over to you.
It's all good. Y'all know where to find us. We'll stick around, but we should let Leo go to bed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, any last words?
Yeah, I don't have much to add to anything my wonderful co-organizers here have said, except that, I'd like to thank each and every one of you again. I'll say some of the final thanks for Leo, of course, because he's the, host, the guy this year. But no, I personally really appreciate everyone who submitted a talk, who has spoken or has participated in any way. Being a part of this, it's always a humbling experience, and I don't know, I can't help but get emotional. So yeah, it's wonderful. Let's keep doing this as long as we can and we want to. Yes, with that, and another big thank you to my co-organizers here. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks to everyone here in this room on BBB. Thanks to everyone viewing. Thanks to all the speakers. Thanks to everyone and thank you so much for everything. And it's funny when someone says, "Oh, they're starting to get emotional," when there's tiredness being mixed with it. It's the the emotionalness. Oh, there's probably a better word for this, but you know what? I'm not even going to bother. It's shared with everyone. So before I start choking up, not out of running out, I'm going to show everything like this. That's all I had to drink today. That's all the drinks I had. My co-host can't see it, but I'm actually making a fool of myself on the stream. So just laugh and smile and act as if you can see me on BBB. That would be perfect. But yeah, getting choked up out of emotions It's probably the best way I could finish the day. So yes, people did acknowledge the fact that I did not go to bed, in fact, at midnight, but I will finish the stream roughly at midnight. So, folks, it was a true pleasure to get not only to host EmacsConf 2021, but also to stream it, albeit with a mild quantity of stress at points. But now I have the very sad task of sending off EmacsConf 2021. Sending off, is it for beginning or ending? Wow, it would suck that an English mistake would spoil the end of this particular emotional ending. But anyway, all that remains for me to say is thank you so much for attending EmacsConf 2021. We're looking forward to having you along for the next one, whenever that is, and with whoever that is. Probably us, though, let's be honest. We love doing this, and we'll probably be doing this as long as we can. And have a lovely evening, and we'll see you soon. Bye-bye.